Welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio, Space Exploration and Krastorio², with Laurence, a long-time fan of space exploration, as your host, Marc as the pinnacle of German efficiency and industrial prowess, Tristan as a man who thinks anyone with less than 14,000 hours in-game is a noob, and Mike as someone who turned up and won't go away.
Hello everyone, good evening and welcome to Laurence Plays. Is everything working? Yes, things seem to be working. Excellent. Welcome to Laurence Plays. This is Factorio Space Exploration with Krastorio², your regular Monday evening stream. And well, let's get going. Let's see how things go. Yes, I do indeed have a face. I'm not sure whether this is a sensible thing to have. Let's move me down there so I'm not covering the mini map. Let me know if I seem to be in the way, and we'll see what we can do from there. So. How were things going last week? Well, last week I managed to get this rocket silo up and built, and making rocket fuel incredibly slowly. So first thing for today is going to be to make rocket fuel at a bit of a slightly less glacial pace, and then we'll start trying to getting this rocket launched, and then see where we can go from there. Ooh, some chat. I should probably read through this. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Hello, Peter, Joey. I'll say hello. I suppose I should say hello to Mike. He's talking in the chat anyway. Lassin, Peter, Avenue, Ave, however you want me to pronounce that. Alexander and Peter and Blimey and Madman. And yes, welcome everybody. So yeah, we've had a bit of discussion about whether we should do oil-based rocket fuel or what do we call it? Oil-based rocket fuel or atmospheric-based rocket fuel. At the moment, we're doing the atmospheric one, partly because it was there and it was cheap and it seemed like a nice idea, although I am aware it's not cheap in power consumption. But also because if we look up here, we don't really have a decent oil processing setup yet. We've just got this little one here, which is a bit chucked in there just to get us some sulfur and some plastic and get things working. So this is going to all be ripped up and moved. So in the meantime, I don't want to really have the rocket fuel relying on this. People are pinging places. They're talking to each other. That's fair enough. While I'm waffling away to you guys. So I think for now we're going to stick with this recipe. However, in the future we may switch over. We may end up then switching back again when we run out of oil, but we'll see how it goes. Yes, I'm in the UK, so Labour Day is not a thing, except with possible politics jokes if an election goes in. So the most likely way these days.
I thought Labour Day was when your wife gave birth.
I wouldn't know about that. Yeah, so we can get to space with the rate we're currently making the solid rocket fuel at. It's just that that's making an ammonia there. Oh, it's making another one again already. That's going really quickly. It's just a shame that we need 1,000 of them in order to make it, and I think it makes 50 at a time. Yes, 50 at a time. So this machine needs to run 20 times in order to make one rocket fuel. So this will take a little while. Yes, it's important because of the spelling. Americans are known for not being able to spell very well. Right, so I think
It's because the printing machine they used to make the dictionary ran out of the letter U, and so they just had to consolidate it down a bit.
There are quite a few unnecessary letters in the in English. I mean, we could get rid of the letter C, for example, and nobody would be any the wiser, because every time you use a C, you could always replace it with an S or a K, as long as you define KH to be a ch sound. Other than that, it's completely unnecessary. Oh, those are too far apart. So I'm going to start off by putting in some more of these electrolysis plants to turn water into hydrogen and oxygen. And well, we'll see how things go and when it starts to get painful from the speed of it. So does anyone else want to talk about what they're doing today? And yeah, and anything? And what's everyone else going to get up to today? Don't all talk at once.
I'm going to finish off this. Go on, Mark.
Yeah, I'll start with the big oil town. I'll take that.
Okay, Mark's going to do the oil town. You are very, very quiet. I think I need to turn you up. Or it might be because I'm standing next to a buzzing electrolysis plant, but I'm going to enlouden you a little bit anyway. Where are you? Where's his Discord? Mark, be louder. There we go. Let's give that a try.
Test 1, 2, 3.
That's a bit better. There's still the annoying buzzing from the, but that's from the electrolysis plant. It's not Mike talking this time.
I'd say the annoying buzzing. Oh, you beat me to that one.
Obvious joke is obvious.
Yep.
Oh, good. I'm glad you're finding the videos useful, DK. Yes, I mean I think they seem to be going down very well, particularly the LTN ones. But there's a lot of space exploration ones, and I do intend to make more space exploration related videos at some point in the future. The problem is I can't use my previous save game to make them from anymore. So I mean, okay, I could probably go in with and use creative mod just to get everything done through that, and it wouldn't be too difficult. But I haven't done that yet, so it's on the old to-do list, should we say? Right, what's going on down here? How shall I copy this? Let's do this slightly more manually to start with. Get that doing this. Now we're going to need the inputs as well, so let's do this pipe properly and bring it up. So what are you? You're that one. Why'd that make a double noise? Okay, I didn't take anything out. Exactly, Peter. You see, yes, you can get rid of the S. You can get rid of the C's by writing like that. It's a strange idea though. What headset? It's a HyperX something or it's a HyperX something or other. I can't remember exactly which model number it is. I was quite entertained when I was watching Free Guy a few weeks back, and I noticed that one of the characters in it was wearing a headset that was basically identical to this one. So apparently it's sufficiently popular that even Hollywood have got them. But yeah, it's pretty good. It's nice and comfortable. The microphone I think is probably good enough. I've had a couple of rude comments about the audio quality, but I'm going to just assume that's Mike talking. Am I being too rude to him? What do you think? Shall I be slightly nicer?
No.
I think that after your Twitch strike that you got earlier.
Oh yeah, there was that was the YouTube's advertising guidelines. It basically said you're not allowed to have banter. Let's actually use a straight through pipe up here. It's because it's slightly cheaper. It doesn't actually matter at all, but it's not like with that short of iron. But still, I might as well try. Great, thank you, Simon. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. This isn't a wireless headset. There's a cable on it as well here. But to be honest, I sort of prefer that because I don't tend to go very far, and there's quite a lot of cable, so I can go far enough across the room to turn the lights on and off, for example. But and it means that if you have a wired one, then it means you're never going to run out of battery. So that's quite nice. But yeah, I mean, I can definitely see the advantage of a wireless one as well. So now we are accumulating ammonia a little bit more quickly. That's going fairly well. We've got plenty of hydrogen, so if I want to make this faster, I just need more of these. Oh, thank you, Andras. Yeah, my accent seems to go down reasonably well with people.
His accent's fine. It's the rest of his voice is the problem. A botched fart, Sky. Oh yeah, I forgot there's that mod.
Yeah, they do that.
Yeah.
So we're now 5% into the creation of this rocket. So that's, well, it's a start. Yeah, English in particular is notorious for what was the way Terry Pratchett phrased it? Going through beating up other languages in darkened alleyways and then riffling through their pockets for any unneeded grammar and vocabulary. And yes, that seems like a fairly accurate way to describe how English finds new words.
Lost another bot.
Need to be more careful with them. Right, okay. Well, we'll get this. This is all now running. It's still not fast enough, and I think all the horror stories you hear about needing about a bajillion of everything in order to get this up and working is entirely true. But for now, let's see. We've still got plenty of power. I'm just going to leave this as is. I will make some efficiency. Well, I won't make some efficiency modules because it requires lots of stuff, and I don't have much of this stuff in my pockets. So let's ignore that for now. The next thing I need to make is a satellite to go into the into the doohickey. Doohickey is a technical term. Don't at me. Right, so let's shove down an assembly machine here. Now, what do you need for a satellite? It's probably going to be this place. No, it's not. It's not in military. Is it in logistic? Why am I looking? Let's make the there it is. It is in logistics. I just couldn't see it. Navigation satellite. Excellent. I'm trying to work out. I'm assuming that the word you're saying there, Alexander, is pronounced pub, and we can go there for drinks. So you answered that one as well. Yes, okay. Productivity modules for the rocket silo. That's a very good idea. It's only going to get me a sort of 10% boost, but that's very worthwhile. Yeah, let's see what productivity modules are going to be probably a little bit harder. So green circuits, electronic components, glass, and copper cable. Okay, let's go shopping. Greens. I mean, some of these I can just grab off the bus, like the green circuits here. Is that some electronic components down there as well? Excellent. I think we might be going to need a green circuit sub-factory at some point because there aren't enough of them coming through, and I built it up in a fairly half-assed kind of way. So I think that's going to be on the to-do list.
You need to report a near miss in our air traffic control system there. Is Tristan going flying by with reckless abandon? He says also being pretty reckless and abandoning in his flying through. That's a lot of bots chasing me.
Is that reckless with a W or
reckless with a spare Z and whatever the O with a line through it is, which I can never remember the name for. Dear.
So yeah, solar panels is the other possibility. I haven't built any accumulators yet, despite running the a lot of the core mining drills off solar. I've not bothered with the accumulators, which means these things only run during the day. But that does have the big advantage. Does it have an advantage? Yeah, it has the big advantage that I haven't had to build any accumulators for them, which I think is quite a big advantage because I find making accumulators extremely frustrating because you never get enough of them. Red circuits, low density structures. Solar panel, bloody hell. I do need accumulators for this though, so great. Rocket fuel as well, so let's put in one of them. We've got the, and do you need, no you don't need those. Glass. It basically is all of this stuff that's down here, it needs to all come up here. Except each belt I put down, it's only actually going to require about one ingredient off it, so it's a little bit wasteful to pass them over like this. I should probably do some sort of cunning WAS naming system. Yes, there's some good Englishing. Filtering system and so on, just to keep things a little bit tidier. But that's going to bring me a number of the things I need. So we've got the red circuits coming up. We've got the low density structures. We've got rocket fuel very, very gradually. Glass comes from here. So we'll have glass as soon as I put these in. Oops, they're like that. Oh, stream has a J in it. Okay, that's oh, maybe not a J. Maybe people are winding us up. Who knows?
I don't know. I tried to learn Norwegian a few years back. I say tried to learn it. I tried to pick up a few sentences. I went to Norway. It was good fun.
I went to Norway a few weeks ago as well.
Yeah, but all I learned was "Je snakker litt norsk" and "Je engelsk," and I got about that far, and then no one would speak Norwegian to me after that, which meant I learned
How
nothing
dare you
else.
do that to our language? They seem to say.
Probably, yeah. I have to apologise to the whole of Norway on behalf of myself from a few years back for my atrocious Norwegian.
That seems reasonable. So I don't think it's the only thing you need to apologise to the country of Norway for.
Yeah, sorry for going there. My bad. I hope you've recovered.
The place seemed okay when I got there. They weren't sort of checking it very carefully to make sure that none of us were you. So. Yes, we are currently working on. Well, we're working on navigation, the satellite rocket. We're not going for cargo rockets yet because we haven't got enough rocket fuel for that sort of shenanigan, and we also need to do this first. But yeah, we're working gradually towards rockets. I find the most entertaining language from a sort of as a non-speaker of it is probably Dutch because it looks like a sort of combination of English, German, and drunkenness. And I apologise to any Dutch people who I've just offended by that, but it just sort of feels the spelling. It feels like I should almost be able to understand it, but I can't quite. But it feels close enough, and that's very strange.
Yeah.
No, but there's also an overlap with English because as I say, I feel like I can almost understand it, and I can't really, but it's close enough that it feels like I should be able to. That isn't going to work.
There's definitely a lot of crossover between English and
either.
Dutch. Yeah, there's a lot of commonality there.
Yeah.
So I know the Dutch equivalent of bon appetit is etchmatet. Well, etch sounds like eat, like enough in etchmatet for you to sort of know that's what it is. And then the response to that is dank you well, which again, like, makes sense. I understand that without anyone needing to translate it for me.
Yes. Yeah, there are often there's little bits here and there that you understand, and I think I have a feeling that there was something someone came up with which sounds like sounds like cooking with a microwave or something, but is actually somewhat obscene, or at least using rude language. There we go. Send the solar panels around there. Now I just need to make accumulators and bring over a big stack of radars. Now the radars I can't be bothered to make on site because you only need one for each satellite, and it's not like you use a lot of satellites when you're playing this game. So you might be right, Alexander. I'll go back and have a look at them in a minute. Where are radars? They must be around here somewhere. The mining drills. Oh yes, there's the repair packs that Marc promised he'd made.
Lost another bot.
Let's just summon radars using the robo systems, and then we'll find that we don't actually have any. Oh no, we seem to. Okay.
What's the rules on losing bots?
If you have more than a certain number in your robo network, then there's a certain chance of them falling out of the sky. And there's also a certain chance of them damaging things if they fall on them if you haven't done all the necessary upgrades. Yes, you're quite right. These
bots.
Belts are wrong. There we go.
Sorry.
Isn't they guaranteed to damage stuff if they land on it?
Yes,
until you have a research.
Until you've done the research. Okay.
Yeah.
I've only got 20 bots.
What do we use? Yeah. Oh, yes. So yeah, we'll do launching the rockets. As far as I remember from vanilla space exploration, you get a certain number of you get a load of navigation. You get things that look just like these things, but with an orange screen instead of a green screen. Now the graphics may have been changed, who knows? But that's basically what you get, and those are used, yes, as you say, for making all the research packs. You can have all my robots. Well, robots? Those are not robots. Those are radars. But you can have them anyway. So now we're down to just the accumulators and a bit more rocket fuel. 50 rocket fuel. Jeez, it's a good thing I only space telemetry. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for and just couldn't find with both hands. Okay, so now I need to make some accumulatorizers. So those are going to be here. We go batteries and iron plates. So we've got batteries here, and yes, those are iron plates. Awesome. That's really convenient. Let's put this here. And this here. And somebody bring me a red chest like that one. We'll put that in there. Boop, boop. And you can make accumularizers. Nice. Now, what I should actually be doing here is dumping these out onto the belt here. Ooh, yes, here's a... Ah, that's in the way. Okay, I'll move this to there. And there. Right, I'm going to do some horrible spaghetti now. This is going to be lovely. So I've put that there and tell it to filter glass to the right. And then scoop up all of this iron that I don't want anymore or don't need up there. Then I can put this in here like that, and it'll put the accumulators on there and pass them up there. And I didn't actually manage to pick up all of the iron because, of course, I didn't. There we go. Right, now that's now I've managed to make the satellites without doing anything too horrible. And the only thing that's horrible is the extra strain that it's put on the rocket fuel creation process over there. Right, good. Well, you see, yeah, the first satellite is the first satellite rocket, you say, yes, but also every single satellite rocket can be a bit spaghetti as well, because you only need to launch like one every few days. So, yeah, why not? I can just chuck this all in like this, and yeah, it'll be fine. I don't want to think about what Krastorio² is going to be like.
Question is Krastorio 3 going to be out in time for our next run? Assuming there is a next run.
Based on what happened with the last one, there's going to be some sort of major update will come out just before we get onto the Space Indiana Jones stuff. And once again, we'll just go, oh, we better start again then, because everybody wants us to play the latest version, and we'll just never get around to doing the that particular puzzle.
Fair enough.
What's coming out from there? Okay. Now let's see. Presumably, I can put in a second row of these along here. I just have to get it right because it can't go there. Oh no, they don't line up properly because it's different size. But it could be made to line up properly with a bit of abuse and encouragement. So put that there. Okay, I'll get some random stone in my inventory, but apart from that, that works. And do that. Then I'll obviously need a water pipe coming up the other side as well, but that's easy enough. We'll do this. And just continue a straight pipe like that, that's fine. 10 months before 0.7. Right, okay. So what do you think, guys? Can we finish space exploration before in the next 10 months? Given that we're also playing with Krastorio².
I haven't seen the project schedule, so I couldn't comment.
And as we've discussed at varying lengths, it took me about 2 years to complete space exploration vanilla. However, I was playing on my own, and now there's more of us. Things will probably be slightly easier. Well, or at least we'll go slightly quicker. However, it's also harder because we've got Krastorio² involved. So, yeah, we might actually end up being in exactly the same position again where we're going, oh, I don't know if we should restart or not. Oh, bloody hell. How many... I didn't make enough efficiency modules. Let's make some more. So, these will now do the same thing. We'll get even more coming through. And I'm going to put the... Did I have any? Yes, I did. A couple left. Boop, boop. Now, putting one of those in here is going to drop the power usage down by 40. Okay, so I need a lot more of these. What have I run out of? I've run out of the electronic components. Okay, let's go and get some more of them. We can, yes. It's true. We can handle stuff on multiple different planets at the same time, which is going to be a big boon. But also, there's going to be a lot more stuff to handle. So, I could see it going either way, to be honest. But yeah, thank you for your vote of confidence. We'll see if we can Indiana Jones it up before we run out of whatever. Oh yes, I need... I've run out of green circuits. Grr. I think I'm probably going to have to just get this running at a speed, which I've nearly done now, and an efficiency, and then just buzz off and go and make a massive green circuit production facility, just because this lack of green circuit... Well, actually, it's lack of green circuits and lack of electronic components down here. Those are the problems at the moment. 17, that should be enough. Right. Why not try to automate the modules? Yeah, automating the modules is actually a very, very good shout. I probably should have done that ages ago. Let's have some landfill brought over to me as well, because that's a useful... No, oh, there's landfill. Let's make it 100, then I'll at least have... Oh. Landfill is not on the logistics system, which I suppose makes perfect sense, because we haven't...
it's technically on that logistics system.
Yeah, exactly, because we're making it blooming miles away.
Not helpful.
Okay, so we now... Oh no, we still don't have enough hydrogen. I mean, I should probably give it a little bit of time to catch up, but how are we doing here? We have... I mean, this is now filling up almost quickly enough, so... In fact, oh no, this is filling up more than quickly enough. We've now got to the point where we're making ammonia fast enough to constantly make rocket fuel. The problem is we've got one single machine making rocket fuel, and so it still takes 16 seconds to make each one, and we need like three. Oh, and I was going to put some of these in here, wasn't I? Bloop. There we go. That's going to help a little bit. In fact, that's a 16% boost to productivity. 16% is not too bad. Yeah, that's reasonable. That'll help a bit as well. You know. No, we haven't made a single satellite yet. Advanced. Did I put in all the pipes for the oxygen? No, I didn't. That's a good shout. Well, thank you. I got a bit cocky with the copy pasting and forgot one of the sections. I knew I had kept you guys around for a reason. There we go. Have I got any more green modules? I have. So put one in there. Now what I want to do is go through and have 2 modules in each machine, but it's taking so long to make the bloody things that it's going to be a while. I wouldn't. I don't know how much worse having both is. I mean, from what I've heard, and take this with a pinch of salt, because as you can see, we haven't even got to anything into space yet. That Krastorio apparently makes it harder in the early game stuff to get through, and then space exploration makes it harder in the later game stuff. But Krastorio doesn't. So you've got the challenges of Krastorio early on, and the challenges of space exploration later on. But they don't. They sort of tend to have. They're difficult at different times. So yeah. No, not yet. There we go. Land touchdown. Yeah, we probably, well, you say we should we should move away from a bus. You're not wrong. But what I tend to do is I'll leave the bus there to work basically as a mall, so producing all of the buildings and things we need. So you might as well make all of the belts and the steam engines and the furnaces and all that sort of stuff on the belt, because you've got everything close together and handy, and you've got everything being built down there. However, things like the green circuit production, which we're doing here at a incredibly slow pace. This definitely should be moved off to its own town and done somewhere else, because it'll be much, much better. New crafting machines will be very interesting. We obviously haven't got to that point yet, but later on I'm sure we'll find it. So, let's see. I want to make a green circuit town. Does anyone have any preferences as to where I build this thing?
Green Circuit Town.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it really matters, because it's going to be, linked to the train network,
There.
so... Does anyone who isn't a complete muppet have any suggestions?
You lost
That
me
probably
there.
makes
That was
sense.
my thinking. Yeah. Is it a Red Dwarf quote or something along those lines? Now how about a suggestion from somebody who isn't a complete imbecile, or words to that effect? Speaking of complete imbeciles, do we have the stone bricks on the railway system? Is that a thing?
Yes. The station at the bus end is not set up, but you
Right,
probably
okay.
don't care about that.
No, it's the other end I care about. Great, because yeah, to make green circuits, we need copper and we need stone bricks. And I'm going to continue. I'm going to make lots and lots of copies of this blob, because it's quite nice, and I quite like it, and it'll do very, very nicely. And hopefully I'll leave enough room in order to have space to sort of triple it once we've managed to develop blue belts. In fact, that's a thought. If we have a look in FNEI, because there are many, many types of belts in this. We've got the normal ones at 15, then 30, then 45, 60, 90. Interesting. And then space belts are also 45. So we're going to need to have room to sextuple it, because eventually we'll probably want more green circuits. And so if we can just triple the thing and then upgrade all the belts to purple belts, that would be a great way of doing it. Right, so let's... Although actually by that point, maybe I'll have moduled the whole thing. Although that said, if I do... Oh no, can you... There's not really... My gut feeling is there's not much point about not much point in moduling unless you... what was I trying to say? There's no point in moduling unless you can use productivity modules in the machines. Because you might as well just stick with putting in more machines, because it's cheaper in power and just generally cheaper in everything. But I think we're certainly going to be able to prod mod these, and probably these, and I think you can put productivity module green circuit production as well. So we'll have to do a lot of thinking about that. Assemblers with 5 crafting speed. Okay, so as opposed to the what are we on at the moment? I can't tell. All right, let's have a look at what sort of assemblers we're going to get. So we've got the burner ones are crafting speed of half. What's this? Oh, it's matter assembler. Okay, burner are half. These ones are also half. These ones are 0.75, 1.25, and 5 for the tier 4 assembly machines. That's a big jump from 1.25 to 5. But however, that's going to go quite nicely. That's 4 times. That's quadrupling the speed. So that'll go quite nicely with the moving up to the purple belts. So that's handy. It's space exploration that changes it to be 1 beacon per building. Okay, so I'm going to want I suppose I should probably copy one of Tristan's stations, otherwise I'll get in trouble.
I go one more than that and say, Tristan, could you build me a station, please?
That's not a
And that
bad
way,
idea, actually.
I don't get in trouble.
That's
And bonus point, it's the
And it-
bot with AI attached.
Yep, that sounds very useful. Tristan, could you build me some stations, please? I would like 2 drop-off stations and 1 pickup station. This will be for green.
Solids.
Sorry.
Solids.
Yes, two solid drop-off, 1 solid pickup. And I've just been brought an ice cream. Fantastic. I approve of this. So I may sound a little bit indistinct for a few minutes. Oh, it's got damage on the end of it. Oh well. Ha.
It'll be the best verbal content he's produced in ages.
Mm.
Timing is perfect.
I should probably turn the webcam off for this. Nobody wants to see this.
It's true before the ice cream. Oh!
Rude. To use a Peterism. Right. So yeah, we need stations over here. Problem is, yeah, a bit of eating ASMR. I'm very sorry. Well, I'm slightly sorry. It's delicious and caramelly, so I'm only very slightly sorry.
The thing is, we can see your face. We can see that you don't look sorry.
It's hard to be sorry when I've got an ice cream stuff in it.
Good it. Oh, I've made a mistake. Hang on.
33 years ago? Do you mean 33 months ago when COVID happened and there wasn't any food? I was not expecting it to be horizontal. I mean, I don't mind, but I was not expecting it.
Oh.
No, I don't think it matters. I was just slightly surprised, but probably because of the one next door, which might not have been set up by you. That's a train. Let's not get run over by it.
That was not set up by me.
But, no, horizontal is fine. I don't mind. And it's probably, at least when we get an arbitrarily large number of what do we call it? Ingredients required for things in the future. It's probably going to be quite good to have them horizontally like that because it won't take up quite as much space along the railway line. It'll take up more space away from the railway line, sure, but
where do you want your output compared to your inputs? If you look over at the oil stuff that Mark's doing at the moment, there's going to be a duplicate either to the left or right of that set of 3 stations, but maybe slightly more. So you've got inputs there,
so he's going
to, and then outputs are going to be completely independent.
I think just stack them straight, all in a row. I think because that way I can, because the way I'm thinking of designing it is like the other the green circuits production for the red circuits, which is about here. So it's relatively narrow, and they're quite and I can just have the green circuits come straight out the bottom of it. So yeah, I think just keeping them together is absolutely fine.
I will let you turn the belts round. You got and the inserters. You got 3 unloading stations there, but because it's not LTN, that doesn't really make much difference.
Anyone can see. Power for that one as well. There we go. Right, I've been extremely lazy and I've just extended the Roboport network to cover that area while it's being built. The factory is working very hard at building a rocket. Thank you very much. Look, if we look down here, and I'm trying to do this one-handed because I've got an ice cream in the other hand. Yes, it's working very hard down here, making fuel. What more can you possibly want of me?
You may need to hook power into the stations.
That's fine. So that is a thing I can do. Exactly, it's what we make all these bots for. And we can't make Mike do everything. Ha! No. No, madman. No. I want my systems to work properly, thank you very much. That pains me slightly. Your rail exits down back onto the main line.
That's because I did the one I should have done last first.
Right. Is that? Yes. Thought that might be why nothing was getting built up there. Can I put that there? I can. Excellent. All right.
And I
Normal service
request
will
that
now be
you
resumed.
tweak that bottom right signal once the tracks are built, please.
Oh, that
This one that may well start
oh right, that one. Yeah.
flashing
Okay.
once it can't. Once
Okay.
the junction's there.
Right. Excellent. So now we have all of the inputs. What's the best way to do this now? Obviously we're going to need to have more warehouses to work as balancers. So let's put one of those in over here. But if I put one here and then one here, I do like this using warehouses as balancers. It just makes life so much easier. And another one here. Should actually be there.
Ooh, when a train is saying destination full, it says it's standing at the relevant station.
Okay.
Didn't realise that was a thing.
Standing patiently waiting. Oops.
Yep.
Okay, and this, I think. Hang on, let me make sure I get this right.
Well, the bots are building up some stations here. This is going to eventually have a green circuit factory built in. Let's switch this over to construction mode rather than logistics mode and get that extra bit of juicy range out of it. That's going to then be enough to build the rest of the place. There we go. I mean, I don't know how useful this is going to be, but it's a nice idea, and I'm going to use it while I have the opportunity, just because it seems like a good idea. Right, now I'm going to copy this because that was a faff to build. So I'll put this in here like that. Oh. Alright, and like that. Oh, for goodness sake, do the undergroundy bit. There we go. You had one job to do. And there's a roboport in the way. Actually, that shouldn't be too much. Shouldn't actually be a problem. There we go. Yeah, it's not actually a problem. Don't know why that didn't get built. Do need to get power for this whole area though. Can I put one? Yeah, put pylon there, and then let's bring power in like that for the whole thing. I don't feel bad about using big pylons to bring power into the general area, and then we'll use the smaller ones inside like that. Okay, where are they? Okay, all that area should be built now. Oh, I've only just got power to that roboport. That's why it was being slow. Yes and no. These are easier than a blueprint book of them, and generally a bit more. I don't know. They just feel a little bit nicer somehow. I can't put my finger on exactly why I feel that way, but they're also a lot easier. They're a lot more compact and smaller. And what's this? An 8 to 6 balancer would be enormous. Right. So now I want to come in. I want to grab. Where is it? This. I want to take that, and well, actually, I want that much of it. And I want to start putting these in up here. So we'll go for. Let's leave a bit of space for the inevitable spaghetti that goes between them. And I'm going to have these completely separated like this. So they're using, because I think the copper is going to be the thing that gets used the most of. So I'm going to want them to be quite tall. I'm also aware that there's that in there that shouldn't be there. So let's get rid of that. And then we're going to have the same problems along here. So we'll fill in those gaps as well. So it always saves at the wrong time. There we go. Fill in those gaps. Right, the bots can now come in and do that, although they can't because I haven't got any more of them yet. But I can put. I haven't got the roboport range for that yet. So I'll put this up here. Where is that going to nuts? No, that's not going to be in the way of anything. So I can put that in there. And then we'll need more power up there as well, of course. So we'll put in a couple. Let's go back to the big pylons for this bit. From here to here. I'm probably going to have to do feed power over to this one manually, though, so let's do that. Right. And now the bot should come in and build all of this stuff up for me as well. Excellent. Now I just need to play spaghetti with all of the all of these belts. So from here. Oh, that's a problem. That's a problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can we have a blue underground belts, please? Crap. Let's go from here over here instead to start with then. Yeah, I know. I'm taking the easy way out of that. In fact, if we make this one if we make this one stone bricks, then we aren't going to need as many of those. We can split this. I'm sure we can split this off, and it'll feed up there much more happily. So let's do that, and then put in a splitter. I can't see what I'm doing.
You happy for stuff to arrive, Mark?
I would just redesign the fluid drop-off a bit, and you tell me what you think about that.
Bring this one over here then, like that.
Okay, there's now silicon on the bus. On the bus? Bus is the wrong word. Train network.
Hooray!
Cool.
Nice one. Yeah, that's definitely going to be very useful. I think I might need to put in I think I might put in another roboport here because that one is kind of struggling. There we go. There's rather a lot of bots all trying to charge on the same roboport all at once, and they're well, they're forming a nice orderly queue, but it's going to take forever for the queue to go.
This is my standard design.
Yeah,
because
I
it
don't have a
uses
problem with that.
pumps.
I generally sort of assume that one pump is fast enough to
Eh,
unload a wagon, and I sort of don't care.
Right, so that's my stone
more is better.
bricks.
And it's just lining them up somehow.
Large containers cause slowdowns, do they? Okay, I've not heard of that, but I've not heard that issue, but okay. I suspect I don't. I can't say for sure, but my assumption would be that they aren't more likely to crash when they're waiting in a queue like that. However, if they're waiting in a queue, they are in the air for longer, and therefore so they're more likely to crash overall. But it's not because they're in a queue so much as because they're just in the air for longer. Let's switch to map mode, no better. Right, bring this over here. Oh, that's too much. There we go. One.
Have a important
Two.
and potentially life-changing question. What should we be researching next?
That's a good question. I don't personally have anything I'm
I
desperate
think
to.
we can only research the military stuff because the other ones uses the rocket tech cards.
Well, that makes that answers that question for us, I suppose.
Yeah, fair enough.
Let's save a small amount of underground belts by doing that.
So, are you happy for stuff to arrive now, Mark?
Yes, I think so.
Desperate to force feed him some whatever it is he might or might not need.
And for the train arriving condition, I would only link up the top ones, not the bottom ones. So the top ones indicate that they are happy to arrive to unload the train.
Yeah, now there's less of them. That's potentially okay. There's sorry, more of them. Before it was a bit borderline. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you. So for the distance, do you need for the loading stations? Do you need more space?
I was going to put them over here.
Yeah, but south of that, do you need more space or?
I haven't worked it out yet.
Okay.
So my suggestion was 3 fluids and 2 solids out. You got rocket fuel, lube and acid, and then
There.
plastic and sulfur.
And processed fuel, maybe.
Do you want that here, or would you want that in the just sending something burnable over to the?
No, I think there is a. I'll then check. I think I saw a recipe for that.
I thought processed fuel was just anything that's burnable, except processed fuel through the.
Yes, I think it is. I think you. I think that means you can even make processed fuel out of nuclear fuel if you feel crazy enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a recipe for solid fuel plus methane gas.
No, don't do that.
But we'll probably not use that, so that's fine.
Hello, Ratchet. Yes, doing very well. It's a Factorio day, so that makes me happy, and things are going reasonably well. I'm making a green circuit production facility at the moment, so that's definitely something we need. And after that, hopefully, we'll be able to sort of start thinking about going to space, or at least sending a satellite to space, which isn't quite the same thing, but it's an important first step. Oh, so many
Does anyone
trees
remember
here.
where I put my chest of shooty things?
No.
Is this a chest of blame as opposed to the usual chest of shame?
This was a deliberate. I'm putting this here because it contains lots of bullets and things like that, and I'm going to want to go and shoot biters up later.
Yeah.
So it's a deliberate, basically, loadout swap over thing.
I'm just going to fiddle with
Oh, well.
chat a little bit, if you'll pardon the expression. Try and get, because it's doing the way restream is showing it in an awkward way that's making it hard to read, and it's not scrolling properly. So it needs to be given a kick. So I'm going to try and find that link I dumped in chat a while in the Discord a while back for getting it up in its own window.
Have fun.
That one, in fact. Okay, let's see if that behaves itself any better.
I found where I thought I put it. Oh yeah, there it is. Got it.
Infinite containers. That's an interesting idea. What type of defense do we use? We mostly use Mike as defense. We send him out running out to go and scare the biters off with using his face. And that tends to work fairly well. We aren't getting attacked all that much at the moment, which is quite nice.
Fun fact: I'm about to go and attack there. Seems as they're in more or less a straight line, making sure I mop everything up in between.
Right. So yeah, we'll get to. So yes, for a slightly more sensible or useful answer, we've got a wall, and we've got some turrets along the back of it, and we've got some pollution air purifiers along there as well. So between them, this has so far been more than capable of dealing with any of the attacks we've had, because we've been quite proactive about trying to keep the pollution, basically trying to defend our pollution cloud. Now there's a bit of a problem down here where the pollution has reached the biters and has started to upset them a little bit. And there's probably going to be some slight issues up at the top, but generally it's going pretty well. And the biters, we despite having been playing for a while, we're still mostly small biters with a few medium ones to sort of thicken things up a little bit. But basically, it's going. Defense is going pretty well by mostly ignoring it. Right, so we now have.
Shall take out that one on the south first, because as you say, it's pollution cloud.
We probably could sushi ammo and air scrubbers together. That is true. I mean, we've got them on the same belt as it is, but the reason there's gaps in the belt like this is so that the air purifiers can unload the used air filters onto the other side, onto the belt as well, into the gaps, and then they get brought round and up here. He says, trying to see if you can actually find one. I can't see it.
If
Nope,
the pickup
there's a
is
couple.
before the drop off, then they should always be able to.
Yes,
But that I wouldn't like to rely on that.
Exactly. And then they're getting passed around here. Now the chest. There's a problem over here clearly, because the chest over here is completely full. Oh, here, and a train has just arrived. Maybe there isn't actually a problem. Maybe it's only just got to the point where it triggers. So it does seem to be yeah.
Oh.
How full is that chest? Is it actually full or
it was
limited?
actually full, or at least it was. I don't know. It was either actually full or it was limited. There were 200 in it.
Yeah, it's limited, and the train comes when the chest is full. So reach the limiter.
Okay.
I'd question
So-
limiting it, but
Yeah, I'd say to probably take the limit off, but
Yeah.
doesn't matter for now. There's that signal Tristan asked me to move. There we go. Let's put another one there as well,
thank you.
just for the sake of sanity. Right, so I need to. Oh, okay, this is. We've got a. Is this a requesting? Oh yes, of course it is. Yeah, so this one at the bottom is not going to be copper. This one's going to be stone brick. So let's reprogram that. They'll be in here.
Put it as a negative number initially, just as a that way it won't request anything when you name the station until you're ready for it to.
Okay. Where? Oh no, stone bricks in here. Yes, there they are. That's so. Minus it was 700. I can't remember what it was on before. What was the other one?
From an
64,000.
LTM point of view, you put in the amount you want in that constant combinator.
Yeah. And then this one is divide by 8,000 for the number of wagons. That makes sense. Number in a wagon.
It's possibly the wrong number, but
They're going to be
also
different
might not
stacks,
actually
yeah.
care.
Oh, big biters.
How do these stack? Hundreds. Okay. And these are 100. Oh no, so there's 100 for each. So that's probably all right. And yeah, I probably don't actually care. You're right. We're probably not going to get more than one train trying to come in at once. Hopefully. Okay, so this one is copper, so that's already set up. This one is now stone, so that's properly set up. But that means it needs to be named not fantastic. It needs to be named stone brick drop, like that. Apparently there already is a stone brick drop, interestingly. And this one will need to be...
Yeah, it's on the bus.
Okay. I didn't know if it had actually been put there. Copper
I
drop.
renamed it, but it's still asking for copper, so it's and the combinator's not there. It's just disabled permanently.
Sorry, which one?
The bus one.
Oh, okay.
So there's no train going there.
All right. So if I link that up, that won't trigger. This one will. There's no combinator here. Why is there no combinator? We obviously haven't automated the production of combinators. It'll decide a combinator specific. Wait, what? Oh, it's an arithmetic combinator. Derp.
You can request cables though.
Okay. I already have a handful of cables. I'm not quite sure where they came from. I don't think so. We'll find out in a minute. But I don't think it increases the stack size of plates. But I could well be wrong. Where are the? There you go. That's the cable I wanted. Link that to there. We'll find out in a minute when this train turns up. So waiting at copper drop.
You made the
Train limit is 8.
atmospheric condenser somewhere on the bus, right, Tristan? Right, Laurence?
Yes. Yes, atmospheric condensers are being made automatically.
There it is.
Why are you waiting? Oh, because... it's dropping off copper already. I see, for the bus. Right, that makes sense. So we now need to wait for the train to go out, pick up some more copper plates, and then hopefully it'll bring them over here. Let's get the stone brick train to turn up, because I think I actually do want that to happen. And I think we're ready for it. We'll find out, but I think we're ready. And up here, this is going to be a loading station. We'll have to think about that separately in a moment. But I kind of want to make sure everything's actually working and producing the circuits it's supposed to be first. There's a train just randomly drifting past. Yes. Oh, here it is. Shoop, straight through the stacker, into the station. Oh, it's a little one. Okay. Stone bricks are brought in small quantities. How adorable. So stone bricks go up to a stack size of 100. The plates might be different. In fact, I could probably find out here. No, it still looks like their stack sizes of 100 for plates as well. This is going to take a long time for this to flow all the way up there because of yellow belts. Actually, let's pull that out for now because I'm not using this one yet. I'm not going to use this pipe at all because I can't get it through the gaps. 1, 2, 3, and the next one's going to be okay. Then I can get a second one through. To get a third one through, I'm going to have to upgrade to red undergrounds. But I can do that if I need to. And this whole thing is probably going to get upgraded to a couple of tiers of belts up once we get the blue ones as well, just to make things run a bit faster and a bit more nicely. Now I think I'm going to bet on this being sufficiently the rate that it uses up the stone bricks at being sufficiently low that I can actually run all 3 of these off the same input of stone bricks. We'll see how that works once we have a supply of copper here as well. How's that copper train doing? Okay, we don't have enough copper. Oh yes, that was the other thing I was thinking of when I was looking at the all of the things in the video and just trying to decide what we need to do next time. Is my stream? No, my stream isn't dead. Okay, it had frozen on restream for some reason, but not elsewhere, so that's all right. Yes, we need some copper mines. Now there is one up here of 2 million, so that's probably worth grabbing. And there's a little one down here of 800,000. Oh, there's a big one over here, 3.5 million over here. So probably that's the best one to go for first, because we simply don't have enough copper ore being brought in from the core mining. It's producing some copper, sure, but it's not anything like enough.
I think we need to go for copper and stone. In fact, pretty much everything we just need to get more of.
Yeah, maybe I mean another core mining drill might be a good idea.
I think it's probably a good idea to go out and get some actual resource
yeah,
mines.
agreed.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. So, well, it's actually there's loads of copper over here. There's two patches of about 3 and a bit million over here. So that's copper is not going to be a problem for a while. All right, I'll head over there with a massive quantity of mining drills and stuff and get that up and upping. Oh, okay. I was going to say where's the scroll coming from? Let's put a only can you? Oh, yes, you can limit this. It just takes a lot of scrolling. I'm going to put a limit on this warehouse because I think having more than that in there is as someone was saying, the problem with using these things as balancers is you end up with just enormous quantities of resources just sitting inside the warehouse. So we'll not do that.
You can always limit.
That's what I just did.
Good man.
I've
not kept you around for a reason.
I've not considered doing a bioindustries mod because, well, firstly, because I've never heard of it, but also generally other mods don't work with space exploration. I can't speak specifically for bioindustry, but in general, other mods tend not to work. So it's probably a bad idea. Unless they've been very carefully and deliberately designed to work with it, like Krastorio² has. Yeah, the odds are not good. Put it that way. I'm going to put in some yellow chests for getting rid of some of the random things that are out of the chests of shame, because it seems like a good idea, basically. I'll have to make one first though, but then I can copy and paste it. Right, so let's put one. Yeah, put one here for iron, copper, stone bricks. There's a lot of wood around here, but nowhere to actually feed some extra stuff in. Coal's coming through here. What have we got here? We've got, small engines. Okay, well, sure, we'll do that one while I'm at it. I think you're asking the wrong question there, Tickle. The question is, why would we daisy chain our science labs? It just limits throughput. I think we're better off having them like this, with just a belt running up each side, a couple of belts running up each side of them to feed everything in. I mean, yes, you can do it either way, but this way seems. I mean, I don't see the point in daisy chaining them. It tends to just not work quite as well. Right, back over here now. Mark, when you were setting up logistics chest production, did you include yellow chests?
No.
Oh, okay. It's going to be a while till these get built then. Okay, I'll go and I'll do that.
Just needed red ones.
So that's going to be iron plates. Let's see if there's any up here, because that will stop it. That will of course stop it working. Oh, there's lots of iron plates. Okay. Fortunately, I can just grab them all like this, and they'll be put into my trash slots and taken away. And then in theory, let's see if this works. Nope, they're taking them back up there because they're bloody stupid. Don't do that, naughty bots. I'm taking these out.
Presumably there's still some in there.
There aren't, but there were when they started taking them, I think.
Right.
Well, definitely didn't eat myself into the middle of the bite space again.
I'm glad to hear it. Wouldn't want to think about it. Wouldn't want you doing that.
Yeah, it'd be bad, wouldn't it?
Exactly. Oh, not the medipacks. I'll keep the medipacks.
Tell you what, with the big bikes kicking around, it's a lot harder to take out a bike base.
Oh, wait. Oh, no, did I? Yes, I did turn that off. And I've run out of space. What don't I need in my inventory? All of this stuff. Let's take more iron. Nope, still not enough room. I don't need that many roboports. Why have I got that many roboports? What's going on? Is that was that actually all of the iron? Let's put some back in and then take. I said let's put some back in and then take it all out. Okay, that's the lot. So now, hopefully, let's do the proof of concept thing again. If I now ditch all of this, the robots will come over to get it. I shouldn't have done it all in one go, but never mind. And they should now take. Yes, now they're taking it over to this chest over here. Oh yeah, I could use a loader actually. These things are supposed to get sufficiently low throughput that it doesn't matter, but actually that's a good point because it would stop me having to put power in for them. So yeah, let's. I'll do that in the future. For now, let's do this the easy way and just put them in there by hand. Right, there we go. Okay, let's fly down and get those other chests being built because Marc didn't. Blame. Presumably it's down quite a long way down here somewhere. But not quite this far because this is all my stuff. It must be around, presumably around here somewhere. If you were a red chest, oh, you'd be hiding up here. That is not a. I do not approve of this method of doing this because they're not on a belt, so I can't do anything useful. No, just no. No. Hate it all. And there's going to be more of these later, so I'll put in the 5 machines for now. But for now, we're only actually going to make red and yellow and pink and green and scarlet and no, those 2 types. So we want to put these out there like that, and in. There we go. You say belted heresy. I'd say this is. I'd say no. I'd say this is the correct way to do it. Oh, that's going to cause problems.
Tristan, do you have the first output station ready?
Yes.
So this one, we need to have the
I
filter.
don't know whether you want solid or liquid, but
Pushing the reds
rocket
out
fuel.
that side, and then we can get rid of.
oh, solid rocket fuel. I
Yes.
thought you were
That's
going
in
for
there.
liquid rocket fuel.
And that one there. There we go.
I can liquefy it.
No, we need solid for the
For the rockets,
stuff
right?
that we're doing for making the actual rocket.
Okay, we'll want both long term.
I
Okay.
disagree, Peter. I think we do need a second splitter to do this. Yeah, because you need one of them to split the belt so it goes both ways, and then you need the other one to take just the red ones off, so only the red ones go this way. Now, in theory, I could just feed this belt without the splitter straight into the side of here, and it would probably be okay, at least until the red circuit supply got interrupted, and that's bound to happen, and then we get greens in here, and everything will go horribly wrong. I do need to get all this out into chests, though. Underground belt,
Do we want a
this.
2-wagon or 4-wagon?
For rocket fuel, for now I think 2-wagon is fine.
Okay.
No, if I'd set a filter on the first splitter, then the reds would go this way and the greens would go this way, and I wouldn't have any reds for these machines up here. So that wouldn't work. Enabled if there are fewer than 50 is probably enough. 50 red chests. And you are to be enabled if fewer than if yellow chests is fewer than 50 as well. Oh, I see. Yeah, I could. Yeah, I suppose. Yes, I could have used. Yeah, I could have had an underground belt in there. That's true. That would have worked. All right. Yes, technically I could, but I guess the thing is that using underground belts for filtering belts, it does work. It works perfectly well, and it used to be the way you did it. I'm aware of that, but it doesn't feel as nice. It doesn't feel as obvious what you're doing. I'd rather use another splitter, to be honest. I think it's a bit easier to think through.
it's all well and good until someone accidentally puts something side loading onto that belt, also main loading onto that belt in their spaghetti mess.
Yeah, yes, it's all fun and games until somebody else does some spaghetti as well.
Yep.
I've still not had any copper. Oh yeah, I was going to go make a copper station, wasn't I? But then I was going to yes, I was going to go make a copper mine. Then I got sidetracked by trying to make some yellow, by trying to sort out the chest of shame a little bit. And then I got sidetracked by trying to make some yellow chests in order to sort out the chest of shame. So now we can set the filter on this one to copper plates. That's fine without a loader. Are there any? I'm playing. Try to spot. Oh, there's one. What are you doing? You're doing the small engines, so that's going to be an intermediate product like that one. And yes, it needs one of these on here like that. No, the filter doesn't send red both ways. It splits them into both. It splits them off so they go in. One goes in one direction, the other goes in the other direction. Oh, it's outside the red catchment area. Grr. I'm gonna need. I'll put this in down here then. Put that there. Okay, put that there then. Like how a small flood of bots goes out because they need to deal with the rocks first. Put that there, and then... nothing's wrong, nothing reaches. Rage. That'll do. Don't know what these are even for. Let's get rid of that one. Right, so now we should be able to, yes, we should be able to bring out the small motors to there. What's the next one? The next one is glass, so we'll bring glass to this one. Doop-a-doop-a-doop, glass, and oh yeah, we need another that. So we don't need that. It's just finding convenient places to put everything in. Oh, a stone brick. No, that's steel. Steel can go in here.
You don't want to dump stuff like that in at the station.
Yes and no. I mean, I'm doing this mostly out of laziness because it's convenient places to shove it in. Going up to the station, and also a lot of things aren't brought to the stations, like the motors and stuff like that.
True.
So yes, but also no. Coal will be a good one, but I can't see. In fact, you know what? Let's enjoy myself. I'll just put my own splitter in here. We'll do it like that. We can put coal in here. Let's try and do that again, but correctly. There we go. The bots are taking a long time to build this stuff up, which is a little bit annoying. Does that mean... No, the yellow chests are being made, so I haven't made a mess of that. Bump. Bump. You are to summon coal. You're not built yet for some reason. So I should now be able to grab all of this coal out of here and have it be taken off to the correct place. No, actually, no, I won't. Oh, I've made that mistake again. Stop it. Go away. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. You don't want this stuff. At least I don't want you to want this stuff. There we go. I said no. I turned off auto. Oh, I haven't. Yeah, okay. There we go. That's better. Yeah, it is slightly. What? Why are there pylons on the coal belt? Oh, because of that hasn't been programmed to be a coal one. This is the danger of this method. There's a non-zero chance of ending up with the wrong thing being put into these belts if you haven't programmed them. Like this, for example, where I put coal on there instead of steel. How am I getting on? So this was glass. I did program that one. This is...
So your lesson here is put one down, program it with something random that you're not going to have.
Yes, but I don't
Paste
have any in my inventory, so I've been waiting for the bots to bring them over. So I'm going to summon them now while I'm doing this.
Yeah, but the first one you put down. I mean.
Oh, I see. Oh, and copy paste them. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yes, that would work. What are you? Electric motors. Small electric motors. That one. Now let's see what have we got up in here. Got belts. But belts are a thing that's just going to be brought out to players anyway. Heat shielding should probably be dealt with in an appropriate manner. Rail is going to get used up. It's mostly the raw materials like these heat shield tiles. Those are the things that I really care about. And then probably half. Oh god, I can't be bothered to deal with any of that. There's so much stuff in there. That won't fit there. That won't fit here though. Like that. Come on, bots. Do stuff. Do stuff usefully and quickly and stuff. Coal. Did I get coal? Did I get coal on the steel belt? I have programmed it now, and I did have it programmed wrongly earlier, but I think I... No, it looks like that was a warning that it might happen rather than a warning that it had happened, I think. Okay, thank you. We do have a massive shortage of steel, though. Need to make more of that. Or deliver more of that, either way. Nope. Oh, okay, I suppose that works. What was I putting? This is wood. Wood. Good. Okay, thank you, Peter. Yeah. Wood, come over here. Get rid of all that. And
Wood should already be
Oh,
filtered
that's
out
unfortunate.
by now.
Okay. Well, if it's possible that it already was. Oh, it does seem to be going in a different direction. So yeah, maybe it already was. Then it's just when that had been done, it hadn't been taken out of the How much of that is there? Blimey. Hadn't been taken out of the appropriate steel chest. Sorry, warehouse of shame.
Poor Mark.
He just got squished.
No, his stuff. He's under attack, but it's by meteors rather than
Oh, I
fighters.
see. Yeah, maybe we should be looking into. Well, yeah, okay. Let's. How far away is meteor defense? Probably a long way. It's probably going to
I think
require
we
a
have
million.
point defense already,
I
don't
got
we?
point. Oh, okay. I'm not sure. Yes, we do have point defense. I'm not sure I really count that one because it's so pathetic.
I think
The
the
other,
other one
If
is
you have
more
valuable
but
stuff, it's
yeah,
worthwhile.
true. It requires rocket tech cards, so which we haven't quite got
Oh.
yet. Presumably that means that's waiting for me to launch this navsat. That's a very good question, Peter. How is the rocket getting on? Let's have a look. It is 82% done. Nice, so it's nearly there. We haven't made a what do you call it yet? What do you call it? A satellite yet? Oh no. Yes, this product's finished 0. Which is weird because I thought I put all of the stuff into there that it needed. Let's go and have a look at that before and then I'll actually go off and do that copper mine I was talking about. That's 100 mining drills. That's not going to be enough. I think they're being made somewhere else as well though. That's an old production facility that probably shouldn't be there anymore, or at least is not needed anymore because I think down here somewhere, yes, here we are making them in also quantity. Oh no, we're not actually exporting them into a box from here because we're sort of waiting for tier 2 mining drills. Yes, I'm pretty sure I gave it everything it needed. I mean, it's obviously not the case because it's not made any. But
Lag.
how long in real time? Medium. Oh well, alas, it was you're doing quite well until then. I mean, that's your first death of this stream. Oh, my face is in the way of seeing the
download
stats for the.
Netflix things so she can watch them offline.
Oh,
Also not using the internet, and I'm there going. Eh.
well, we can't blame. So at least on the plus side, you can't blame our very generous sponsor for that. if it's a local problem. It's waiting for more solid rocket fuel to be made. That's why it's That's why it's struggling, and it's taking from. Well, I mean, I could have it take before the rocket takes it, but yeah. So the rocket. So yeah, how long till the rocket's ready? Well, it's about 80. It's 80% done. So, and we've been playing for just over an hour. So I'd say another 10-15 minutes to guess. That seems like a reasonable amount of time. I'm going to go over and put down the plans for this station, and then go. I haven't got remotely enough drills for this because I won't have remotely enough drills for this because I was only able to pull 100 out of that box. Was anyone in the On the bus, in the bus area? No, not really. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. 'Cause
I can head back there in a moment.
if you are, then I'd like the restrictions taking off the or at least the restrictions on how many mining drills we make increasing drastically.
Can do.
Thank you. Does anyone else panic when they see a train coming, just in case they haven't, just in case they're standing on the railway line? 'Cause I
No,
knew I
Even
was,
if they're 3 miles from it.
I was vaguely near it, so it was close enough that I got paranoid, but not close enough that I was in actual danger.
Steel production on the bus
Oh.
is struggling.
Yeah, steel production is struggling, I think.
Yeah, need more iron.
Yeah.
Few hundred drills.
That's a good start.
400 drills. I'm
probably a
logistic limiting it.
Yeah, 400 is probably a better number, I think. Oop, too many. What's blooping? Oh, it's Mark. Okay. Mark is blooping. Why are my bots
Well, someone
not?
has to.
Okay, then now my bots are. Nothing like a nice wiggle in the railway line, is there? Oh, missed.
So Tristan, if you put requester on the train network for rocket fuel, we can bump up the production on the rocket
Ooh.
side.
The
Okay,
question.
so that needs to go onto the bus, does it?
Or a drop off like at the rocket silo.
I
maybe?
think, to be honest, I'm leaning towards we could just leave that as it is, and maybe bump it up a little bit, but use this, but then have a separate area where we're making the cargo rocket, because the cargo rocket is going to be the one that needs all of this fuel that you're making. The other one, the satellite rocket, isn't such a big deal.
Just put it in if we decide actually that's really slow and we need it a lot faster.
Yes. If we suddenly realise that actually we do require it at a much higher rate, then sure we can upgrade it. But if I put that there, it's not going to reach there, is it? No, these are still only 3. What's not? Are you talking about the railway that's not remotely spaghetti? Yes, it is. It is a nice. It's just it is a mere kink in the line. It's there with good reason. I'll thank you not to kink shame.
I do quite like the bits where they pass really close to each other, so it looks like the trains should clip each other as they go
Yeah.
past.
I'm not sure whether I'd use the word like, but yes, it is
I
definitely a
would.
thing. Ah, damn it. The pelt moved me when I was trying to carefully place a blueprint down and neatly in exactly the right place. Is there more copper under there? There is. And under there as well. Right, so put that in there, and oops, fail. There, and there. Oh yes, Mark II miners. I noticed. I realised they were a thing, and I set up my miner assembly area to work with them, and then I forgot how. I assumed they were going to be fairly complicated to make, and we weren't going to have them for quite a while, rather than actually, seeing if we could use them. Mining drill. Is it this one? It's mining productivity. Big mining drill. Electric mining drill Mark III. Oh, we've researched mining drill Mark II. That's just steel gear wheels and rare metals. That's probably, yeah, that is worth doing. Good shout, Madman. Yes, we should be doing that. Can we get some rare metals on the bus, please?
Yep. I'll do that after sorting out this drop-off station. It
Cool.
is just upsetting everything.
Upsetting everybody.
Well, it's not upsetting everything as badly as it was.
Phew. I saw that number going down to 1 belt left, and I thought, oh no, I've run out of belts as well. This is going to be mildly annoying. But no, it was just the number in that particular stack. Bad tree.
I've liberated 4 million iron across these two patches here next to each other.
Nice.
Just saying. If someone, Tristan, wants to bring a train over here.
I'll set some stuff up for the bot, Mike,
All right,
to
so
build it
Sounds good.
what's getting destroyed? We've just owned damaged turret, so it's not so bad.
over there.
Have we got repair packs being taken to outposts yet?
No.
Okay. That would be a useful. Final design.
I'll just run straight through another copper mine.
Let's here make this really, really easy to attack.
Yeah,
Where are you now? Are you
feels
there?
unsportsmanlike.
Oh yeah.
It genuinely does. They've all got to run around the sides onto my turrets, whilst I can just slowly walk forwards.
Yep, that's quite a good. That's a good position. I'm impressed
Thank
with
you.
that.
I was proud of it when I selected it for its tactical or its strategic value.
Okay, so I can put that there, and then I can get rid of all of these.
So it's just far enough forward to shoot
Yeah,
at the spitters
like
that come
that.
up to the
There we
ring.
go.
Almost like I
nice.
apply brain.
Almost.
Almost. As we all know, I have no brain.
If
It
I
turns out
only
you
had
don't
a
need one.
brain. Diddly 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 dee.
So as demonstrated by Laurence, our longtime fan of space exploration, you don't need a brain to play Factorio. Ayo, that felt cheap, if I'm honest.
Speaking of Mike and what was it?
I
I don't know. I don't think I'd want to buy an entire mic. I wouldn't know what to do with it. I tend to just borrow it for the for the Monday
Yeah,
streams.
You can only have so much awesome, can't you?
I'm always intrigued by the similarity between the words awesome and awful, and now I think I see why. In fact, I think the correct line there, actually, now that I've had an extra couple of seconds to think about it, is yes, you're so awesome, you're absolutely full of it. And that works on 2 levels as well. I don't have a station. That's unhelpful.
That's slightly critical for making stations.
Yeah, turns out it helps. Yeah, who knew?
I had a suspicion.
One day we'll have a blueprint for an entire station or an entire mine or something like that, and I'll be able to use the logistics request system. Just say, "Hey, bring me all of the stuff I need for making a station," and it will do so. And then it'll be really, really easy. But today's not that day. Nope. Do you need? I don't know whether you need an umbrella defense in an asteroid belt.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, we've got conflicting answers there. So, to be honest, you don't need an umbrella defense anywhere until you get warned that you're going to have a coronal mass ejection there. So,
Speaking of which,
oh, my Robopool range is really small. That explains it. How small is it?
We're going to get a coronal mass ejection
Okay.
on Norvis in the not that distant future.
We've got a day.
That's not that far away.
I hope that's not a
No,
Northern
it's
day.
not.
The umbrella defense also requires the rocket, the yellow science. Right, this also needs to be linked into the power, like so.
It also needs a lot of power.
Yeah.
The umbrella defense, yes, that's true.
Yeah.
Conveniently, despite the fact I've just come in and dropped down a large number of drills, we don't seem to be over exerting the power supply at the moment, which is nice. How are you doing? You are gradually decreasing in quantity. Okay, good. I was wondering whether I was going to need to put in more belts along here. Actually, it is going to speed up a bit when I put the rest of these drills in, and even more so if we upgrade to tier 2 drills. But then I can put more belts in or faster belts in and that sort of stuff. So when you say my voice is noticeably softer, presumably you mean compared to the in-game audio, because if it's just the absolute volume, then the obvious answer is turn your volume up. But so do you mean the game is a bit too loud? Because I can if it's difficult to tell what we're saying, I can certainly turn the game volume down a bit. You definitely get. Yes, you definitely get meteor attacks in asteroid fields because asteroid belts, because I definitely had one of those. Took out one of my uranium mines, but I don't know if you get coronal mass ejection ones. Yes, in asteroid defenses are blowing up the asteroids in orbit. That's interesting. I knew the coronal mass, the umbrella defenses. You could have them in orbit or on planet, and it would defend the whole. It would defend both. I'd forgotten or couldn't remember whether it worked for the other bit as well. Okay, audio's fine. Good. Right, we don't have anything in the rocket yet. We are still waiting for the fuel to come through in order to make the satellite though. So presumably the rocket is not grabbing. Yeah, the launch pad. Ooh, here comes some stuff. The launch pad is not loading in more fuel into here, so we can just wait for it to come along here, and it'll get grabbed by this, like that. There we go. So we're now at 25. How do we use it? 40, 50. So halfway there on the rocket fuel. These bots are really noisy.
Another song reference.
Probably. I know there is enough random miscellaneous musical nonsense going on in my life that I do tend to put it. But the song references find their way in. Not quite so much as Al does, although mine's more musical theatre. His is more probably 80s pop songs, I guess. Hey Vin Shady, thank you. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm going to do more DIY projects when I have the time, basically, and also when I have the energy. I've been a bit lazy recently because I don't know, life has been busy mostly. But I do have a couple of ideas for fairly major things I want to do, and one of them I definitely have to do before Christmas because I have intentions of making Christmas presents from it. So yeah, there'll be some more. There will be more DIY videos, definitely. Just not necessarily immediately. It's a case of when I have as I say, when I have the time, the brain space, all that sort of stuff. Let's be mean to the bots and fly off and get some more drills. What do I do for a living? I'm a tech author, so I basically write manuals for a piece of medical software, or I'm one of the team who do so. Where were the drills? They're over here somewhere. So although I'm an electronic engineer by training, I guess, or by degree. I thought you said this is 200. Oh, 400. Okay, cool. That was actually what you said. Now, come to think of it. I could add a second fuel refinery and have. Well, I've got slightly more than one fuel refinery's worth of ammonia, but I've definitely not got 2 fuel refineries worth of ammonia. So, yes, technically the fuel refinery is the bottleneck at the moment. And if I put in another one there like this, in fact, not like that, like this, plump.
Laurence.
Hello.
You asked for something on the bus, and I can't remember what.
Rare metals.
Ah, yes, rare metals. That's the one.
Because I was going to start making the Mark II mining drills. Although that said, I've now basically built up an entire thing over here with the Mark Is. So yeah. Exactly. If I put in that one, so now the electrolyzers will be the bottleneck again. But then electrolyzers are kind of expected to be the bottleneck, so I don't feel too. It feels like that's returning things to the way they should be. Blub, 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 blub. Right, there we go. That's completed this. Oh, I didn't bring a station. Rage.
Add a request to your
Yeah.
logistics thing.
I don't want to.
Always.
I suppose there's no harm in having a full stack of stations. There's only 10 of them, so.
If you put the upper limit as 10 as well, then you won't get the 11th one. It just takes it.
True. Let's put it between 5 and 10. That seems like a reasonable number. Now, presumably,
Also
this is gradually ticking upwards now because I've increased the rate it's coming through at. Yes, that is going upwards, but very, very slowly. I think I'm okay with that. We've got a little bit of extra storage space in the warehouse here. At some point in the future, I will probably improve this to have. In fact, let's go and get the tier 2 mining drills up and running, and then I can go back over there. I can upgrade everything to a tier 2. Why is that? Why are some of these machines not running? Is it just because we have? No, we can't be full of stuff. Why are you sad? Oh no, you are running. You just weren't. Oh,
Is
the
there a
animation
way of
kicks in the
moving
next.
the UI to the top of the screen rather than like the tool belt thing? Because it's covering the bases I'm trying to shoot.
I am not
You could
aware
control
of a way.
minus to shrink it. That's got to be the minus on the numpad.
That's a very
Thank
good
you.
point,
No.
Alexander. Yes, you could. Yes, I could use. I could have blue belts going in and some yellow and some blue coming out, or something like that. That's a very good point. Yeah, and I think it's probably more reliable. It also does belt side balancing as well, which is quite nice. What am I looking for? Oh, yes, I'm looking for the drills.
Tristan, could you do a sulfurous drop-off station as well?
On the bus.
On the bus, yeah?
Yep.
I'm gonna disconnect the old sulfur and connecting then the new one.
I feel like I want to rush the ability to complete sentences. No, I want to rush having. No, I really do want to rush the ability to complete sentences. I want to try and get the night vision up and running because this is getting annoying. I can't see. Although we have done it. Okay, well, we don't need to rush that. Then I can just make myself one. Oh, but I won't have any room in my armor for it because I've only got the small modular armor, and it's probably a 2x2, and there isn't room for any more 2x2 stuff in my inventory. And I don't think there's. Yeah, I kind of need all these things in there. All right, forget that idea. Then I'm just going to have to cope with being in the dark for a bit longer. Right, mining drill, Mark II, that one. So we need cogs and we need rare metal. We need steel cogs specifically, and we need rare metals. If I upgrade to Mark II on the miners, the belts won't give you. You might be right. In fact, you probably are. Yeah, am I going to be able to look at? Oh, I can look at this. That's true. That's a good point, actually. These belts are basically full. Now the ones around the edges could be upgraded, but yeah, all right. Let's just leave that mine as that patch as it is. For now, and I'll come out and do this one as well. And I think, but yes, I think you're right. I'll do this with the Mark 1 mining drills because there's probably no need to have the Mark 2s. There are some worms over here that I might need to deal with, so let's get some ammunition for that as well. Where's the ammunition kept? There's a box. What are you? No, your rifle magazines. Are we not making armor-piercing sniper ammo?
We are not.
Okay. That seems like an obvious thing that we might want, but sure.
Yep.
Okay.
Ooh, wrong gun.
What does it require? Normal and steel plates. Oh, that's why we're not, because we're very, very short of steel. It seems like a reasonable reason. I mean, I could start making it anyway. Steel isn't a solved problem yet, is it? No, I don't.
Not really, no, because we need more iron ore.
Oh, right, okay. We just don't have an... Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, we just don't have enough iron ore coming in, do we? Yeah. I could put that over there. But I put down there. That isn't enough. Madman is suggesting distractor robots. Apparently they're quite good.
They are, yes.
I'm feeling Mike is distracted enough.
They require armor-piercing pistol magazines.
Oh. Well, that isn't a thing we've been making. But, I mean, we probably could.
Oh, that's within our technical capabilities.
Just... What's that? Do you ever get that thing where you're halfway through a build and and then you put down a load of stuff and then you realise you've completely forgotten what it is you're actually trying to build, or is that just me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Had that with the station I was building. I built the station, then couldn't remember what it was for.
Okay, glad it's not just me. Ooh, there's there's 4 colours of sniper rifle ammunition. Lovely. Okay, I've now set up a machine to make the red sniper ammunition. Would you like me to leave the machine that is leave the yellow sniper ammunition available as well, or do you reckon that will now completely replace it for your purposes, Mike?
It will completely replace it for my purposes. Thank you.
Okay, in that case, I shall pick up that chest and put all of this. Not put all of this in here because there isn't room for it. Of course there isn't. That'd be far too useful. I mean, the rate we're going to get through this stuff, I think it's probably going to be fine not to worry about the prioritization. Let's do that. 11 magazines might actually be enough for this, I think. So I should now have some stations. Yes, I've got the 5 stations I requested. And I'm going to need a load. I've got 177 mining drills. That's probably not going to be enough. What button am I looking for? That button. J for jetpack. So over here. Yeah, sure. Take all of those. That's probably going to be enough. How many belts have we got? Not got a lot of belts. Let's get some more belts before I go off and do another. What are all those bots doing? Oh, they're unloading Marc. Okay, fair enough. I've got a load of rail. That's fine. Got lots of belts. Got some undergrounds. Got some warehouses.
And Tristan,
Right, I think I'm good to go off and make another
probably
drip.
as well.
Mine.
You're at it.
Plastic was that?
Yeah, plastic.
Yep.
Okay. Nice. Right, so this now just needs a what's the name in here, like that. Oh, and I need to make a train to do this as well. That'd be useful, wouldn't it? We're not going to get far without a train. So let's. Oh, Tristan's just made one. Is that going for copper, or is it something else?
That's something else.
Okay.
I can make a copper one if you want, because I'm making several more.
Sure, if you want. I've put the blueprint down, or the ghosts down for the first one. So the station is currently called Iron Mine. Oops, but it's not wired in, so there's well, I don't know what will happen. Oh, I haven't got the I forgot about programming the mine. Oh wait, what's? Oh, is there the words? Are they have we got? No, both stations.
Over here.
So both stations are called Iron Mine. Okay, so both stations are called Iron Mine. Does that mean they turn on and off? No, they don't seem to. No, there's no turn on and off logic.
No, we didn't have circuits when those were set up.
Ah, right. Okay, that explains why I didn't have anything there.
Where I pinged, grab the circuitry from there.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Yes, I'd completely forgotten about doing that. That's a good advice.
And yes, that is an arithmetic combinator that is doing it multiplied by 1.
Okay, I hadn't looked that far yet. Right, so. Oh, I don't have any constants. I can make 1, fortunately. Are these combinators things that are being made automatically?
Don't think so. Would you like me to... Oh no, I'm not actually over there. I was going to say, would you like me to put one in the train that's going to go over to the copper mine? I'm near the bus anyway, so I can do that.
No, I had 1. That's fine, thank you.
Okay.
So there's 1 sulfur in there that gets passed through here, and as you say, multiplied by 1, and then passed onto here and divided by 4,000 and put into the input. It might as well be. Are you making? That should be 8,000. No, shouldn't be. It should be 4,000 because it's split because it's copper because it's ores and that only stacks up to 550. So that's okay. Yes.
So there's actually 0 sulfur in that combinator. That's that's a potentially set that as a negative to say maintain this much before you let a train come out to pick stuff up.
Oh, okay. All right. Saving. And so this should be copper ore. There we go. So I need power for those as well, like that. So now you should have a train limit of 13. Good. I'll have 13 of your finest. 13. That's not right. Oh, yes, it
That
is.
seems a bit
Yes,
low.
that is right. Well, the warehouses aren't full. They've only got 13,000 in them. They're only half full each.
So each warehouse has 13 wagons.
No, there has a set a train limit of 13. So there's 13 wagons worth of 13 trains worth of copper ore in the station.
That seems high because that means a single single warehouse has 13 times 40.
Yeah, that's wrong. That should be an 8k, I think. That's probably better. Train limit is now 7. Okay. Yeah. Oh. No. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, because yes, it's 2,000 in each wagon. So now these are at 14,000 each. Then there's room. Then there's seven wagons worth in each warehouse. Yep, that's. I'm pretty. I believe that's now probably correct. Train is manually stopped. Are you still work? Oh, yeah, we finished working on it. Excellent. Right. I shall head off and make the other mine now. This one's finished. Yeah, it's easy to. It's sort of the multiplication equivalent of an off by one error. Oh, this is kind of creepy. There's some skulls on the map in the area I've just gone into. So this is clearly a dangerous area. So let's make sure I'm using the sniper rifle and not the Yeetamabob. Eight rifle rounds to take out a medium worm.
Oh, the collection stations aren't set up for 4 wagons currently.
Collection.
I'll go deal with that.
Collection.
The drop off.
Oh, drop off. Right. Okay. In the. Gotcha.
For the smeltery.
Oop! I hit a tree. Oh, I haven't finished that one. Just keep hitting trees. There we go. Right, that's the last one. I should probably harvest this creep while I'm here. Creeper majigger. Yoink. 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 Yum. That makes a lovely sound when you pick it up, doesn't it? So. Right. Let's build this through the magic of copy and paste. So we've got this mine here. If I take this yeah, whatever, this part of it, chunk of it like that, that'll do. And we'll put it everywhere. So chunk like that, and then try and line up the what's names, like that. Try and line up the what's the word I'm looking for? Pylons. That's the word I'm looking for. Line the pylons up so it doesn't get, so you don't get a mess of everything all over the place. I can't really see what I'm doing very well. There's too much. I don't know what, but whatever it is, I can't see through it.
Have you tried zooming in?
No, zooming in wouldn't really help because then I wouldn't be able to see the whole area I'm trying to build. Although that said, I was zoomed out further than I needed to be. Let's do the easy bits manually, like that and that. Oop, that's far further than it needed to be. Jump, whee, unjump. Okay, it is nice and easy to produce a mine once you've got the bots. It's just it's just so easy being able to drop in and copy and paste your previous mine over the top into an area and go, yep, that'll do nicely.
Have you considered going into the blueprint thing that we've got and just creating a massive array of miners?
I haven't really. It's not a bad idea. I'm trying to think whether it's a good idea.
If you do it in the
mean-
blueprint, the sandbox thing, then you can have a massive ore field.
Yes.
So you can actually place them everywhere
Thank you for the sub,
want.
Ed. Much appreciated. Good to have you
Yeah,
back.
that's
Or still here.
kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah.
You can have like a 50 by 50 block of them.
Yeah, and there's such a thing as too big because you then have the fiddliness of having to then go in and move the belts around and clean up around the edges. But it's probably still worthwhile and useful. To be honest, I used to do the sort of the more compact one with the underground. I mean, there's various different ones. There's one where you just bump these guys a little bit closer together and then use underground belts on here and put the power pole in the middle, which does mean you get slightly more mining drills in your area. Yes, that's certainly true. And I used to do that all the time that was my standard mining drill build. And then I just decided that I actually didn't care. It didn't really gain enough to be worth the faff of building it. So I just stopped bothering. So it is something I have used in the past, but don't bother with anymore, basically.
It's a higher rate, but you don't get more out of the mine or anything.
No. The other one that is quite cool is the one using blue underground belts and staggering the mining drills, and that's for later on when you've got massive ore patches and massive mining productivity research done. In vanilla, you wouldn't get to that stage in space exploration, I don't think. Because that allows you to then get in, just pull enormous amounts of basically run your mine much faster than you can in any sort of normal with any other methodology words. It allows you to run your mine much faster and get many more belts of ore out of it for the same sort of size and space and area. I've never actually built one of those, but I've seen screenshots on the internet. Oh, I'm not going to have the constant combinator or the arithmetic combinators to finish this. Yeah, but I'll be able to do the rest of it. There's a meteor right in the middle of here. There we go. Let's get rid of that. That was the one that did all that damage to the track that I repaired just now. Right. Yep. Got the signals on that one. This station is also called Copper Mine. I think we could probably have several more trains that are going to Copper Mine.
Okay.
Well, certainly have 2 trains doing it. Actually, come to think of it, these mines should probably max out at a single train because they don't have stackers. So if we ever do get 7 trains trying to come out to that mine,
yeah, if you haven't put a stacker in,
we're going to get mass congestion. Yeah, so actually I should reprogram them to say if greater than limit to 1, but rather than the more complicated version. Okay. So we want a decider combinator for that. So we want to just get rid of all of this stuff. Put in a decider combinator. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Where is it? There it is. And hook it up like this. And say if copper ore is greater than, what did we say? We said 8,000. Did we say 8,000? I can't remember. I think we did. Might have been 4,000. Either way, I don't care. Then output 1L. L1. You are to train limit at 1L. Oh, second train's built already. Thank you. So they're probably not ever actually going to make it out to this mine because the other one is mining so quickly that I think it's going to there's always going to be more ore available. Oh, actually, no. Maybe with the train limits will cause a train to come down here at some point. At the very least, then it's useful having that in there because it means when we do finally exhaust the slightly closer mine, it'll then start to use a slightly further away mine.
Tristan, the Mr. Beast one is the plastic one, right?
Yes.
Okay, put that there and say if.
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about.
Is greater than
the bus drop-off station for plastic.
Then
yeah, it needs programming.
1.
Yeah.
L. There we go, and then wire it back in again because I
Was
pulled those wires up.
now.
Right, there we go.
Cool.
Oh yeah, it's the old I read it on. I saw it on the internet, so it must be true. So how does train limit work? Train limit says in general, a train limit limits the number of trains that are allowed to go to a station or are allowed to be trying to go to a station at once. So in the older versions of Factorio, we didn't have this. So you could end up with multiple trains trying to get to the same station at the same time, and if you don't have a stacker, that could cause issues. Whereas this, because the train limit is set to 1, you can never have more than one train trying to get to this station at a time. So the other copper ore collecting train won't try and come here, even though it's the nearest station called Copper Mine. So that makes it safer. What we've done specifically in this game is we've got this thing here looking at how much copper ore there is in these warehouses, and if there's enough to fill a train. In fact, this might be, I think this is twice the amount needed to fill a train. Oh no, it is the amount to fill a train. I should probably increase that then. Then it'll output one L signal. The L signal is then passed on to here, and we're using this set train limit here option here in the station to set the train limit to whatever is on the L signal. So in this case, because we're outputting one L, it sets the train limit to 1. There we go. Yeah, and it is when LTN was almost vital in the old days before we had train limits in this game. But now that we do have train limits, the only thing you really need the only thing you need LTN for is to reduce the number of trains you've got, or to have some of the clever multiple pickup drop-off stuff. Would be a bit multiple pickup would be, I think, probably impossible without LTN. Multiple drop-off we could still do though. And as far as fueling goes, well, the answer to that is for places like here, where this is a central point where lots and lots of trains go to. So you just refuel your trains when they come here. We've got the belts going around here, loading fuel into the trains. It's fairly straightforward. So we have it down here on the bus drop-off, up here on the smeltery pickup and drop-off. So all of these have got refueling points as well. And you have to be a little bit careful. So at the moment, I've been in the process of making this green circuit production facility, which is now working. Nice. I approve of that. Only half working. Oh, the copper carrying trains are short trains, not long trains. Okay, I hadn't really taken that into account, but never mind. Yeah, so this one is one where we'll need to be a little bit careful, because if we have green circuits being taken from here to somewhere else that's using green circuits but isn't the main bus, then the trains might end up not getting any fuel from either of the stations they go to and could theoretically run out. But as long as we're a little bit careful, it should be okay. I'm fully aware I'm couching this with lots of weasel words because it might not be okay, but we can hope.
Laurence?
Yes.
Rockets waiting to launch.
Ooh, yes, of course. That would be done now, wouldn't it? Yes, because we've taken quite a long time. I'll go over and I'll go over and launch it because I want to stand next to it and go, look at the rocket. And anyone else who wants to come over and point and stare can also is welcome as well, of course. Oh yes, prioritization. Yes, that's a good point. The prioritization is I've got a load of random ores and things. Prioritization is a slightly tricky thing without LTN. So what we've actually done for that, I'll go into in a minute once we've launched the rocket. Is Mike coming as well? Are we all
I'm
here?
on my way over.
Okay, cool. In that case, I will talk about how we've done prioritization. So over here, what we've got over here, in order to prioritize things, on the copper. Use this one as an example. This is the copper ore drop-off. There are two stations feeding into the same warehouses here. We've got copper ore drop low priority and copper ore drop high priority. So the trains that go out to the mines are the low priority ones, because we want to use the other stuff first if we can. And once we actually have a supply of copper ore being brought in from other planets, we will have that be brought in and dropped off here. You're going the wrong way, Mike. We'll have that being brought in and dropped off here. And so what we've done is we've set different numbers on there aren't any on this particular station. We've set different numbers on the combinators in here, so that if there's a reasonable amount of iron ore, then we'll pull it in from the high priority station. If there's very low, if these are less than half full or something like that, then we'll pull it in on the low priority side as well. Try and get it coming on both sides. So yes, the prioritization is fantastic and very, very useful, but we've sort of botched together a way round that. Right, here we have a rocket. It has a navigation satellite in it. I'm going to hit
safety first, behind the bunker.
I've lit the blue touch paper. Now we can all retire.
We should probably put a window in this.
It's going to be overhead fairly quickly and we'll be able to see it. I think it's okay.
Ooh.
It's like November the 5th. Whoosh. And it fades out. Unlocked NavSat uplink. Hurrah! At bloomin' last. I've missed the NavSat uplink. Right. So that means I can now come back over here and continue my explanations over here, and I can switch over to the navigation satellite, and I can actually click on these things. And so we can look in here, and we're saying, if there's less, so here we go. We're saying if there's less than 16,000 iron ore, then bring trains into the low priority iron ore drop. If there's less than 32,000, bring it into the high priority side. So at the theoretical point in the future where we have massive quantities of iron ore available from coming in from everywhere, we want to use the stuff that's coming in from off planet before we use the stuff that's coming in from on planet. Then we'll have I don't know, maybe we'll have 30,000 in here, and this will cause a train to be called from the high priority side, and that will fill it up back up to 40,000, and then this won't ever call one. However, if we're still ripping through the ore at a ridiculous rate, then this will eventually drop down to below 16,000, and we'll try and call both trains in, so we'll get twice as much being brought in and found twice as quickly. Yep, Doom Rocket has gone up. We are not we are not using LTN in this save because we thought it'd be interesting not to. I mean, the default, as far as I'm concerned, there we go. The default for me is to use LTN because it makes stuff so much easier. However, this time we thought we'd give ourselves a little bit of an extra challenge and not use LTN because it seemed like fun. We need to launch one more satellite to use the Universe Explorer before we can find the weapons cache. There's no weapons cache in here. It hasn't brought them back for me. Unless Mike grabbed them very, very quickly and very, very quietly, and I don't think he could do it that quickly and quietly without having a big giggle. Tickle says, "Congratulations, you have almost finished the tutorial." That's amazing. Sorry,
Don't
Peter.
look
Yes,
back.
you did miss the rocket, but you're watching on YouTube, so you could skip backwards and then watch on 1.5 times speed until you catch up again, and you'll see it fairly soon. you'll be able to catch up that way.
Should I?
We'll launch
should I,
another one in a bit. Don't worry. Yeah,
Mike's
rocket
asking
is probably
questions
a
about
good time
cheating.
for you to go to bed. Yeah, that's understandable, Peter. All right. Well, thanks for watching, and yes.
Woo!
Yeah. Well.
Mike has decided he's being ignored, and so he's going to cheat.
What?
What do you mean cheat?
Is he doing
Long
/home?
reach.
I see. Long
To
reach
reach
in
into
combat.
Bartoness.
Not into
Well-
the it's on the. I could have run in, grabbed it, and run away again.
Yeah.
What are you grabbing and running?
The
Nothing.
weapons cache, the thing he was pinging.
Oh, I missed that completely. Sorry.
He's trying to draw attention to it, but
I
was being
saw
ignored.
somebody say weapons cache in chat. I thought they were talking about the one you get in the space station.
No, Mike now has a railgun.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's not allowed.
Oh, Laura.
No. Bad Mike. Don't make me get the rolled up newspaper. You move very quickly then, Tristan. Have you upgraded your
Yes.
grappling hook? Or,
No.
or you just got a million rocket propulsion? What?
Now's that.
Oh, that's very
I was about to
distracting.
comment on that earlier, but you were talking.
Also, your torch moves around as well. That's very strange. That is incredibly distracting. Oh dear. Okay. Can we I say can we? We should upgrade the iron ore trains to full length because this is pathetic.
Yeah.
Especially as far as I can tell, yes, we have all the infrastructure in place for unloading both sets of warehouses at the same time. So this is just a little bit silly. Shall I drop this one onto manual and someone can go over and do it manually? And by someone, I'm quite happy.
No,
That's with me. Oh, okay, all right, I won't then.
Send it over to here so it can actually be.
Yeah, Mike has now sadly found the weapons cache, I believe, and has found himself a railgun to play with. So it's probably tragic. We get to see the space, right? So yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe the railgun trumps newspaper. I'm not sure. Depends how angry I am with him. So hang on, there is this weapons cache that Mike has picked up the weapons cache, I believe. So I don't think there is another one for us to find. Well, as far as I'm aware, there isn't another one for us to find, unless.
Do you want to see an example of this thing working in action?
I do, but I just got chat constantly talking about the weapons cache, and I'm wondering whether they're just a little bit out of date. Yes, go on, show me the weapons cache, show me the railgun then.
Are you looking?
I am looking at you.
Oh, see. That base there.
Nice. Now you know what you're doing wrong here. You're not lining them up so you can get to multiple things with a single shot. Okay, that time you did.
Rifle, is he?
Yeah, I mean, there's no. If you're going to use presumably the railgun has relatively limited ammunition until we find.
It's got about 12,000 shots by my calculations.
Oh,
However,
okay.
I just noticed the number of biters that are heading this way.
That is quite a lot of biters. They don't seem that well. They're having a little bit of a discussion in the forest first. Oh, and they've decided they're not interested in you.
Did
I mean,
he
this
get
kind of
back
vibe-
or grappling hook?
Nope.
No, I don't think so. Oh, this time they're chasing him. And the turrets are just ripping through them like butter, to be quite honest with you. So yeah, no more mic deaths over there, and from that, I'm afraid. Was that that's a big biter now? You got onto big ones as well as small and mediums. Oof. Oh yeah, sat nav using the navsat to watch would be much more sensible, wouldn't it? Because I can see it seems to have gone basically all the way through the biter nests. So yeah, it's quite the range on it.
There happened an accident with the trains or something?
No, it's a temporary thing.
Okay.
While
Tristan's making them longer, presumably.
Ah, okay.
yeah,
He's
sending a train.
embiggening the trains, but he's trying to do it
I might
remotely
make-
because he's a muppet.
It works.
Yes, but you've jammed up the entire rail network. You filled it with jam. It's all sticky now. Anyway. Right, so that solved the copper crisis. Tristan is significantly improving on the iron problems in that we're now going to have twice as much being brought in each time a train comes. So that's going to double the amount of iron we have available. Copper is now actually upgraded to the point where the belts going out of the top of the storehouse are completely full. That's excellent. Which makes sense, actually, because we've got 4 solid belts coming out of these warehouses. So 4 solid belts coming out of the top of here makes sense. And this is probably going to be going up very, very gradually because this is coming in as well. So, yep, that's good. And the trains are bringing it in faster than it's being got rid of as well. So that's excellent. Now, sooner or later, we're going to get to the point where we... I see a problem here. Oh, I also see a problem. I mean, it's one I can probably fix. Well, I can fix.
No, those aren't placed.
Oh,
yet.
they aren't placed. That's the problem. They're not placed. Right. Okay.
I copy pasted them back from the iron one.
Okay. Right.
few
So
minutes ago.
somebody needs to go over there with some computeratoriums.
That
and
is on
get
my
that
list.
fixed up. Okay, so I think I've done the first thing on my list today was launch a rocket. My second thing then became get some more copper because we were very sure. Oh yes, the green circuit factory. That was what I was doing 2 hours ago. Okay, an hour and a half ago. Oh, we still haven't got enough copper coming through.
You might need to give it time to actually work through
Yeah.
the buffers. You've got a copper train on its way.
Oh, is it coming to here? Okay, that's handy.
I'm not sure actually. It was heading to the right.
Yes, it's come. Yes, it has come here. It's a silly little two wagon copper train though.
I'm gonna build a siding for extending trains.
I was going to extend it myself, but I've only got 1 wagon, so I can't. The thing is, yeah, this is not capable of running the factory at the speed I wish it to run at. However, we have made 32,000 green circuits now, so I can now come over here and do some shenaniganry with this. So this is a pickup station, so I need to copy the stuff out of that sulfur station you were talking about earlier, because I'm not gonna build this myself because I will get it wrong and then people will just have a sad with me.
It's true.
So you should not be talking about sulfur. You should be talking about green circuits. I don't think that actually does anything, but I'm going to reprogram it anyway. That multiplies everything by 1 because. And then over here we want to divide green circuits by Many
Do you have a
thousand.
stacker?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
you built it.
Okay, I hadn't actually worked out what station you were talking about.
Okay, so I think I want to make that 16,000. Nope, 8,000.
The divide by should be what's in there at the moment, I think.
What?
Because each
No.
warehouse has 40 stacks in it.
Oh, right. Oh, yes. Sorry, you're quite right. Yes, I misremembered how many
You're
was.
dividing by 32k.
Yes, I misremembered how many how many stacks went into a wagon, which is a bit of a fail. Wire. Train signal limit L. Train limit is 2 currently.
It's a nest, Mike.
Why isn't
Yep, it's in
2?
pollution.
So we've
right.
got 32,000. Oh, okay, no. So that should be 30. Yeah,
Yeah,
that should be 32.
Laurence didn't add pollution scrubbers to his mine.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I should have done that. I didn't think of that. Okay, I'll do that. That's going to need standard outpost stations, then, isn't it? So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, nearly
That's
standard.
standard, but without the ammo
Yeah.
ammo unloading. Yeah. Stackers. Oh yeah. Yes, limit it. I should limit L by the stacker size. That's very true. You're not wrong. It definitely should be limited by the stacker size. The problem is that's fiddly.
The way you probably do that is you limit the warehouse.
Oh, that could work. Yeah, although that seems... It feels wrong to do that, but it also feels like a nice, easy way of doing it. So, yes, probably. I probably agree. But so I want all of that. But not those, really. I've just noticed, by the way, we are running low on power.
Joy.
Yeah. Now, I sort of want to put it there. Half of this stuff is going to be removed. Run across the front of the train. That's a good idea as well. Yeah, let's put this in here because there's a nice convenient space, and I can remove all of. Oh wait. Oh. Let's put that back again. Actually, do that again. Because I'm going to need at least some of this. Right, we don't need the ammunition handling parts. Oop. Stop pushing me around, naughty belts. So there we go. That's
That did not work the way I
that's
thought it was
all
going to.
fine. And then down here we don't need. Oh, I've not got all of the decider combinators I need for this. Now, how many blocks have we got here of pollution? Many. I can't see the block boundaries. They're about that size. So yeah, it's going to be at least. I'm going to need to. Yeah, I'll run this all the way around the outside, and put at least half a dozen pollution scrubbers in. I think. Like this. Will that work? No, it won't. And then up here. Right. I'm not going to bother with that power generation. Although, given what I just said, maybe I should. Join that on there, and on there, and signals. Woo! Train. Why have I not got a station? Did I just accidentally delete the station? I think I did. Put the station in. What? Oh, there. Yes, there.
Is that where the belt is?
No.
Okay. Nowhere near.
No. Signals though. Do still need signals. One. No, let's put it there, I suppose. Oh, actually, this is going to cause problems with the ammo train because it's got a fuel tank on the back of it, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So let's do that. Bring it out over here instead. There we go. There's plenty of room for it, and room in case we ever extend it in the future as well. Now I need to get rid of that one because we don't care about ammo. That one doesn't seem to have anything programmed into it, so that's obviously for future expansion. And now I need to go and get some decider combinators. We still haven't automated those, have we? Deathly silence implies not. Okay. I shall do that
I
as
think my
well.
coffee's wearing off.
And constant combinators as well. That's that one. There we go. Right, so what do you actually need to make all of those things? Where are they? Down here. Right, so it's green circuits and cable, green circuits and cable, green circuits and cable. There must be somewhere that has green circuits and copper in right next to each other. And maybe even cables if we're lucky.
It's where you make green circuits.
Where am I? Red circuits as well.
True.
Oh, I suppose. Yeah. Let's be really lazy about this and just put them in here. Why do I not have it? Well, I say why do I not have any assembly machines? I know exactly why I don't have any assembly machines. It's because I haven't gotten. It's because I haven't been I haven't been told the robots to bring them to me. But it doesn't make it any better that I don't seem to have any. So that one is. Make the top one can be, which I'll just do it in the order that they are in the list. It's less than 200. That's arithmetic and decider also less than 200 and constant less than 200. Is that you getting stuff damaged, Mike?
Yep.
Okay, that's all right then. As long as it's under control. Well, as long as one of the players is aware of it, that's all that matters.
Yep, fixing it right now.
And then we need some power for these as well. Bloop. Right, there we go. Now I can just stand here for a little while, and these two bots can bring them out to me as they get made. I almost feel sorry for that bot. It's just going to be there until its battery runs out. Oh no, it's then going to charge up, and then okay, immediately, and then it'll immediately come back again. Oh, I should get rid of all this creep. In fact, creep should be in a yellow. Are you a yellow storehouse? No, you're just a normal storehouse. How much have we got? Okay, that can be. No, I can't pick it up. That could, in theory, be replaced with a yellow chest that's filtered to creepy stuff. Creepy stuff? Creepy here, creepy. What's it called? It's called biomatter, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Biomatter, there it is. Biomatter. Good, nothing went in it while I was trying to deal with it. Let's put all the biomatter in there. That gets rid of that. Then have an unloader and extend the belt up like that. Maybe put it that way around so it actually works. It's not working. I don't know why not. Let's go over and stand close enough to it that I can actually see what I'm doing. Oh no, it is working. It's just. Oh, it is only supposed to be on one side of the belt. Right. Okay. In that case, I will use an inserter. No, wait, what? How was this even working before? It must have been a belt feeding round like this. Fine, we'll do it like that then. And that's so hopefully if I get rid of that, then it'll be taken away from put into that box. Yes, it is. Good. All right, and while I'm here, I'm going to get rid of some of the nonsense that's built up in my inventory. I could do with some more repair packs. That's a good idea. Because I do keep finding things that have been damaged, so it'd be useful to have some of those. I don't want those. Don't want those. Don't need that much concrete. I don't need any concrete. Why have I got concrete? I don't need filtration plants or those at the moment. I do need these. I'm about to go out and put a load of them down. Medipacks are worth having, I think. I don't know why I've got so many steel chests. Let's get rid of some of them. I'm not going to hang around and wait for the bots to empty all. All right, I'll let these guys since they're right here. There we go. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, I don't think that's a useful idea, actually, Alexander. To hook up the signals in the stacker to the number of trains that are being invited in, because they're already taken into account. I like the idea of using it to keep track of how many trains are waiting, but I can't think of I don't think it would actually be useful. It's a nice idea, lovely idea, though. I do appreciate the idea. Right, so here we're saying if there's more than 250, then call a train. If there's less than 1, call a train. Okay, well, I suppose there's going to be a bit of excess in there, so it's probably all right, actually. I've lost Mark's weird wiry things for that. Oh, because you want one stack for multiple stations? Yeah, I can. Yeah, that could work. Makes sense. Yeah. Oh, that's simple. Let's just do that by hand. So we're saying here we want to say you read belt contents constantly. You run when... No, that's the wrong way around. You read belt contents constantly. You enable when number of filters, or, just number of everything equals 0. So hopefully if I put in some filters here, which I don't have because I've dumped them, so we'll find out if that works in a minute. Then we output that, click that to there, and we've got set train limit to green ticks, apparently. That should now call a train. And is it called outpost? It's not called outpost. Are the stations called outpost? No, they're called wall drop-off. Okay. Might as well try and get it right. Name you to wall drop-off. Yes. Oh, one of the copper trains has actually stopped in the station in the copper mine because the destination's full. The system is working, and we've got enough copper now. Excellent. So now
I think both should be full. They're just sitting there.
you're probably
doing
right, but
nothing
I'm
then.
standing right next to one of them, so I noticed it. The other one I'm not standing right next to, so I didn't notice it. Right, here we go. So now we get an unload. Oh, that's a rather obvious problem. There we go. Now, so we're unloading these, and this should let them through a bit more slowly. That's still a bit more slow. Have I broken Mark's filter thing? Because it's not working as nicely. Oh no, it's just because they're not coming in from the other side yet. So it's putting extra ones in until it fills the belt up. I better finish building this belt before the whole system jams up or fills this belt completely, and then I can go around and I can put in the actual air filters, air purifiers as I go around. I did wonder if it's because it's on a curve, but no. I think once it starts filling up the it from the other direction, then it'll be okay. I think we shall find out in a while once it's gone all the way around. However, in the meantime, I shall also put in several of these. Let's put one right over here, just in case stations are polluty. And I'll put in one up here. Oh, they need power as well. That's not a problem, though, really. In fact, why am I not putting them on the inside of the belt? Still doesn't reach, but oh, it doesn't. I suppose it doesn't actually matter. So there, and we'll have one down here, one over here. Now, what I should actually do is it F? Oh no. Oh yeah, this does show the boundaries between the blocks, so I can use this. So we need one. Oh, this is horrible. Need one about here.
You can turn most of that off, I think. I don't know how.
I suspect you can, but I think there might be another way to do it. Oh, here we go. That's right. Somewhere in here is going to then be the show chunks. Oh, it might be under C. Is it alphabetical order? No, because that'd be. I don't care. I don't need to have it perfectly at one per chunk. This will do. It will still clean up nicely. And I'm fully aware this system is now going to end up sometimes putting them on one side of the belt, sometimes putting them on the other side of the belt, but I don't actually think that matters. In fact, I know that doesn't matter, so I don't think I care. I would like belt immunity equipment. That would be very nice. But yeah, maybe we should push for researching a slightly larger armor. There we go. That's that one. Then down here. And then power for all of these. Say faster. There and there. Right, now we are scrubbing happily now. So now these have all got round here. Oh no, they haven't quite got round here yet. But my hope is that as these start to go through, no, it's still pumping them out at just a higher speed. So, let's have a look at the other one. Oh, it's the one that they go out onto, and then the next one, I think. Yeah, so that's where I've gone wrong. What I should have done is linked that one to there, told that one to do a read belt contents hold, and now this will work. They'll be spitting them out 2 at a time, which is a little bit weird, but sure. And then this one should be enabling or disabling based on everything being equal to 0, and then there shouldn't be anything at all on that one. There we go. That's how it's supposed to be set up. There we go. We've got the slightly bigger gaps in there now, which means a lot fewer wasted filters that are just sitting on here like this because I didn't set it up properly. So I'll grab all of them and I'll put them in this box down here. So at least in the future, whoop, train goes through at high speed. Yeah, in the future we won't get another train coming out to bring them out until they're actually needed. Yes, there is right. So right. Yeah. Okay. So no. It was because I was controlling this bit rather than this bit. I think that was causing the problem. I don't think the curve was the problem there. Oh, it was an option called Show Target. That might have been the one I wanted. It doesn't matter which side because I don't have ammunition on this one. It matters on the other one, the one that Marc's made. It matters because the other side of the belt has ammunition. But if I've set it up so that the empty filters come along the other side of the belt, it doesn't actually matter. They'll just go through this filtered splitter here and end up going into this chest anyway. At which point it doesn't matter at all. This is rather wasteful. This is rather silly. Oh, look, there's the end. Oh no, there's dents down there as well. I have been rather untidy about my setup here. I should have done this much more efficiently. In fact, so next time the other setup, I'll get it set. I'll get the other station that requires this. I'll set it up much more sensibly and neatly. That will do though. That's all the what's names I'm going to pick up. Okay. That train came out unnecessarily. That's a worry. I'll check that in a minute. Oh, this is annoying. So what we saying now? You've got train limit. Why have you got train limit of 1? What are you getting a green signal from? Oh, it's not wired up here properly. So that needs to go to there as well. There we go. Now it's all right. Oh yes, because I pulled out the other box from in there, so it broke the cables. And now we should have train limit of 0. Good. Okay, so that is now finally set up, and we are scrubber-dubber-dubbing the air around here. However, I need to go off and do exactly the same down by the other mine because I'm producing a lot of pollution down there as well. The big question, actually, that I should be looking into is whether I've put in enough scrubbers for the amount of pollution that's going to be being produced by all of that. We'll work at that in a moment, though. So I want all of that. Put it in down here, where it's going to be equivalent to that piece. Let's put that there like that. Yeah, that's right. Now come over here, get the bots to build it for me.
So in theory, I think you've got about half of what you need. But if the mine stops,
right,
then
okay.
they catch up.
Oh, you did the maths for me, did you?
It's 10 to 1.
Okay, that's fairly easy maths. So I did. Okay. I'll have a look. I'll have a look how many mines I've got here, and then go based on that. So this is 152. So I need to put 15 air filters round for this one. Have I got 15 air filters? I should have. Yes, I've got 42 of them. Okay. So put one over here to get the pollution from the train. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Welcome to counting with Laurence. 14, 15, and a spare one for let's put one in over here. Let's not put one in over here because it's going to be awkward with belts. Right. Finish off
I
build.
point out the thing I pinged, which you may or may not have noticed.
I did not notice the ping.
I
Oh, I see. Thank you.
was going to say, yeah, just a belt joining onto
No.
there. That's technically bad, but works fine.
Yeah.
What annoys me is clicking on a ping puts you automatically into navigation mode.
Yeah, because it might be on a different surface.
That kind of makes sense to me, but
But it means everyone can see that you're looking.
that's not a problem necessarily. Like, if you know that I'm looking at where you pinged, that doesn't bother me, because if you pinged it, you probably want me to see it.
Probably want us to, yes.
Tristan, I'm gonna remove the old oil drop station.
Cool. Yeah. We don't want to waste any of the oil, but
No, sure. We'll just burn it
just
up.
turn it round and or pipe it up. Oh, it is
Grab
being
all that
piped up.
Why are we not getting a train? No path to wall drop off. Oh, I've not finished the railway line, that's why. Fair enough. Okay, I won't complain too hard about the train not coming out here when there's a bit of railway line missing. Right, so I also will need inserters and power for this. That's slightly annoying. Because the power that's being bled out from the mine doesn't quite make it out to where the where the inserters are needed for the air purifiers. Oh, down here they do actually. This is amusing. I'm standing on the belt, so it's going around automatically building the whole thing with my bots, and I'm just going around with the navsat, placing things for it to all the other bits that it's going to need as it goes around. So those are all powered.
And
Those are powered.
refusing to
Those are
copy
powered.
paste.
Copy paste would be far more sensible, really. But I sort of started doing this, and it's just I've started, so I'll finish.
And you're ahead of where
Exactly.
you've got to. So.
Yeah. Admittedly, if it wasn't for the fact that I was doing it like this, then I would run around and do things a bit faster. But it's significantly faster to do it to run round and and have the bots sort of do their stuff. But this is working well enough. Right, there we go. Yeah, belt immunity can be turned on and off as necessary. So there we go. I'll go a little bit faster. I was going to say at this stage of the game, sometimes it's nice to stand on a belt so you move a bit faster, but that's not actually true anymore because we do have the jetpack at this point, so it would be completely unnecessary. Right, there we go. Oh, right there. Yep, there's the filters are going out round there now. And making their way round. Yep, the machines are kicking in, so that one's spinning gently. What's interesting about these is that the inner part of the device turns one way and the outer part turns in the opposite direction, which is looks a little bit odd, but maybe it's I don't know. Maybe it's no, I can't come up with a good explanation for that. It's just a slightly a weird graphical oddity. But yeah, I don't mind the odd graphical oddity. So that has
Maybe it's just temporal aliasing.
that is possible. You're suggesting they're actually spinning really, really quickly, and one is spinning slightly faster than the camera for shutter speed, and the other spinning slightly slower. That is, yes,
Yep.
it is not impossible. Even so, you'd have them spinning at different speeds, which is a little bit weird if they're both returning at all. Yes, artistic license is about right. I mean, I don't actually care. It's not actually upsetting me. It just looks slightly odd. So yeah, it is still getting dirty up here. There's still a lot of pollution up here. So as Tristan says, I probably need to go in and put in like twice as many or maybe more than that. Down here, it's not particularly dark, which is convenient, which is probably because this one hasn't been working. Actually, no, this one has been working almost as hard, but I put it down a bit later, so it's not been running for as long. But it's still running at full speed because it's still filling up this warehouse, which is nearly full, but it's not actually full yet. So, but at least down here at the bottom, the row of air purifiers down there is easily keeping up with any pollution that gets anywhere near it. So let's go up and put in some more purifying towers up the top side, top mine. Now I suppose I could just put in, I could do this, couldn't I? I put in a second one by each of these, each of the power poles I've already placed, like this. Train. I mean, it's nice to have one per chunk, but I don't think it's vital because the pollution does drift around quite a bit. So this should work just as well. I will put one in the middle of here though, because this looks like two in the middle across the middle of here though, because this looks like an awfully large area to not have any. Right, that should help a bit. So how many have I got now? Let's see, there's... If I drag across the whole thing, we can see we've got 16 air purifiers and 130 mining drills. So so this will gradually get cleaned up. It's going to take a while to get there, and we are upsetting biters out that way. So I think I'm going to put in a few extras, despite the fact that despite me saying yeah, that's enough, that'll be fine. I'm actually going to put in some more, like here, especially on the top side. Oh. Especially on the top side, because that's where the pollution is going to get to the biters. So I think having some more up here. Hey Johannes, yes, there's 4 of us in total. There's myself doing a lot of the building and sort of a lot of the bus stuff. We have Tristan who does a lot of the train stuff. We've got Marc who you're doing oil stuff at the moment. I wouldn't say you have a speciality in quite the same ways that some of the rest of us do. And then we have Mike who does a lot of the combat, the dyeing, and the smelting.
Yep.
So there we go. Here's Mike up here, currently engaged in combat with the biters, trying to. Well, that one's got confused, but other than that, he's engaged in some combat, trying to get us a bit more space to play with up this way. Where is everybody else? There.
Lags.
There's Marc down here, who's I don't know. He's extending the number of large engines we're making because we aren't making enough. Fair enough. And Tristan I don't know where he is, but he's probably playing with the train set anyway, because that's what he usually does.
Pretty much. Process fuel wasn't being produced fast enough.
Ah. Was that because there wasn't enough input or there wasn't enough processing?
The input was partway through an upgrade and then I got distracted.
Fair enough. Yep, dyeing and smelting, that seems sounds about right for Mike, I think. It's descriptive. Right, so... What's quite noticeable here is we've now got to the point where actually both of the mines have got caught up at about the same sort of time. Like this one's 2/3 full. No, sorry. Yeah, about 2/3 full. This one down here is actually this one's completely full and has come to a stop. But that makes sense because this one is the closer one. So because we're not using LTN, if you use LTN, then it does a round robin between all the stations that can provide a thing. So if you've got 3 copper mines, it'll go first the one, second one, third one, first one, second one, third one, and it'll do the same for destinations as well. So if you've got multiple places demanding the copper, it'll distribute it between them. Vanilla Factorio doesn't do that, and it will always go to the closest possible one. So it'll go out to the closest copper mine, and then it'll go to the closest place that's demanding the copper. So we'll find that this one, as long as our requirements don't go up enormously, we'll probably find that this one gets used basically 100% of the time, and then eventually we'll start using the other one down here, either when this one starts to run out to the point where it can't fill the trains up as quickly enough, or the warehouses up for quickly enough rather, or if the demand level goes so high that one train going at a time isn't sufficient. At the moment, we seem to no, it's the wrong place. Smelteries. Here we go. At the moment, we seem to have, actually, we have a decent amount of, oh no we don't. I was going to say we have a decent amount of copper. We actually don't. We have some coming through, but it's not filling up the warehouses particularly quickly. That said, this strong box is full, so I think we need more pickup warehouses down here so we can get full-size trains. All of these inserters need upgrading to green ones, although that said, we're not bringing anything on this side yet, so it doesn't actually matter. And I think we either need to have a bigger station down here so we can get the full-size trains in, or we need to start passing 2 belts into each of these warehouses, or possibly both. It's possible that they're slightly out of sync. They shouldn't be because they're both run locally. It's not like I'm doing a webcam over IP or anything like that. So the camera and the microphone should be in sync. You tell me. Actually, it does look a little bit as if the camera is lagging very slightly. Yes, I think the camera might be lagging very slightly. Sorry about that. I don't think I can do anything about that, unfortunately. Yeah. Okay. Everyone says they're out of stream. This is only about the second stream where I've had a face cam, so it hasn't been a thing I've had to worry about before. Are there any properties? Video format, color range. Oh, there's a use buffering option. I could turn that off. See if that helps. That looks better actually. There we go. I think that might have fixed it. Yes. Now my lips look in sync with it on the preview at least, which is so. Yeah, there we go. I think I fixed it. Thank you for pointing it out because I wouldn't have noticed otherwise, and I was able to find a solution. That's which is nice. Nobody complained at. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it. Nobody complained all the way through the Darkest Dungeon stream, but that's probably because there are only about 4 people watching. Ooh, that's interesting. We are now producing rocket fuel faster than it's getting used up by the rocket silo. Oh, because we've run out of low density structures. Because this is too slow. Yeah, I think the low density structures are now the bottleneck. However, oh, was it? I didn't know which one, the Darkest Dungeon one or this one. Either way, I didn't notice. I do apologise. I must have been distracted by I don't know what, but obviously I was distracted by something. Very sorry. Okay, Av. Good night. Thanks for joining, and I hope I'm glad you've. Well, I'm sure you've enjoyed the stream because you're still here, or you're only just leaving. So thank you for coming along to it, and I'll hopefully see you next time.
Good night. You know the bikes are actually slowly getting their way through that wall, and now they're attacking somewhere else as well. Why are they attacking there? Oh, it's that there.
Oh, okay.
So there's the wall there, Laurence, now has a hole in it.
Which wall? North of there,
On
presumably.
the east. So yes, it's technically that's the hole.
Oh, right. Yes. Okay. So this needs roboports, repair packs, and pollution filters. Okay, I'll head out and get all of those put in. Yeah. Okay. The first step of which is going to be to upgrade the whatchamacallit, the right. So we're going to need to put robots into a red chest, a construction bots into a red chest specifically. Oh no, I can't do that because we don't have. This is one of the few times when having oh, actually, here we go. No, this is better. What's going on here? Why is that a... Oh, enable if that's great. Okay. So what I need to do here is I need to also take bots out of there and put them onto the other side of this belt. And I think we can probably unhook that.
Tristan, we
could
need
have had any red cables.
a loop station on the bus as well.
Cables? Cables. Oop, that was more than I meant to do. 190, 200. There we go. Bring me cables. Somebody said that. Yes, they are being made. Excellent. Right, so I can now unhook that. Oop, unhook that. But I want to put the robots onto the other side of this belt. This is going to mean a lot of bots sitting on a belt, which is a shame. But c'est la vie. We're going to be using lots of those. Oh yeah, very, very close to... yes, you're right. You're quite right. We are very, very close to 24 hours played. That's quite exciting.
Average of 4 hours of stream.
A little bit more than, I guess. But yeah, because we haven't quite finished this stream yet. So yeah, yes, average is slightly over 4 hours. Wow. Oh, I'm picking up ammunition as well. I don't want that. Ah. Fine. I'll just put it in the box. There we go. Right. So what I need to do here is, well, firstly we need another. This is all a bit cramped, Mark. Actually, I'm not sure I can blame you for this because I think I might have put some of this in myself. This might have been my fault. Yeah, in fact, I think it probably is my fault. I take back my accusatory tone.
Yeah, that's yours.
So what I actually want to do with this is bring it further over here, then bring it across, and then do the belt side balancing as I was doing. Let's do it the easy way like that. Okay, so now I can put in a splitter here and say construction bots go out to the left. They'll go underneath. Oh, and there won't be room. Move all of this down a little bit. So that goes in there and like that. And then we can have an underground here like that to one of those, to one of those, and one of those. And then here I need to move the train out of the station, otherwise I'll get random nonsense being put in there when I don't want it to be. Let's reverse that up a little bit like that. Then I can go, actually I don't want that to be a deconstruction planner at all. I want to have construction bots in there. So program that up like that. And now this can only load construction bots into that slot. So now we can put the train back onto auto mode. It'll come back over to here. Right, so everything should now work as it was, exactly as it was before, except I've still got far too many, that needs to take them out. Except I've still got all these pollution filters on here that I don't want. So let's take all of, no, I only wanted to pull off the, what if alright, I'll do what was being suggested earlier about using undergrounds as side splitting. So if I do that, and then that and then a straight loader straight into a chest like that, we can then pull them off that side of the bus without just dumping them straight into my inventory and without me standing there for ages. Yeah, spaghetti always happens. I've learned to live with it, basically. And then we'll just dump them all into this chest up here, which is a bit crap, but it's just I need to get rid of all of these. I could take them all back down to the source end of the belt, I suppose. Put them into the chest down there. It is taking a rather long route for those, but so if we come down to here into this chest, we can put all of those, and then I'll do the same a couple more times as we get more. Can I see both ends at the same time? No, of course I can't. That'd make it far too easy. I admit I'm making slightly heavy weather of ways to do this, but it is. Don't get caught on. Oh, I think if you're walking and then you press J to take off, you don't keep moving. Oh no,
I think that's server lag.
Oh, might be okay. Might be lag. Okay. Right, how far along have the bots got so far? That's a lot of bots. I feel slightly silly putting this many bots on a massively long belt. Maybe I should have moved the. I could have moved the entire train, this entire train all the way over there, the entire station all the way over there. Then we'd have had a really long ammo belt instead of a really long bot belt. I'm not sure whether that'd have been better, to be quite honest with you. But still, this will eventually work. It's just a slow process because slow belts. Right. The thing is, I want to get this up and working. I'm going to need to clear this belt out as well. If I pull that one out there, and then just take out all of the filters that are on the wrong side, like that. There we go. Put them in here. Then I can just leave that running, and then use the navsat to drop that other piece of thing back in the. The bots are all going to end up in there as well if I'm not careful. So what I also need to do here is, where are filters? Put these filters off to the left as well. There we go. So
There's a snake of bots coming to see you.
this seems likely. I'm not really requesting anything at the
Northeast.
moment.
They
Oh,
look
yeah.
like they're heading straight for you.
They do. They're construction bots though.
I think they are coming to me.
I haven't tried to demolish it.
Yes.
They've just flown straight over my head. You're right. They were going almost directly towards me, but yeah, it turns out it's actually.
Constructing.
Oh, it's because Max
chest
has
thing.
demolished a chest of shame.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why there's a chest of shame there. Oh,
No
that was
idea.
my fault. That was meant to.
Who demolished the chest of shame? Sorry.
Marc has demolished a chest of shame
There you are.
by bot.
Fairly sure that wasn't who you said at first, but okay.
Sorry,
No, it wasn't.
I have trouble with your names because they sound too similar. But yeah, the
Don't
idea
worry,
was
don't worry, Kevin. We understand.
that was supposed to be stone bricks only in order to tidy them up out of the system, and I got it wrong. Sorry. Oh, actually, that's working fine. And now just get rid of that, and now I can get rid of this stuff down here like that. Right, now I can go out and start setting up the rope. Oh, we need walls up here as well, because the walls get damaged, and repair packs. Oh, where were you making repair packs, Marc?
Somewhere in the middle where all the ingredients were. Let me look for it.
That's a lot of bots. Oh dear.
There. No. Ping.
Ping.
There.
Oh, there. That's not too bad. Okay. I'll take them from. Yeah, I'll take the repair packs from there. Where are walls being made is my next question, because I mean that could be fairly nearby, because we've got very nearby. Excellent. Right, that's a lot less horrible than I feared it was going to be. I've lost it now, of course, but okay, that's good, but I don't know where I am. Okay, it's by the silicon by the temporary silicon. That's okay. A little bit over this way. There's walls and there's bots. Okay, so if I still saying I've got. Why have I got those in my inventory? Go away. Right. So if I do that and I can't shenanigan that through there. There's too much stuff happening here. How am I going to do this? I could come through here. That would work. No, it wouldn't. I have to go over one. I could use some red. I could use some red belts. I do have some red undergrounds. All right, let's do that. From there. Oh no, it's still not going. What I could do. Here's a plan. Is that. There we go. Now from here I can go under, like that. Yay!
Loaders that are filling something don't rotate round in priority. So if you look at the one that
Oh,
I
you
just
mean they don't?
pinged,
I'm fighting with the control system. I've forgotten how to set it. Change. All right, let's look at your ping. No. I can't play. How long have I spent playing this game and I just don't know how to do it? Oh, I see.
Say again? I don't get it.
Only some of the loaders are loading.
the
Yeah.
two on the right are loading. Well, now it's
all of them.
but the bottom two weren't.
The bottom two are loading slower now. The one on the right is loading
yeah.
at full speed. The bottom two are loading slowly.
Yeah.
That could be problematic.
Be right back.
Yeah.
for balance purposes. Near. There we go. Do it the other way. Okay, so now we take this north through a tree or two. No. And bring that along. Right, so where are we going to bring this in? So we've got... There's room for another 2 things there. Okay, so let's run along the bottom of this, underneath this one. Don't save, I'm trying to drag a long belt. So bring that to there and then up like that. Then we have another splitter there. And we tell this one to put repair packs on the left, for example. Repair packs... There we go. On the whichever side that was. I didn't actually pay any attention. It was on the left, okay. Then go under here like this. This should be limited to like that many. Probably less than that actually. Let's limit it to that many because otherwise we're going to have a lot of these coming through. Walls can be limited to 1,000. Repair packs can be limited to 500, I think. Then we need more of these. Bump, bump. And once again, I need to reverse the train out to reprogram it. And so here we're going to say, oh, we've got walls. Walls are already a thing. Oh, and repair packs are already a thing for it. Okay, cool. It's already been done. And yellow inserters for some reason. Okay. I mean, inserters. You often do need inserters, but having yellow ones on it seems like an odd choice. But I suppose you don't need anything better than yellow inserters. But yeah, still, never mind. Right. Okay. Let's now go off and do the next bit that needs doing. Which is going to be setting up the outposts to setting up the outposts to require all the roboty stuff, all the stuff for doing repairs, basically. So that's a buzz all the way over to the here to the area that I've managed to dirty up a bit because I forgot that I forgot the miners were dirty and that air scrubbers were a thing. I'm not used to having air purification, basically. Oh, it's a single spur going off to the over here. Okay, I mean that doesn't actually matter. Oh, this is a bit packed. So right, what I'm gonna pull up some of these wind turbines to start with, and I'm gonna have a roboport here. Then we can put in a couple of filter inserters like that. The first one, I want to only insert the robots, and they're in logistics on there. The construction bots. The second one is to only insert repair packs, because that means...
You have just lost a turret, Laurence.
Near where I am. Oh, we
Yeah.
should be bringing turrets in as well, shouldn't we? Forgot about that. Okay. And I want this to load... I'll go... Actually, I don't have any turrets. I can't fix that. Yes, I don't think I do. I do have repair packs though, so I can fix that much.
Do you need them like right now? So should I bring you some or?
It's if you do you want to stick some in the what's name train?
Train? Yeah.
Yeah, please. The ammo train. Enable when what's its output? Read robot statistics. When total construction bots T is less than 10. 20. Enable when T is less than 20. Okay, so that'll load up this with repair packs and Ujamotsits. Is this currently... Where are they? This is probably going to have power issues now because I put in a roboport. And I'm going to put in a lot more roboports. I think I'm going to have to link this up to the main network. How much power do we not have now? Yeah, we have no power here at the moment.
Yeah, with the air scrubbers, if you put them in, you have to link it up.
I haven't even put air scrubbers in yet. I've just put the roboport in, which is even worse. But this can be in construction mode because we don't need any logistics around here. So that's going to allow for significant... What? That's very unhelpful, game. I want to... Oh, actually, maybe if I get rid of that, if I copy this one, then it'll already be in the same mode. Yes, it will. Nice. Oh, well, it's nearly reaching up far enough. That's a real shame. It doesn't reach quite. It reaches most of the way up there, but not quite all the way. So
Okay, you have a
Thank
stack of turrets on the train.
thank you. Oh, you don't seem to get the full link between the full range. You can have massive construction coverage area, but you don't get the massive sort of link. It doesn't link between the roboports to that area. You still have to put the roboports a normal distance apart for them to link together. That's quite disappointing. I was Well, I say normal. Actually, no, they are quite a lot further apart than the normal distance. I think, but it's not quite as far apart as the construction area suggests. Right, let's link this up to the proper power network now, before I start doing other stuff like the air purifiers. There we go. How are we doing for power? Okay, so did somebody build some more power supply then? Because
Yes.
we're okay, cool. Because I noticed we were rather low earlier, and now we aren't, and I'd forgotten about it, and then I checked again, and it had been fixed, which is the wonder of playing a multiplayer game. I don't see your combo. Oh, you've just gone straight if there's less than 50 ammunition. Ah, cunning. Right. Although that can't last. We now need to go slightly more complicated. What do you wind tip? Okay, so I think we can only have room for 2 of these at the moment. So we'll get rid of all of this. Like that, and just fill my ammunition. Oh, it's not that much ammunition actually. That's okay. I can deal with that sort of quantity. We don't want ammo on the other side of the belt though, because we're going to use that for things and reasons. So put in another chest here, and wait, this is the complicated bit. So we're going to have a belt coming. Oh, here's the thank you. I'll take the turrets from that. Yeah, that's fine. That's working as expected. So now get some idle time, and that can. Right, yes, the repair has happened. I shall go out and do the other little bits though. There we go. Right, we're now re-turreted over there, so that area should now be defended properly. But yes, I do still need to think about the air purifiers. So let's see. Drop off the whatchamacallit here. The filters. Unload the filters here. Are they in here? In here? Okay. They are in here. I just couldn't find them. Okay, so we'll unload the filters into this box, which we only want like 50, because more than that would be ridiculously excessive. Then we can unload them, and then just copy Marc's other previous design, because I can't bother to try and think it through myself. Oh, I've got things the opposite way around from before, but okay. Let's turn the station off for now. There we go.
We have a temporary power shortage again because I have to switch the burning oil from the old place to the new one.
You're carrying a bunch of power
The
stations.
generators.
Okay. Right, so that's basically okay. We just need to put the ammo in here and in here, so the train doesn't need to drop quite as much off. Why are these limits seem to be set rather high? Drop that down.
I assume you're going to add a load of air purifiers around it.
Yes.
I meant Marc.
Oh, Marc. Okay.
Yeah.
You adding purifiers to whatever you're doing is probably worthwhile as well.
Yeah, I think putting in the purifiers is exactly what I come out here for. Oh, typical. The ammunition's on the wrong side of the belt from the previous design that's already here. What? I mean, it was a 50-50 chance, so of course it was the wrong way round.
Oof, under 10% power. 5% power.
Wow, that's very low power.
Oh, no, the amount we require is going up and up because we don't have enough, and so internal buffers are dropping.
Okay.
And so machines are wanting more. It's misleading.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, we're down to about 1% now, according to it.
But
Oh yeah,
that could be
That's
just all
kind of
stuff that
horrific.
wasn't that much that I picked up.
Yeah,
So-
it's
let's go north first because that's a shorter
yeah,
distance.
the amount required has gone up to something like 5 times what it was.
Ouch.
Okay.
Oh no, I can't put that there. Come on, Laurence. Count. Look before you place. Right, you. I want you to send rifle ammo to the right, and not have any on the left. And then, so that means this can then come back out here.
I've finished killing a lot of biter bases.
Hooray!
Well done.
Another return belt goes down here. Ooh, still further to go. Wow, there's a lot of this. Down to here. Right, and then we have the same sort of shenaniganery again with one of these, and say keep the ammunition to yourself. Thank you for the rifle ammunition to yourself. Yep, that's good. And then we can pass this belt over here and just join it onto that one. Right, so that'll pass the filters and things around as expected and as seen elsewhere. So that should work nicely. Keep the filters circulating so we can then put them into. So I can then put down some actual air purifiers for them to use. And then up here, finally, we then need to just join them up together, like this. They're on opposite sides. That's unexpected.
Oh, the
Oh,
oil
of course they
fuel-
are, because of
the
the-
oil train
wait.
doesn't have any refill. Tristan.
Doesn't have any what?
The
Oh
oil-
yeah, I disabled it and then started trying to patch all the issues with whatever the process fuel.
We've passed 24 hours of stream. Will that count? Does that count at all? I don't know. I mean, most of us have actual lives and jobs and stuff that requires us to actually get some sleep occasionally. So I suspect we're probably not going to do a 24-hour stream in the near future. You never know.
I have a small child. I don't get the sleep thing of which you speak.
Okay, so Mike might do a 24-hour stream at some point.
Yeah, and halfway through we'll have to listen to Bob Black Sheep on repeat for 2 hours.
I'm sure there's a Twitch audience for that.
There probably is.
It probably is, actually.
So, ammunition and robots, construction bots is less than... No, wait, that won't work.
Oh.
It's T, isn't it? It's the letter T that it watches for. T, no. Let's get this the logical way around. Let's not
we'll have
start putting
to,
conditions in
manually
back.
restart the base somehow.
T. Oh dear, have we had a complete brownout? There's some wind turbines spinning near me. They're providing a bit of power. Is that enough to get things kicked back into gear? What else am I looking at? Filters, which are in here somewhere apparently, as it keeps
We'll see
telling
what
me. I keep
happens
not
when
being
some
able to
oil
find. There we go.
arrives.
Pollution filter is less
Yeah, the
than
pumps won't fill the train,
50. Why have I got so many filters? I think that's everything we're requesting here. I mean,
Where's it
or
even going?
dirty filters. Dirty. dirty filters is greater than 200, then any of these reasons will summon a train in. So that means I now need to wire this up. So that's some red cable. There we go. So we go
Oh, it's painfully
Oh.
slow.
across here, and then across here, and across the back of here, and then
Where
across
are
the front
you
of here.
loading? Tristan, may I suggest we
To
go
here.
to the separate channel?
Sure.
I've been talking too much, and they've had enough of me, and they're going off to talk to each other somewhere else, which makes sense. Right, so we want to set the train limit to green ticks. So now the train limit is 0, because we have enough of everything. We have enough filters, we have enough ammunition, we have enough bots, and we have and we have sufficiently few dirty filters. So this is now all absolutely fine. However, fly, my pretty, fly. There we go. I now need to come around here and put in more of this shenanigan. Presumably along this side, because I don't think I ever reprogrammed these to be. Yeah, they're still far. Okay, so I'll put them along the back side, which is probably good because it means they're going to be slightly more protected from biters. I should turn on the what was it? Someone pointed this out to me last time. The show the tile grid. Yeah, there we go. That's the one I wanted. So that is in this chunk. So we put another one in this chunk. We try and not get stuck on things like that. One in this chunk. And so on all the way. Forever. Oh! I need to reprogram that to be construction mode, because otherwise it's not going to pass its construction ness outside the over to the wall, which is where it's really, really, really needed. Another one there. And another one down there. And one. I'm sort of assuming that one per chunk is going to be sufficient, because in theory there shouldn't be that much pollution getting to the walls. It's only from sort of anything that's producing large amounts of pollution should have its own set of filters that will deal with it. So putting in one of these per chunk should be sufficient. I say should in a sort of a slightly in that sort of tone of voice, because you're never quite sure with this sort of thing, but it should be all right. Fingers are crossed. What do you mean no ingredients? You've got an inserter there that should pass them in. Oh, because we still not got any power. We've still not got any power, so nothing's working. Okay.
We still have no power.
Oh, good. I'm glad you like the LTN videos. Thank you. Yes, I will of course keep making those. I'm glad they're appreciated. I mean, the hardest part of making these videos, actually, if I'm being honest, is coming up with the ideas for them. So if you have any requests for other videos you'd like to see me make, then please let me know in the comments, and I'll try and make them. I've got a couple. There's been a few suggestions that have been made that are in the on the to-do list. Which I will hopefully eventually get around to doing. But for now, there's been some sort of making space exploration ones is a little tricky at the moment, because I don't have a particularly good space exploration save that I can go out and do building in. This one's coming along quite nicely. I was going to put it out here. That's what I was going to do. This one's build is coming along quite nicely, but I don't have the I don't have any space capabilities yet, so we don't have the infrastructure set up for me to really go out and make the videos that I want to make. But you know, I'm still working towards the ones that I can. So what is going on with the power?
I'm fixing it, don't worry.
Oh, good. It's not there. Despite the fact that's where everyone's looking. But
slightly hampered by the fact that I have no resources, and all the resources are in boxes elsewhere because everything's limited by logistics capacity. And with no power, I don't know where anything is. So I'm looking in random boxes to try and find stuff.
The the boxes should be where the things are made, so it shouldn't be any worse than things being just put into boxes manually. But I sense a sound of disagreement or disbelief.
Put it this way. Things like the machines are just wherever they happen to have been dumped.
Yeah, the machines are wherever they happen to be made. Yes, you're quite right. Because
No,
normally
they're not made dumped. Where people had them and gone, oh, I don't need this anymore.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Yes, there are some in those in the dump chest, but also you can if you go out looking in the in where they're actually made, you should be able to find them.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay. Good.
There aren't many there.
Oh.
Most of them are in other places.
Yeah. In theory, there should be a reasonable number to just sort of keep things. There are a reasonable number for any builds that get done, but yeah, it's what a reasonable number is does tend to change quite a lot over time.
It's a beautiful theory.
Right, so this may be some time until we get power back. So we'll find something else to discuss, shall we? So, so what sort of LTN fluids tutorial are you looking for? Because my basic and my advanced LTN tutorials do talk about doing fluid, and fluids, to be honest, are probably simpler than solids. Well, they're certainly no more complicated than solids. So if you're trying to do something with fluids that I haven't covered, then yeah, do let me know what it is, and maybe I'll be able to cover that in a future video. But at the moment, I feel like I'm not going to say I've done LTN completely, but I've done LTN up to a reasonable level of complexity. I think going any more complex with it would perhaps, I'm not going to say wouldn't help, but would be going beyond the level that I've ever found useful myself. So yeah, what are you trying to do with fluids that my tutorials don't cover? I kind of don't want to leave here. I want to stay and just keep an eye on the. Oh, oh no. Of course, we've used all of this stuff. We've not used inserters or and nothing. So nothing around here actually requires power to unload the chest. That's kind of handy. The train, however, is going to just keep turning up forever because we're. I don't know. I don't know what we're short of, but we're presumably short of something. Oh, it would have been the filters until I just dumped a load more in just then. Okay. Yeah, I kind of want to see this working before I go off and start fiddling with things elsewhere. Because I know that if I just buzz off and go and look at something else, I'll probably find that something in there hasn't worked properly and it just doesn't work. So, but I'm not going to stand there forever. So instead, let's go down here and start putting the putting repair systems in on this bottom wall as well. So down here, we will need to have, once again, we will need to have a roboport, and we need to put it in. Okay, we'll put it in here. That should work. And actually, better idea, if I go up here and I copy this, no, it isn't going to work because I need to put the inserters in a slightly different position. So I'll put them in there like that. That's fine. And then I can now use this to link that to link that to there. I can never tell whether I'm in map mode, navsat mode, or just what, and anything else. I'll put you into construction mode and read robot stats. There we go. Now that means that covers a massive area, but not quite far enough down to actually get the important stuff down here. But never mind, I can sort of extend this down here like so to there, and then actually we want to switch all of these over to just construction mode. And then put them as far away as we can, but still have a link. In fact, if we put it down here, then it gets power. So put it there. There? Are you powered? How will I know? Because there's no power. Well, I will go in and look at the. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So where are we covering now with this? We're covering up to there. Okay, so we're going to need another one of these here. And I suppose. Oh, construction mode. Is that covering in? It's not quite covering all the way to the end, but I feel like actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to remove that. I'm going to put one in a little bit further on. I'm going to put one here, so it does cover everything. And then I'm going to start laying them in based on that one instead of on the other one. This is really annoying. I can't put them in down. I can't put them down the way I want to. I can't put them down in this mode without putting a ghost down because it's a copy paste. Oh, like that. So I can put a ghost down there, but then I can't plan for the next one. And if I well, I can. Oh, I suppose I can come over and roboport it into place. Robot it into place. That does work, to be fair. And the next one will go here. And we don't need that one, I think. You know, we don't. So I can put the next one over here. And that's going to cover enough. That kit covers easily enough area because this just goes out into the sea now. Although actually, ooh, no, I do need to run this all the way around. I don't have the landfill to do that, so I'm just going to have to put them around here like this. Yeah, because we get quite a bit of extra range with the them in construction mode, like that.
Power restored.
Oh, thank you. Excellent. Put that one there. And then I can get them back down here and sort of into the area where there's actually power, like that.
There actually is power now.
Lovely.
Well, some.
Fairly lovely. Then once I've got all these down, I can then go back and reprogram the... These all ghosts. Oh, these are ghosts of the wind turbines. Okay. Fair enough, I suppose. Right, and that covers right at the end of it. Okay, come here, bot. So, now, if I fly all the way back over here, and I'm going to go round the area of damage there and use that as a test, because I think that looks like it's from a meteor, not from biters, especially given how far back it is. Oh, I'm going to need power for these ones, actually. Let's put in that there and there. And over here, same sort of thing. Big pylon there, and yeah, let's put it there instead of that wind turbine. That's fine. Don't need wind turbines really. Then over here, right? So we can come up to here. When I look at these things, so we can program this one to be watching for T being less than 20, and outputting a green tick if that is the case, which happens immediately because I haven't hooked any of this up yet. But that's fine because I want the train to come out, and then we just hook that up to there. And that should have we should now have we have no T's on the bus because we haven't brought them in yet. But you know, that's when we get some robots, it should work. We've still only got like 3/4 power. Well, maybe 80% power.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm working on that.
Okay, cool. I guess I did expand out quite hard and put in some massive mining setup, so I shouldn't be surprised that we haven't got power
miners
problems.
are the big power drain at the moment.
Oh yeah, 40 megawatts of them. That said, most of them have now... Oh no, they haven't. I was going to say most of them have stopped running, but no, they're actually both running again now. We're obviously using copper at a significant enough rate that both trains got called in to unload some. That's quite a lot of copper. But yeah, so...
Well, the power cut won't have slowed the copper processing down a huge
true,
amount.
because it's all using loaders which don't use power, and
steel furnaces.
No, but we wouldn't be able to load the furnaces because that's presumably being done by inserter.
They would be loaded slowly, so
very, very slowly. Right, here's the train with all the useful bits and pieces on. So we'll get rid of the dirty filters that we've got stocked up here just by coincidence. We'll also load a number of enormous number of repair packs in here, and we've loaded the 20 bots across, so we now have a T of 20 on there, so that's fine. But if they get damaged or destroyed rather, then we'll start summoning out more of them. So that's good. I probably should have made those different numbers actually, come to think of it. But yeah, that means we've now got the bots and the repair packs to come out and do important jobs like fixing all this damage from the meteor that hit. And then the bots will buzz off to hide in the roboports around here. Now, this does mean that if we get an attack over here and then an attack over here, there's going to be a bit of delay on getting the robots out to go and fix it. But on the other hand, if there's an attack here, if the attacks always happen here, which is fairly likely, or here or wherever it is they always happen, then the robots will already be in the right place. So I'm actually okay with that, I think. Right, so let's actually put this one up to sorry, this one up to T is less than 40. So we've got so we need to lose 20 robots before we'll actually get some more, before this will trigger and we'll pull any more out. Now we can have a look at this area up here and see and check that all of these. Yep, the air filters now seem to be working. How is the pollution? There we go. So that's working pretty effectively. It's taken a massive bite out of the pollution all the way around here. So that it cleaned up that entire area almost immediately. The problem is that the pollution is still sneaking across the lake up here, so which is why it's important to get rid of as much of it as we can at the source. As you can see down here, we've got these scrubbers. This one doesn't have any inserters. What's good? How did I miss the inserters for one of my scrubbers? Apparently I did though. So down here we're struggling to sort of keep up with the amount of pollution that's being kicked out by this mine. It's not doing too badly, but maybe it's playing a bit of catch up. Down here, this one is completely clean now. There's a little bit down here still, but basically this area is now completely clean because we've pulled back out. We've dealt with all the pollution that was producing because that mine isn't working quite as hard as this one is. Okay, let's go and fix that one pollution scrubber that isn't working. But I think, judging by the way all of this is flickering, I think we're not actually letting any pollution escape from this mine at this point, except possibly this way. So we should find that the pollution that has already escaped is going to drift back in a little bit, and we'll be able to absorb some of it back up again. Speaking of scrubbers, the fuel processor is kicking out quite a lot of pollution, as is the core mining drill over there, but I think we're not really worrying about that area quite so much. We could, if we wanted to go really all in on this, we could run a belt with scrubbers all the way around here. Because there is a belt that is already starting that, but obviously not going very far at all. But we could continue that all the way around the top of that area.
Do that with a split that drops the frequency of filters even further. So you, rather than one every belt length,
Could do
one every 10 belt lengths or something.
Yeah, I mean it would take a long time to load up all the filters, but I don't think it would matter. I think it would probably still work. Yeah. It could. No, that wouldn't work. I was going to say it could drop the filters straight back into the processing area over here on the way past, but that actually wouldn't help because you'd still need to feed them all back round again in order to get them back to the station, unless you had the train take them out and the belt brought them back again.
Yeah, if the belt's coming back, why not?
And it could do, yeah.
Actually, you could
have
that supplied from the filtered ones, the cleaned ones, rather than being provided by train.
You could, yeah. Then you'd need to have another belt going back round again, but that wouldn't be too serious. Or we just have it is practically on top of the cleaning plant already. So I was going to say we could put in a second cleaning plant up here for it to deal with them from. So I think that's a thing I'll put it on the to-do list as a consideration for the future. Northeast coastline, pass it all the way along there. Maybe. So southwest wall hasn't got them. North wall hasn't got filters yet, as far as I'm aware. Big build oil-term modules, satellite, done that. Tick. Connect new stone patch. Well, no, we've just completely ignored the to-do list and gone off and done whatever we felt like. I am pleased to announce. So where's that robot? Okay, that is So if the biters come round there and attack, they will attack an area that is going to get repaired. So that's all right. Yeah, I think that's going okay. I am, as I said, going to head up and fix that. Fix that air filter that doesn't air purifier that doesn't have any inserters on it. But then maybe I'll put in a couple more up there as well because it feels like this area is still struggling to deal with all of the pollution. There we go. Although that might make, I mean, it's possible that'll make all the difference now. It's still a bit dirty around here. So it's, another one of them here, and I don't know. the pollution is basically being dealt with apart from on this side. Let's put another one down here. Train. Where's that going? Okay. Round the turny roundy bits. Put that there. It's not going to have any power. I'm going to need to move this pylon to there. Oh, but then that one doesn't. Okay, I need a second pylon. All right, we've got loads down in this area now, so this should be capable of keeping it very, very clean. Oh, it is. I should have put that in further up. All right, let's not put it there. Let's put that back where it belonged. Let's put it in up here instead, like that. Yeah. So just aiming for the areas that seem to still be quite dirty. So this area here very much so, because we've got a lot of. Oh, we haven't got any power for that one. That's why. There we go. I don't use blueprints. Well, I say I don't use blueprints. I build things in game, and then I tend to copy and paste them. So with that said, what do we have in the game blueprints library? We do have a balancer book in here. So this is just search the internet for a balancer book. You'll find out. It's the same one, probably the same one everyone uses. And we have a chunk aligned rail. Other than that, I don't really use blueprints. I don't feel the need most of the time. I can just copy and paste stuff, and that's usually okay. Occasionally you get little problems with things being pre-programmed with the wrong settings, but most of the time just copying and pasting is fine for blueprinting. I certainly don't use anyone else's blueprints, and I don't go into a game with a book full of blueprints because I feel it spoils it. I'd rather go in and actually, work on stuff and solve the problems myself. Streaming is thirsty work, and I'd forgotten it was thirsty work and hadn't been drinking. Right, let's get back over there. So let's get back to what I was doing right at the second thing I was trying to do on the stream, and go in and get some of the green circuit production boosted up a little bit. So, okay, we still don't have any copper.
It's currently heavily relying on oil, and the oil isn't coming in fast enough.
Ah.
Yeah, I just put another power production facility here. But it's currently reliant on coal, so I'm not enthusiastic.
Do we need to produce a bajillion of those biofuel facilities that Madman was talking about in the Discord?
It's the oil supply for that, isn't it?
Sorry?
Isn't that dependent on a stable oil supply?
No, it's completely self-contained. You turn oil into you use greenhouses to grow trees. You turn that into biofuel, and then you burn the biofuel to produce electricity. I think there might be an additional step in the middle of that somewhere, but basically that's how it works. And apparently you can make completely self-contained little blocks that produce power, and very little and no pollution if you shove in some air purifiers as well. Oh, and it needs water as well. So you do need an input, but it's water, which isn't too bad.
What about nuclear? How far away are we?
At least some of the spacey sciences, I think. Nuclear power requires yellow science, which is probably rocket tech card, which I think isn't too far off. So, yeah. How far are we with the space science? Well, we launched a satellite rocket, which is nice. And now I think we're probably ready to launch a second. Probably ready to launch a second one. Yes. No. No, we aren't. Yes, we are. We're ready to launch a second satellite and get the looking around the universe thing. So let's do that. Let's launch another rocket. Shoop.
I'm switching that over to processed fuel.
Right. So here we go. So ready. I'm launching another rocket, by the way, for anyone who's not paying attention. Launch. This is much less exciting because this is the second rocket, so nobody cares about this one. We launched.
I'm watching it.
Okay, everyone. Okay, you're watching it, but
Yeah.
Don't care quite as much.
In map view.
Mm.
First one live, second one in map view, third one nobody cares.
Sounds fair. Shoop. There we go. So now we have Now we will have the universe view, and I can see that we know about Calidus, so we have a sun. Great. We have Norvis and we have Norvis Orbit. Let's have a look in Norvis Orbit. Wow, that's a lot bigger than the Norvis Orbit space station was when I played it in 0.5. It's also
I thought we already knew there was a sun. I thought we determined this a couple of streams back because it got dark occasionally.
That's true. We had, yes. But now we have actual evidence. So there's a load of we've got some deep space transport belts up here. Um,
An advanced lab.
there's a radar construction pylon in the middle. That's quite nice. A lot of wrecked stuff. There's a space capsule with some goodies in it, including a space manufactory. There's a storage tank with no fluids in it. There's lots of ruins. Some flat solar panels. An electric boiler. Lovely. Ruins of a nuclear power plant. Another storage tank with nothing in it. Oh, there's some storage chests here with some
And some
sol
weapons.
some air and some fluids up there in barrels. That's quite nice.
Yeah.
Constant combinator. Lovely.
Like the blue ammo gun is like the
Oh yeah.
freezing one, right? And the green ammo one is like a biohazard thing.
Yeah.
Yes, I think so. Yes, because it's not. Yeah, it's not the Tesla gun, which is my favourite. So there's loads of space belt bits and pieces in there. I don't know what that thing. There's one of next to other than the two guns in the same one as the two guns is. It looks like some sort of. It looks like a What are the villains from? A Metroid. It looks like a Metroid.
There's ammo and 2 guns in the.
Yeah, and there's also a blob thing. There's one of. Not the recycling
Oh,
plant.
no, that's an advanced lab.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Oh right. Okay, it's changed a bit since the 0.5 then.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
It's in that chest there. Oh, there's a telescope down there.
Oh yeah. I haven't seen Dosh Doshington's space exploration videos. I watched a little bit of one of his other ones. Oh, there's a green chest up there, and 2 green chests up there. That'll make some people happy. And this, yeah, there's quite a lot of the ultra fast deep space transport belts up there. I never really used them very much in my previous play. I used them. I think I used a couple of them on one of my ships because I needed the really long undergroundiness of them in order to get something off past a load of stuff. But basically, I hardly used them because I never really had enough for it to be worth using them to transport a load of stuff quickly. But then on the flip side, I also never really had and I never got round to thinking that they were worth the cost of building them. So yeah. I think I did read through the SE 0.6 release notes, so I should have a vague idea of most of the stuff that's available. But I have a terrible memory, so I've also probably forgotten most of it.
Tristan, didn't you name the train sub intentionally, or
Which one?
the refueling at the oil?
No, I haven't named it yet.
I just did.
Okay. It didn't update the name on
Could.
mine, but there was a train
No, I can't
heading
through
to
the
a
thing
different
anyway.
one with the same name.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Right, I'm going to unload the the satellite telemetries into a chest for now, which I then intend to probably put onto the bus. The thunder's kicking in again. We're having another thunderstorm tonight, by the sounds of it. And I'm going to link that chest up to the inserter that puts the satellites in, so that if there's more than a few thousand in there, then it stops the satellite rocket silo from running. Because I'm pretty sure I ended up wasting a fair number of satellite telemetries in my last run because I just left the rocket silo firing them. So
An
yes,
unknown number because you ignored it.
yeah, basically. Yeah, so I'm going to try not to make the same mistake again. So we'll link that to that, and then we'll tell this one to enable if the telemetry data, that one, is less than, well, it's 50 per stack, so that's 500, 1,000, 2,000 in the chest. So if there's less than 1,000 in the chest, yes, less than 1,000 in the chest, then it can insert another one, and we'll keep launching them. And you are to do satellite telemetry. Yes, that one. Yeah, the last couple of nights have been very wet. We had massive, ridiculously loud thunder last night. It was possibly the loudest thunder I've ever heard in the UK, I think. I have very little evidence to back this up, but it was very loud. So yes, Stephen, I do intend to keep launching rockets until we've got 1,000. Basically, I'm going to keep launching them to keep 1,000 in that chest. And now I'm going to think about the next science, because that's always a good idea. And everything we're talking about seems to depend on this. So this is going to require electric furnaces, speed modules, the blank tech cards, and the satellite telemetries. That's not too bad. We already have electric furnaces being made gradually miles away. Can anyone remember what speed we're trying to make science cards at?
Nope.
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 Okay. All right. I'll research that myself.
The speed.
Yeah. Speed module. We need to start making the modules as was discussed quite a long time ago. Do we have massive quantities of landfill yet?
Mm,
Doubt
So,
it, because
I
we've been
mean-
buffering up.
Deathly silence.
We don't have excess rare metals. We have
Okay.
800.
I feel that perhaps the landfill and the rare metals should be prioritized similarly, because I feel like we need landfill at least as much as we need rare metals, especially given that we have, please hold, 100,000 and 105,000 rare metal ingots already in storage, and we're not exactly using them in large quantity. In fact, we haven't started using them. I know I asked for them to be put onto the bus, but I haven't actually started using them yet. Sorry.
Yeah, they are going to get.
So I think if I deprogram your belts here, will you be upset?
I would.
Just so
yes.
that, I mean, it's still going to be 2/3 of it is going to go to making the actual rare metals, and 1/3 is going to go to making landfill, which isn't exactly a huge amount.
I've currently just set it so that it all goes to landfill
Yeah. Oh, okay.
without deprogramming them.
Oh, you just turned around some of the belt.
Yeah.
You turned around the loaders. Okay.
Yeah,
So we need to wait for that to fill up, and then it'll. Okay. Sure.
but it's a
Suppose
third of
that
the way.
works too. I mean, that seems like a more complicated way than what I was going to do, which is going to be untick the enable, disable in the circuit conditions, but sure.
Yeah, I suppose just unticking that's probably okay.
Doesn't matter.
The losing the configuration is more annoying. It's then having to go. Well, how did I have it set up?
Yeah, how many was it? Oh, it was 1,000, whatever. And it's nearly there, as you say. Okay, so we get that running. Then I can build some more. I can landfill at least across the bottom of this lake here, so that the bus can go through, and then we can carry on building stuff on the other side of it, I suppose. Do we feel that's the right way to approach this? What are all these? Oh, we're putting down stone bricks on the bus. Okay, fine. Do we have enough stone bricks to be doing that? Maybe we do. Yeah, so we can then chop off the bottom of this lake so the bus can flow past it. Carry on building. We'll build yellow science in this area here, probably this area here, and then just carry on and see what we need next. And then eventually, potentially, we can go over here and we can send Mike out to take out some more of these biters. Move the wall from here to across there and across there. Well, probably across here, because that's the narrow point. And just keep extending the bus along here until we actually don't need to anymore. Or actually, more likely, we're probably going to get to about here and then go, that looks like quite a big lake, and head upwards. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes as we get out that way. Entertainingly, it's not quite as lopsided as I was thinking, but I was going to say entertainingly, it looks like the bus is going off completely in the opposite direction from all the rest of the area we've been making safe up here. So it might be a little bit silly, but never mind.
There'll be a lot of towns in the north.
You're right. There will. There's actually some copper in the green circuit production. How is the production rate? Okay, so that is very, very close to using half of the copper that's going through. Okay, so if I double this, like, what are you pinging? Oh, thank you. I wonder how that happened.
I noticed one warehouse had some stuff in and thought, that
Yeah,
seems weird.
I don't know how I got that wrong. Maybe I was dragging badly, but yeah. Okay. So what I want to do now is copy this whole shenanigan and paste in a second one up here. In fact, that can just go there. We can reuse those belts for taking the green circuit out again. I feel like I should stop leaning forwards like that because it's probably a bit more of a close-up of my face than people want. Hello, here is my forehead. Yeah, put that
I
there.
can tell that you're suddenly taking the game seriously.
No, you can tell that I'm zoomed out slightly too far and can't quite make out what I'm doing, which is slightly different. It's a sort of, I'm trying to see lots and lots of a large area, and so I zoom out, and then I realise I want to see some detail of what's happening, so I lean forwards. It sort of makes sense at the time, but because the problem is it's a webcam sort of up here on the top of the monitor. So if I lean close to the monitor, then I'm obviously also leaning close to the webcam. But because it's a webcam, it's got a really wide angle lens, so it's actually relatively close to my face normally. And then when I lean forwards, it becomes really, really close to my face, and you get that massive distortion and screen full of forehead. So
I like the way that you're describing your receding hairline as a massive distortion.
I think of the many things I might need to worry about in my life, losing my hair is, I don't think, going to be one of them.
You just accept it, so.
The irony of Mike criticising me for commenting about me losing hair.
It is known. I last had hair in 1988.
Yeah. So you know how most babies are born born more or less bald and then they grow hair later. Mike was the other way around.
It's not wrong. Did I show you guys the picture of me with hair down to my shoulders?
I'm not sure. I've got this feeling it sounds vaguely familiar, but I'm honestly not. I don't know. Wouldn't like to say for sure.
That's fair.
Because, my memory. Yay, full-size copper train. I mean, I'm sure there've been other full-size copper trains. I think the first one I've actually seen come in and drop a full 4 wagons of copper into the station. So it's rather exciting.
You do remember that it was the back one that had the warehouse that had the issue?
Oh yeah, it was. That'll be why I didn't notice, because it'll have been a short train came in and it was hidden behind I didn't notice it not being there because it was hidden behind the problem wasn't there. I didn't notice the problem because it was hidden behind a tree and it wasn't shown up when I was there and testing because a short train came in. So I didn't so there just wasn't that problem. Ooh, the sky is flickering. This is some it's not so normally, at least again in the UK, when you get lightning strikes, it's normally a lightning flash, and then a bit later you get a flash. That was a flickering. That was like 10 lightning strikes in very, very quick succession. That's quite.
Now you've mentioned that, I remember that from last night. Yeah.
Last night was doing it. Yeah, it was the same.
It was about a 10-second delay for me, and then it was just this rumble felt like something like 10 seconds.
Yeah, I'm going to look at the lightning map because I find this sort of thing exciting because I'm a massive nerd.
It is 11:15, by the way.
So it is. So we should probably stop. I'm wondering whether I should turn this into a lightning map stream, but that seems a little bit silly. And also it's loading very, very slowly. It must be everybody's looking at the map. Going, bloody hell, what's that? Oh, it's quite a long way away from me, but there are a lot of them. That's a good. How far is that? Is there a scale on this map? Yes, that's 10 miles. It's about 25 miles away at the moment, and well, we'll see whether it gets closer or not. Right, there we go. I've probably roughly doubled the amount of green circuits I'm producing. However, I'm pretty sure there isn't actually a train to come and pick them up. And if there was a train to come and pick them up, I don't even know if we have a station to drop them off at. So, yeah, that might be a little bit unnecessary.
We do not currently.
Right. Okay, so another thing for your to-do list, although you seem to be running out of land to put them on, is going to be a green circuit drop-off station. You could possibly put in a second row of them above there, and it's going to be a bit awkward to squeeze the belts through. I feel like there is just about room, but not quite. Yeah, not quite. If we assume that we're not going to need more than 2 belts worth, you could shrink that down a little bit by having only 1 belt coming out of each warehouse and feeding into a strong box. for the balancing, but it's probably not worth it. You might as well just carry on building outwards to the
We've
west.
discovered that the
I
balancing
guess.
doesn't work quite as well as
Yeah, that's
as
true.
ideal.
Fair point.
I'll stick with this design.
Yeah, just keep. Yeah, there's no reason we
Oh,
can't
yeah.
just keep going out to the west. At
I
least
still
for a
need to
few
fix
more.
that bit because someone left a whole load of pylons there.
Oh, I see. So they did.
And I just pasted on top of it.
Or actually, what? No, there's a bit too much stuff. I was going to say you could put in another series of them underneath, but again, that would just get in the way of all the existing belts, so it might not be worth it. I think we're just going to have to resign ourselves to the fact that we're going to have an enormous bus drop-off station series F area thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I've hidden chat. There's chat back. Okay, so how we? Ooh, I wonder if we've got how are we doing with another rocket. Finished 2 rockets so far, and we're 86%
Has
for
someone
the third one.
snipped the power? No, I'm just stupid. Never mind. Ignore me.
Who said that?
That was slightly concerning because I was fiddling with power.
Hey, Oniku, welcome, and woo to you too. Oh, you can see we've been coming through here and just moving stuff around and ripping things out because there's a point here where the belt just has two splitters on it for no apparent reason and then goes off sideways. And then goes all the way down here to come all the way back up here again. Though because we're still making copper here because this copper ore patch down here has still got 41,000 in. That's actually not a bad amount of copper. I feel like I should go down here and replace these with Mark II mining drills. Lots of hype and food. No, it's far too late for dinner, Yamakara. Although yes, there is spaghetti. Okay, yes, sorry, I should have spotted that one much more quickly. It probably is time to stop if I don't look at that and go, oh yes, to spaghetti. I mean, the thing is, this was probably quite a neat setup when we originally started. It's been sort of replaced and upgraded and cobbled and tweaked and things like that. Oh, thank you. I didn't. That's odd. I'm supposed to get a noise when I get raided. I didn't hear that. But thank you very much appreciated. I wonder why I didn't. Why it didn't make a loud noise. But thank you. Yes, very much appreciated. Are you another Factorio streamer then, Yamakara? That seems like the obvious reason for you to have come along with all of your people, or are you just sort of just going around investigating other streams to see what people are doing? I mean, either sounds like a good way of doing it. Okay. Are you playing vanilla or have you got one of the mod packs on? How we do lots of that. Good, another delivery of copper. So yeah, we're doing Factorio with space exploration and Krastorio² for the sort of the maximum. Yeah, you should play but space exploration is great. We are playing it, as I say, with Krastorio² added in as well, just for sort of the extra complications in the early game and to make things a little bit more difficult and a bit more exciting. Because there's 4 of us, so when you've got 4 people, you need to have a bit of a. You need to do something to make things a little bit more tricky. But then it does mean we can have different people specialising in different areas. So we've got me building out along the bus, and we managed to launch our first 2 rockets earlier today, and we're 90% of the way to the next one, so that's going quite well. Then we've got other people who are going around doing the trains and the mining and the dying, and breaking the power as well. So what else? Okay, thank you. Yeah, yes, it's going pretty well so far. Oh, now we've got silicon. Oh, has the silicon made it onto to a drop off? Yes, it has. Has it made it onto the bus? No, it hasn't.
No.
That's something I want to go and fit because that's been a thing that we've just not had enough of for ages. And down here we've got this ridiculously ugly silicon smelting system. I mean, to be fair, it works. It's just a bit crap and a bit ugly and a bit in the wrong place. So let's cut that off there and then start pulling all of this up. And then from here, right, if I demolish all of this, whoop, beware of low-flying
we
Mike.
now have scrubbers at the west wall.
It's all right. You didn't hit anything. You just flew straight over the top. It was just, what's he doing there?
I blame the air traffic control system, which hasn't yet been installed.
Whose job was installing air traffic control? Own up now.
Pete's. It's all Pete's fault.
Yeah, Pete would make sense for air traffic control, wouldn't he? Actually, but yeah. So yeah, let's blame Pete. He is the plain nut of the group. Who's just happens to not be playing in this particular game. Right, so we can get rid of a chunk of this as well, and I'm now going to fix my bus, which has been going round an area of stuff. No, don't do that. So we pass that through there, and then along here. So we're going to need the inserter in and a splitter in like that, and that can go across there. Do the same here like this, but let's not put the red circuits on that because that would be bad. TM. I should probably cut that there and try and use up some of these at least. But the point of all of this is that I can now then take this one, this belt here, bring this. I can run out of belts apparently. Why do I not have a belt? I do have a belt request. When did I turn my personal logistics off? I don't remember doing that. Well, I do remember doing that, but then I remember turning it back on again as well. So let's just fly over here and get some belts manually because I'm not hanging around waiting for the bots to do this all by themselves. So I need like 1500 or so. This is going to be a big old belt that I'm about to make. So come down here again. Grab the end of where was it? It's about here somewhere. Oh, it's one of the. Oh no, I've lost track of which one it was. So are you the silicon? Yes, that's the silicon. I don't know what this other belt is. Then I'm gonna have to work that one out at some point. But let's tree. Extend this out this way. Get the bots to do the bits where the trees are in the way. Oh, for goodness sake. And bring this all the way back up here. Okay, we can go. Oh, we can't go underneath that. Fortunately, I have a few red underground belts tucked away in my inventory for moments such as this. Boom. And apparently this. Why are these pylons there anyway? Well, they should be in the gaps. Like let's put that there, and then we'll put in a small pylon as well, or a regular sized pylon in as well to power that. There we go. Now I can just use this yellow belt straight under there. And now we get to do some spaghetti. Yeah. So that looks like steel. Where is the... So up here somewhere is the... Are you the silicon? Yes, that's the silicon. Nice. There's 2 belts of it. I don't need 2 belts of it at the moment. But... So I'll just bring one down for the time being. And I need to get it over to here. So we've got lots of belts coming through this sort of general area. So let's do this. In fact, while I'm here, let's tidy that up. Because it was a minor abomination. And just skim the flow through the middle of the... Oh wait, that's not going to work. That's going to be an awkward sized gap to jump over. So we'll come down here. What's with... Am I going to cut off the power down here if I do this? Probably. Let's take a few of these out anyway though, because they're in the way. Okay,
You've now cut the power.
I have now cut the power, yes. So I want to get down... Let's bring that... There's a convenient gap here, so let's run through it because it's there. And same with that one up there. There we go. That should now bring that into where we need it. Get rid of all of these. There we go. That's slightly less gross. The steel has run out once again, but are we still that short of iron ore up here that we're still having crises of steel? We are. I mean, the train is emptying, but we need more iron ore mines. That's all there is to it. Because we're just ripping through the iron at such a rate, and it must be the... Oh, actually, yeah, it must be the steel because the iron is...
The ores are... The mines are backed up. I need to go up there and set the limits appropriately and add another train for it.
Oh, okay. All right. Right, so that's sorted out. Yeah, well, and I can't fit the roboports in the gaps between the belts because at least once the bus move... There we go. Once the bus gets going properly down here, and we have the sort of the proper number of belts on that we're trying to have, the gaps between them are only 2 wide, so we can't actually we can't fit the roboports into the gap in the middle of the bus. Occasionally when there's fluid in there, because we're using the underground pipes, we probably could for that. But we've just discovered somewhere new. We probably could, but we haven't got two liquids next to each other. Just because it hasn't fallen out that way. So we found Aereo. We found an oily moon. Nice. That's going to be really useful because we've got this thing where because we're playing Krastorio 2, all of the oil patches, you see, well, that's a 3.3 million oil patch instead of being a however many 1,000% that like you get in vanilla and in vanilla space exploration. So this is actually a non-infinite oil patch. It will eventually run out, and we'll get down to, and we'll have to go off and find other ones. So finding an oily moon like that is going to be really useful for us. I don't know how we're going to transport the oil around. We might end up turning it into solid rocket fuel and transporting it in that form, because I think rocket fuel is probably going to be one of the big drains on it, or maybe make plastic on that moon in situ as well. But we'll see. We might find that the amount of oil we have on this planet is enough to keep things like plastic and sulfur and so on just satisfied all by themselves. We shall see how that goes. Where was I? Oh yes, chat. Yes, multiplayer Factorio is the way forwards. Space exploration. Well, any game is more fun if you're playing with people generally, as long as you get on with them and they don't do anything too stupid. So yeah, I'd say yes, it is much more fun to play with other people, but that's just because generally multiplayer gaming is better. There we go. We're not getting through any of this stuff. So yes, I would agree. It is more fun. One of the things I like about streaming, though, is in a way it's sort of like playing multiplayer on your own, because you've still got, as long as you've at least got some people watching the stream, which is admittedly not a given especially if you're a new streamer. But as long as you've got some people watching, then it's like you've got you're playing a single player game, but with people. You've still got people to talk to, which is a lot of the fun of playing a multiplayer game as well. So it's a nice sort of, why am I doing this by hand? It's a nice sort of a best of both worlds, basically, is what I think what I'm trying to say. No, let's carry on using the bots. What the hell? Destroy all of that. We don't need that pylon anymore. What's this power? Oh, it's powering a radar all the way over here. That's a weird way to be getting power down there. Is that the only thing that's being done by this? If I flick over to the power view, yes, it is. Okay, so it's probably because I was powering stuff down here, and then we ran a spur off to get to that radar. I say we. It may well have been me. I don't know. So I'm reasonably happy to take the blame for it. But let's run the power up like this in a slightly less horrible way, and get some from up here. Then I can pull up these pylons from across here. I do need to get power to this as well, though. So, ooh, that's another flash of lightning. It's clearly not going away. And then, in the interest of making the bus a bit neater for the future, we'll do that. Now I've got a massive quantity of heat shielding in my inventory, which I should probably try and get rid of. Oop, and there's the thunder. Was anyone counting? I wasn't. That's a big. I mean, that's a proper roll of thunder. It's not a clap of thunder. It's an actual roll, because we're getting lots and lots of lightning strikes. Lots and lots of lightning strikes. Can I get rid of some stuff? I can get rid of some stuff. There we go. That's not so bad. Right. What's the next thing to do? That's the big question. And someone's going to say go to bed, aren't they? But I'm sort of slightly loath to go to bed, because I've had a massive raid and I've got about a bajillion people watching. So I feel like I should stay. Deathly silence. Everyone else has already obviously gone to bed while I was waffling away to myself.
No.
I'm counting water. Just odd hobby.
Counting water. Okay.
Yep.
1. Actually, it's not 1. It's
5.
1.89. Well, actually, I've drunk some of it, so maybe it is about 1. Right. So now this is great. Now we've got that massive supply of silicon coming in from the railway system. Here, this train's dumping it sort of train loads at a time. It can flow down here. We've got a much nicer quantities of it coming in. That means that now we've got, what are we even using the silicon for? I've kind of forgotten. Okay, so here we're making it into the electronics components, which we're then making into red circuits. So now we've actually got a decent flow of red circuits coming through here. So that's rather nice. Yeah, it claims to be a half-gallon drinks bottle. It's not half a gallon. It's half an American gallon, because half a gallon is more like 2 liters. But it's but because it's an American, apparently for some reason I've got a bottle with American labelings on it. Yeah, so we're now able to make the electronic components a bit quicker, which is nice. They're being fed off down here at a trickle. So I think I probably need to make more of those. Now, what are these being used for? That's a bit of a weird shape, but okay. What are they being used for? They're coming along here. It's all being used up here. Oh, for the flying robot frames. No, yes, and the reason we've probably got enough robots, to be honest. But we're actually we're still ripping through them at a hell of a rate, because I decided it'd be a good idea to put this massive long belt in. It all goes all the way along here. And actually, it's doing quite well. It's got back a decent number of them backed up along it here. But that's feeding bots up here to be put into this train. So I think what might be a good idea, because this is ridiculous, I'm going to link up to the belt along here and tell this to stop making them if there's already loads of bots up there on the belt. Yeah. It is well, I don't know. I mean, I can't criticize too much for the weird measuring systems, because to be fair, we are almost as bad. You only insert if, how do I? Oh, it's not connected to the circuit network. So let's connect it to the circuit network first. So I'll put that there. Link that across from there to there. Yeah, in Britain we have a really, really weird measuring system where we measure long distance, we measure short distance. Well, if you're under a certain age, you measure short distances in centimeters and meters and stuff. If you're driving somewhere, you measure it in miles. If you're measuring liquids, it'll probably be in liters, unless it's beer or milk, in which case it'll be pints.
Or petrol.
Sorry?
Or petrol.
Oh, petrol comes in liters, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, but you measure
gallons.
but you measure fuel economy. No, you buy it in liters, but you measure fuel economy in miles per
Miles per
gallon.
gallon. Yep.
What?
Yeah, I know. So actually, which is pretty ridiculous. But then occasionally you get you then get things like, one of my old cars had a would tell you its fuel economy in liters per 100 miles, which is a stupid system because it's mixing metric and imperial. But on the other hand, makes perfect sense because you buy petrol in liters and you drive in miles. So it makes.
Yeah, but we all know there's 4.546 liters to the gallon, right?
Yeah, but I can't remember my 4.46 times table, so.
That's the unfortunate bit.
Yeah. So I'm going to bring this cable all the way over here. This is further than I meant to bring it, but never mind. Actually, this is probably sensible. Touch down here, and then link this to... Oh, landing apparently unselects the cable, which... whatever. All the way along there like that. And then these, I want to read the belt contents to either hold, paste across there. Right, so now we have... we're now measuring the number of bots that are on this belt here, and if there are any... Then hopefully at the other end we should see there we've got 20. Yeah, we've got 20 bots and some filters, but I don't care about the filters. If I fly now all the way back to the other end of it, over here, have I flown past it? No, I haven't. It's here. Right. So now we come to touch down here. We look at this. We've still got 20 bots here because it's cabled all the way around, and that's now hooked up to here. So if we look closely, we can see there's a red light on this in this inserter, and that'll mean we won't waste quite so many ridiculous numbers of bots just putting them onto that belt. On the other hand, it does mean that when that runs out, we'll be feeding them around there for quite a long time because it's a very slow belt. But also, they're being fed out at quite a slow rate, so I think it doesn't actually matter. I think this is all going to be basically okay. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, at least the one thing I will say about the US measurement system is at least you've picked a system and mostly stuck to it, except when you want to do any engineering. However, on the flip side, I just find some of the measurements genuinely objectionable. My least favourite one is using cups as a measure of weight. Using cups for measuring things like flour and carrots and other sort of stuff like that, because or even worse, something that's going to be sort of vaguely loose, like a cup of cornflakes. It depends on how hard you push down in it and all that sort of thing. So that I'm afraid is a complete and utter nonsense. If you're using it to measure a cup of water, now sure, a cup has a standardized size. It's no worse than a foot or anything like that. I have no problem with it as a measure of volume. It's when it's used to measure dry ingredients that I start to object to it. I know cups are a measure of weight, but the Americans use them to measure things that should be... Sorry, I know cups are a measure of volume, but American recipes use them to measure things that should be measured by weight. It's very, very strange, because you can't have a cup of lettuce. because it's going to vary massively depending on how much you sort of how hard you put it in there. It's so. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah. What I misspoke. I meant they use them to measure things that should be measured by weight rather than they use it as a measurement of weight. So that's the one I object to most. The rest of it is yes, it's a different measurement system. Now it's horrible if you want to do any sort of maths with it, but I do find that if I'm speaking colloquially, I will describe like if someone says how much further can I reverse this car before I hit that wall, I might say something like about you got about 6 inches. And there's a joke in here, I know, but we'll ignore that for now. Because Mike knows knows the joke I'm referring to. Yeah, so something like that. It's a sort of a colloquialism. If it's approximate, then yeah, I probably would say I would use imperial measurements because they're nice. They're good for that sort of thing. A foot is a convenient amount of distance. An inch is a convenient amount of distance. Whereas centimeters are a bit less. They're slightly less convenient, and they feel like they're more precise. So if I needed to measure something accurately, then yes, I definitely use metric measurements all the way. But if it's just sort of how far can I reverse before I drive into that fence, then it'd probably be a sort of rough approximation in inches. Thank you for coming to my TED talk. I shall now try and stop talking for a minute. Well, stop talking about, I don't know, stop waffling about, where are these bots going?
Laying tiles, probably.
No, I've got there's a machine here. Oh no, it's actually they're not going. It's all right. I both of the exerters had red lights on them, but I thought one had just been taken out of the assembly machine, but it hadn't. I missaw an inserter moving.
People have a preference for whether we take green circuits by preference for the bus, by preference from the factory making them on the bus from wood, or the factory making them off the bus from stone.
I think I don't have a strong opinion. I think at some point I think we'll probably retire the one that's on the bus that's doing the wood recipe, but we have enough wood for the rate it's going at, so I don't really care. I mean, you're wondering how to link the
I have already linked them,
yeah,
but
which one to prioritize? It probably makes
I'll leave
sense.
it on the bus one.
Yeah,
then.
prioritize the bus one, I think, for now.
Especially as we have
yeah.
a lot in that chest that I've limited now.
You might be right. It's me showing my age to an extent, Alexander. But I have this feeling that because these sort of measurements are so convenient, I suspect that even in the future, once everyone's actually gone over to using the sort of the proper modern measurements for anything where they actually measure, you'll still have this concept of a foot and an inch and so on, because they're convenient sizes, and maybe a foot will be redefined to mean 30 centimeters, and an inch will be defined to mean 2.5 centimeters rather than 2.51 or whatever it is at the moment. But nobody will really care exactly what it means, because it's just a sort of you're not trying to be precise with it. You're saying it's about this thing is about a foot across or whatever. It's sort of a colloquialism, and I think so. Yeah. I object quite strongly to Captain True saying machinists use imperial because it's easier when tight tolerances are needed. I think given that you've got millimeters and micrometers and nanometers if you really want, I think tight tolerances are probably a lot easier to deal with in metric. Oh, 2.54. Okay, I knew it was 2.5 something, but I couldn't remember exactly what. Maybe you're right. It's just what you're used to. I think it's where imperial measurements came from. They were what people thought of as a sort of, it was just a convenient distance, a convenient thing that had, and then they didn't think about trying to do maths with them or anything until quite a lot later on. So I think that's the 2,000ths of an inch. Well, that's going to be it's an inch. An inch is 2.54 centimeters, so it's going to be 2.54 millimeters. Or two of them is going to be is going to be about 5 millimeters. Sorry,
5.08.
No, I've dropped some zeros in there. But the point is it doesn't matter exactly what 1 or 2,000th of an inch is. You can still measure down to that level of accuracy in metric just as probably more easily than you can in imperial. Because if I wanted you to tell me quickly how many if you had something that was 30 thou and you wanted to make something that was 30 thou and you had a piece of whatever that was 4 inches that was there was 1.5 feet across, it's going to take you a while to work that one out. Whereas if I have something that's 1.5 meters across, and I want to make things that are 50 millimeters out of it, then it's a much easier sum to do.
You have to do one sum basically, rather than
Exactly.
a
Yeah.
conversion sum and then a division.
Yeah. How many inches are there in a mile? I have no idea, but I could tell you how many nanometers there are in a kilometer very, very easily. It's a silly number, sure, but the maths is incredibly simple, and I have no. No, I don't. I'm quite happy to have a sort of a random long digression about all kinds of stuff. So let's see. I know there's 12 inches in a foot. I think there's yeah, there must be 3 feet in a yard, unless it's a non-integer number,
Yeah,
which I can't believe
yard
it
is
is.
basically
It is
a meter.
3
it's
feet.
about
Yeah.
It's about 1,600 yards in a mile, but I don't know if it's actually 1,600 or if it's 1,672 or something like that. Ha!
I would lean towards the latter, but as a random number around there.
Yeah, you think it's probably not going to be a sensible number. Exactly. Yeah, bytes in a megabyte is slightly well. Oh no, actually no. A megabyte is actually 1,000,000 bytes. A mebibyte is 10 to the 20. Sorry, it's 2 to the 20 bytes because yeah, a mega still means million, but mebi means is a binary million, which is slightly different. Oh, 1,760 yards in a mile. Okay, I thought it was about 1,600. Maybe it's about 1,600 meters because a meter's slightly longer than. No, that's not
Are
right.
you thinking of a nautical mile?
No, I am aware that a nautical mile is different, but I was not thinking of a nautical mile because I have no idea what a nautical mile is. But if it is 1,600, then I don't know.
It's not.
I would just claim a
I just
prize.
googled that. It's not. It's 2025 and a bit.
No, I'm pretty sure if I did start using a lathe, I wouldn't use imperial measurements. Just not at all. Not a chance. Oh yeah, and a megabit is of course going to be a bit different as well. Although I was going to say, does anybody use megabits? Of course they do for transfer speeds. Your internet connection speed will always be quoted in megabits. It occurs to me
That's
though.
just give an 8 times larger number.
Yeah, that's well. No, it has always been tradition to measure transfer rates in bits rather than bytes. Back in the days when things were running much more slowly and you cared how often the signal was going up and down. I suppose if you know your Fibonacci numbers well enough, that could work. Yeah, I tend to just go by about one. Yeah, about one and a half is close enough for when I need to convert, because I almost never need to convert accurately from miles to kilometers or the other way. So 1.5 is close enough, and and that's quite an easy sum at that point. Oh, congratulations! Well done, Andros. Yes, launching a spaceship is a fantastic achievement. The next fun bit is to then go in and try and automate the damn things. That's a lot of fun as well. Fortunately, somebody's made a video about that to help.
I wonder if that someone is very. Nah. It's too easy a shot to make.
You've got to sneak in a little bit of an advert here and there. Now, it does occur to me that I've now just spent a load of time waffling about measurements, and I haven't actually been playing Factorio for any of that time. So I don't know whether anyone's going to be still watching. No, people are still watching. Okay, that's not been too bad then. Everyone's obviously invested in my opinions on what in Norwegian. Oh, a mil as opposed to a mile. There's a mil, which is 10 kilometers. I feel like there should be. I mean, I know there's metric words for 10 and 100 of things like hectomile or hectometers and decameters and that sort of thing, which don't get used very often. Where am I going? Well, I came up here for a reason. Oh yeah, landfill.
How much is hectare? Because deca is 10. Center would be 100.
Center would be 100, wouldn't it? Maybe. That's a good question. I was going to say 100, but I'm actually not sure now. I come to think of it. Oop. Press the right buttons, Laurence. There we go. That's better. Nautical miles versus, is it statute miles? Is that the technical term or the not technical term, the disambiguation term? There's a nice disambiguation. Yes. I've been obviously spending too much time on Wikipedia. Yeah, yes, back in the early days of computery stuff, yes, nobody was quite sure how big they wanted bytes to be, but 8 makes a lot of sense because with it being a power of 2. But yeah, I suppose there's no reason you couldn't have different sized bytes. There's the old joke, isn't there? There are 10 types of people in the world: those who understand binary, those who don't, and those who are expecting a trinary joke. Pause for disturbance. Yeah, sea speed is of course measured. Yeah, sea speed is indeed measured in knots, which are that's nautical miles per hour, isn't it? I think. Have I got that right? Yeah, I've got that right. And I think knots are based on the size of the planet slightly more. So there are sort of, or no, it's the distance between. Is the distance between lines of latitude or longitude, or whichever one it is that's constant?
Yes.
Something like that. Okay, thank you. Oh, good. I'm glad. Oh, I've run out of. Yeah, I've used up all the landfill, by the way.
There is 10
Aw.
available.
There's about. Oh, okay. Yeah, there was about 1,000 available, and I've just used it all. Might be actually no, it might be more than 1,000, I think. Yes, thank you, Alexander. That was a very, very closely related joke. I approve of that one. There are 2 hard problems in programming: cache invalidation, naming things, and off by 1 errors.
Yeah.
And I don't get the joke. I mean, he's clearly got this. He's got the right number in there. 0, 1, 2. Yeah, that's 2. I don't understand. Actually, I believe we have an uncle who managed an off by 1 error in real life. He was I'm trying to remember which way round it was. It was either Oh, thank you for the subscribe, Theetman. Is that, have I pronounced that well enough? I much appreciated. Oh, hecto is 100. Is 100.
The centre isn't a thing.
So
then,
the centre isn't.
according to that.
Centre is apparently not a thing, according to.
It's just a
According to
an
a name that
assumption.
I'm not even going to try and pronounce. Yeah, it seems like a reasonable assumption, but it's just a shame it appears to not be right. Oh, the IT man. All right, okay, that works. Yeah, so he was measuring a room for a carpet or a rug or something. It can't have been carpet because it was an approximation. So he was pacing across it, and I can't remember whether he started with his first foot being with his foot against the wall and said that was 0, and then went out and went 1 and went and was off by 1 in that direction, or whether he started counting and went 0, 1, 2 as he was walking across. But let's put stuff on that belt. Let's not do that. But either way, he managed an off by 1 error in real life with no. My inventory's full. Let's put down some more belts. You know, it's just occurred to me to wonder why I'm doing this by hand, and I think the answer is because it's actually a lot quicker to put belts down, long belts down like this by hand than it is to do it by bot. Oh.
Yeah, so in a straight line.
Yeah, and they very much are. Let's put that back down again and then pick the belt back up. There we go. It's easier to put. Oh, it's easier to put belt under something and then pick the belt up than it is to pick resources up off the ground, which is slightly bizarre. This is the problem with doing it by hand, though.
Tristan, you saw that we need stone and loop on the bus?
Get rid of all of that.
I did not.
Apparently the bot's
Okay.
going to do it for me, which is fine, I suppose, but means it ends up in my inventory rather than
Raw
in
stone.
the chest of shame.
Raw stone, yeah. For rails and something else.
Ah. Yep.
So there's going to be a bit of demand on the resource supplies for the moment because I'm extending the bus. So I'm.
Okay.
That's pretty minor.
I don't expect you to do anything in particular with this knowledge. I'm just letting you know. Ooh, and there we go. That's the. This is where I ran out of landfill. So. Ooh, well, that's a good place to put it, I suppose. Oh, I think I've seen. Yeah, I think I've. Yes, that's about right. Okay, so I feel like I want to make a start on yellow science, but I'm also very, very aware that all the resources are over here. All the resources are over here, and I want to build over here because that's going to be the next place to put the bus, because we obviously can't just fill in this entire lake. And we could possibly go out, find a stone patch, convert it all into land. Oh, we could convert. We could go out and take this raw rare metals patch up here, 1.5 million of it, and just pump it straight into a recycling plant and turn the whole thing into landfill. But that seems a little gross. 37. How much does it take? Oops, not you. You. So it takes 50 raw rare metals to make one landfill. And this patch over here was 1.5 million. We're not going to get very much. We wouldn't even get that much landfill out of that entire patch. I think I'll just stick with bridging over here and then building the next thing over here. So the next thing is, as I say, going to be the yellow science. And I can't search for yellow because that's just find things doesn't find it, because they've given them all funny names and haven't put it in as an extra thing. But I think it's called rocket. Yeah, there we go, rocket tech card or something like that. So that's going to take electric furnaces, which in the best traditions of Krastorio, take steel furnaces, which take stone furnaces. So we're going to need stone brick, steel. We're going to need stone brick, steel, red circuits, heat shields, steel plates, just to make the electric furnaces. Then we're also going to need green circuits, electronic components, and solid fuel, okay, to make speed modules. Right. We haven't even started making solid fuel anyway yet, so we'll look into how that's made. Blank tech cards, that's fine, they're on the bus. Satellite telemetry, that's fine, that will be on the bus because we're pulling it out of the satellite launch system. So solid fuel, that comes from light oil or from petroleum gas or from heavy oil. So it's the same recipe as vanilla, but we're going to need to start making that. Marc, would you like to make that in the oil processing area, or is one of those three, or is one of the types of oil available so I can pull it onto the bus and make the solid fuel in situ?
Sorry, I didn't pay attention. You want to have solid fuel?
I want
on
solid
the train.
fuel, and I can do
Yeah.
that from petroleum, light oil, heavy oil, or you can just ship it straight in as solid fuel. I don't really
I'll just give you
mind.
solid fuel.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I don't think there's not much that there's no.
Tristan, and I need a new station, please.
I was going to say there's not much that actually takes the oil types, and it occurs to me I have no idea how true that is. So let's look at those and see whether I'm going to regret this. We're thinking that actually we should have had this going out elsewhere. So this is just no, this is light or barrel. Don't care about barrels. Making solid fuel, sure. Making rocket fuel, we might be, if we're going to do that at all, we'll be doing it down here in situ. Petroleum, sure. Don't care about that. You can make fuel with it. That I don't know. Oh, it's for vehicle fuel. Okay, sure. We're going to need light oil to make the blank observation frames, but that's space science and way off in the distance. And I think by that point we're going to be generating oil probably from coal in space anyway. Observation frames. Coke liquid. Oh, interesting. You don't get coal liquefaction. You get coke liquefaction in this mod pack. That's going to make life a little bit harder. And you can burn it for the hell of it. Okay, so yeah, light oil doesn't go into anything particularly useful. Oops. Heavy oil gets turned into med packs apparently. Interesting. I suspect we probably just won't bother with that, but you can. And there might be other ways. I think there might be other ways to make med packs anyway, probably from bio stuff. Oil, solid fuel, light oil, lubricant. We've already doing that. Coal filtration. That's weird. Okay, so you can turn heavy oil into coal and water. Sure.
So coal liquefaction, but backwards.
Yes. That makes me uncomfortable. I think isn't room temperature defined as something? Is it? I can't remember what it's. Is it 20 degrees or is it 18 degrees? I think room temperature, for the purposes of science, which this kind of has a definition somewhere.
I thought it was a different definition depending on what profession you are.
Probably. Scientist. Yeah. Okay, so we need it for thermofluid, but again, that's a space thing. Thermofluid. Need it for cryonite. What? You need heavy oil to make cryonite rod? Is there another recipe for cryonite rods? No, you actually need heavy oil to make cryonite rods. Blimey. Okay, that's going to be fun later. That's another. Yeah, so basically, you don't need a heavy or light oil for anything on the ground other than all the sort of products we've already got and considered. Um, biomatter, plastic, sulfur, med packs, chemical gel. You need petroleum gas to make vulcanite. Jeez. Um, yeah, that is the only way to make it. What's this? Vitamelange. Oh, that's making, yeah, getting carbons. Right, okay. So yeah, I think I can fairly safely say that you're not going to have to export much else. If anything, you don't need to export any of the petroleum gas, the light oil, or the heavy oil from this processing facility. It can all be you can just get away with exporting the end products that you're doing at the moment. So that should be fine. Hey Noel, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. Yeah, maybe 20. I was going to say 25, Joey, but it seemed a bit too hot. I mean, room temperature of 25 feels a little bit uncomfortable. I think I'd never heat a room up to 25. And I think if a room was 25, I'd be thinking this is a little bit warm. So, but yeah, that was the number that came to mind for me as well. So I don't know. Great. I'm glad the tutorial videos have been useful for you, Noel. Yeah, the space exploration. There is something. I find it's a relatively gentle, even difficulty curve. But then I have played quite a lot of Factorio in the past, so I'm reasonably used to it. Yes, we are Britain colder climate. It's been. What's the temperature today? It is now apparently at the moment. Apparently at the moment it is. My phone wants me to put my password in again, so that's slightly more awkward. Currently 19 degrees, high of 23. So yeah, sure, maybe 25 is in the middle of summer is about room temperature. What was I saying? Yes, so space exploration does a reasonable job of sort of gradually introducing new concepts, I find. Yes, yeah, I agree. 25 degrees room temperature does feel a bit much to me. I wouldn't want that. But then, yeah, I'm British, so I'm used to these sort of temperatures. So where was I? Right. So I was saying we don't need to worry about making any of the exporting any of the petrochem things on their own. I think because they're all being just going into a relatively small number of other products, or they're going to be needed in space later. So rocket tech. Is this literally rocket science? Rocket science is later probably. Rocket tech card. So electric furnace, relatively easy. It takes a lot of inputs, but not too challenging. Speed modules takes that solid fuel. We're going to have that in there in a minute. The rest of the stuff is all on the bus already. Tech cars, satellite telemetry. Okay, so it's not too bad. I don't feel too traumatized at the thought of this science pack. What I am going to do is start pulling the science pack out, the satellite telemetry data out from here like this. Get that down here somewhere, and it needs to be passed along the bus because we're going to be using it later. This may well end up being the only thing we use it for. I'm not sure. Oops, that's right. But it needs to come down here somewhere. And is that an empty row on the bus? I think it probably is. Cool. We'll use that one then. Yeah, calorie is. Yeah, I don't know. I have a rough idea what calories are. I'm also aware they're a thousandth of the size we normally think of them as being, because whenever anyone says a calorie, they mean a kilocalorie. Yeah, it's just all difficult. Boom, boom, boom. I like cliff explosives. I just miss them so much in the early game when you end up with your bus doing all kinds of horrendous wiggly shenaniganeries to get around it. And I don't think we've repaired all the weird wiggles that our bus had. It's just, yeah, it goes on forever. Ooh, I wonder if, just had a random thought, I wonder if we've discovered any more planets yet. No, we haven't. Still only got Aereo. It defines a big calorie which equals 1,000 small calories. Yes, that's a pretty good way of putting it. Oh, calorie with a capital C. All right. Yeah, that makes a certain amount of sense. I'll go with that. Boom.
You can now request solid fuel on the train bus.
Thank you. Tristan, that means you.
I mean, we can't because someone left a lake in the way.
Oh no.
But yeah, I'm working on it.
So we actually are going to have to go and turn the turn that patch of rare minerals into into landfill.
I could just belt it
Potentially,
over.
I don't know how much of this stuff I actually need. I definitely need this one, so let's bring that one across. Oh, I
oh,
found
I may
another
be able, I
problematic
may be
wood.
going to clash with Mark soon.
Uh-oh. Yeah, your stations are kind of chunky.
Yeah, I think this. I
What
think
you
the
could potentially do
this
is
needs to move at some point.
yeah,
The
probably
solar
could.
panel
The solar
array for
panels can
that.
be good. Solar panels can be anywhere. The
Yeah,
core miner obviously can't, but the mining the
that's
panels can be anywhere.
We could
Yeah.
get rid of the tree things south of the bus and double your station setup on the
Oh, that's a
south.
good idea.
southwest
Yeah,
corner.
yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, have a if we extend would be to have the railway come down here and go
Yeah.
across the
Yeah,
water
exactly.
there. But I'm aware that is an area that hasn't been sanitized yet. So
Yeah. So
might
we
be something
need
for
to
Mike
make
to do.
first.
Yeah, bridge across there.
The
You can have
problem is
that
that's
done by the end of next session.
problem is that's currently troubled water, so that we need a bridge over. Yes, that was another
So why
piece of
do we need
reference.
this bridge here?
Because we're running out of space to put stations in, basically.
Oh, I see.
So we're thinking the idea is if we put in another row of stations below the bus and get rid of all the
Yeah, that
greenhouses
makes
and
sense.
things, then
Yep. Logic checks out. Yeah.
Boss
and
doesn't
actually
actually start until here,
that's true.
so
So yeah, I suppose you could have a three-sided station thing going all the way around here.
Oh yeah.
That might work.
Yeah, I think we currently have the power for that, so we could remove the power station over there since
Yeah.
Mike built another one.
More
up
of a
north.
move than a remove, but yes. Has he? Where's he done that? And has he put? Oh, up here. There we go. Yes. Oh, you're using greenhouses to attempt to keep the pollution down. How's that working
Yeah,
out for
it's
you?
just giving it a bit of a
Badly.
sitting edge off it.
That's
and
yeah.
wind turbines to bolster it.
Yeah. I think
Yeah, why not?
that I feel that needs air purifiers because
Yeah,
if you look at the pollution map, that's kicking out quite a lot. In fact, I think all of that whole area up there needs pollution thinking about at some point. I was going to say I see Mark's being quite dirty as well, but actually the air purifiers along the wall are dealing with that quite neatly, so that's not
Yeah.
actually a problem yet.
That's why.
So that's okay.
And I only used one air purifier per chunk.
Yeah, that makes sense along the walls. I think it's keeping them. Oh, look out over here! How much that's cleaned up from earlier. That's going really well.
nice.
Oh yeah.
Are
You
these
haven't even added the ones along the coast.
No, I
Yeah.
don't think. I think I probably might actually not need
Yeah,
to.
given the mine is completely covered.
Yeah,
Oh, this mine is completely clean.
yeah. It's not been doing anything for a while. That mine that mine's completely idle. Because we're not
Yeah.
actually using copper quite as fast as it suggests we are. Probably because no, we haven't actually filled up the green circuit supply yet. The green circuit wagon chests. That might be at least partly because a train came out, but that's only another 40. So yeah, I hope we don't get a coronal mass ejection taking out warehouses full of green circuits. That'd make me even sadder than last time. The last game. How long till next rocket? Let's have a look. 68%. We've launched 3 of them now, actually. So we launched one to get the nav sat up, then we launched one to find Norvis orbit. No, to get the Universe Explorer, then one to get Aereo orbit. So yeah, I mean it's gradually beetling towards it, but we're producing the rocket fuel still pretty slowly. So we're not going to launch a lot of rockets, but now the main reason to be launching them, well, there are 2 reasons. One is to find more planets, and the other is to get the stuff out of the telemetry data, which should actually be being fed out onto this belt, but I just haven't put the inserter in there or the loader in there yet because I forgot. So yeah, it'll be a while till the next rocket. We've launched 3 during the stream, so it seems to be about 1 per hour. It's 8:30, 9:30, 10. No, a bit less than 1 per hour. Okay. I think until I have at least a bit more landfill, I can't do an enormous amount more with this sort of stuff.
You're going to be fighting me for it.
Oh dear. There is a piece of stone on there. Let's pick that up. There we go. So I'm going to need the stone. So yeah, I'm going to need that one. I'm going to need stone bricks, which is presumably the stone bricks is there. So that gets the stone and the stone bricks will get me the steel will get me the first 2 tiers of furnaces. Then we need the heat tiles down here and red belts, which I think are yes, there they are. You know what? I'm gonna stop doing this by hand. Oh, there's a fluid on this one. That's unfortunate. Doomp. Doomp. That's going to need to be a 3 wide. There's a fluid on this one as well. I can extend this one though. And that's them all. So now if I get a 3 wide piece of copy pasted like that, then I can come in and do the water's at the top, so I can do. I assume that's. Why is this belt so short? Or this layer? Why is this bit missing? Oh, it's because it's one that passes stuff the other way. Okay. Well, I'll put it in anyway because I may well end up using this to bring. Actually, no, that's a massive waste of resources. Let's not do that. Let's just get a single piece like this. Put that there, and then down here we want reds over there. We want. This is presumably the other one that's going to be feeding the data card back once I started making them. And also, I don't want to use my bots for all of this. Let's put down some more. Oh, actually, the Roboport's going all the way out to there. Let's put one in here in an attempt to sort of bridge the gap. I'll need another one about here. I think that's going to have to wait for more landfill. Let's flick this one over to construction mode for the time being, and also I shall run power along here like this. In fact, let's just bring it down from up here. I feel like I should probably have a power belt going, a string of pylons going up the middle of the bus, just so that when we start messing around with things up in the actual buildy areas, we don't end up breaking it spectacularly. Look at all those bots. Why am I doing this on foot is my next question. Let's fly because it works a lot quicker. If we run this down here like this, then in theory, again, as I say, this as long as this is in an area where it shouldn't need to be fiddled with. So if we can run this all the way along here, then we can. Then there should be a nice backbone of power running up the middle of the bus and faffing around up here. If I ripped out the green circuit production here, for example, I could take out the pylons and not worry that I'd be losing power. So I think that's probably a worthwhile thing to do. Okay. Ooh, I'm doing the leaning forwards thing again. We need more radar over here as well. Actually, that's something else to squeeze in the. Oh, that'll be all right. Something else to squeeze in down here in the gaps. Or maybe we should just upgrade all of the radars to the big radars because we researched those, didn't we? What goes into a big radar? Apart from a lack of typing, radar, advanced radar, is researched. Red circuit, steel beams, rare metals, and radars. That's not bad at all. I could build that up fairly quickly and easily, I think. I know I'm building radars somewhere, but I can never remember. I couldn't find it earlier when I went looking for them. But I probably want to rip that up and start over again because what was it I said again? Yeah, the red circuits are being made quite a long way down bus. Now, in theory, what I should do is I should start up a red circuit town and just move it off the bus, but maybe next week. Steel beams are being made halfway along, I think. Rare metals to be brought in anyway, radars. Yeah, so actually, steel beams there, radars. Lots of bots there. Oh, there's radars. Okay, so it's after the steel beams, and they're not being brought up here, but they could be. And the red circuits are brought back along the bus. So actually, yes, let's get in over here. That looks like a nice thing to probably to finish the stream off on, I suspect, because I think it's getting late. It is officially tomorrow now.
Stephen, the next rocket is at 77%.
Okay. Oh right, yes, I answered that earlier, but then he's there's been more rocketry since then. No, there's not been much commenting since then. Rather, is what I actually mean. The robot's just flown past carrying a green cable. Apparently, somebody's using green cables. I don't know why, but for some reason, I always seem to default to red cables, just for basically everything, and then
Same.
use the green cables as the one when I need something, when I have to use something different. It's just
It
sort of,
is first in the list.
maybe that's why. I have no logical reason to have done it. It just seems to have fallen out that way. Radar 2s, when there's less than
And
50.
Laurence, the rocket is currently limited by rocket fuel, which, as I said, we have 2 full warehouses and the trains full of at the oil.
Okay. Might be worth
Just saying.
bringing an inventory's worth over and dumping it into something then. I don't know. I suspect it's
But
probably
just add a station here, you know.
could do. I was yeah. That probably makes sense. I was sort of thinking of just leaving this running off the gas one, but off the air products. But to be honest, yes, given that you're making rocket fuel so much more quickly, it probably is worth just bringing a train load over here and dumping it in. Yeah, sounds like a sensible idea. Where
That
was it?
station can actually be built.
Radar 2. That's you. And then we're going to need red circuits up here. So I need to bring in what have we got around here. So we need red. Okay, there's quite a lot of stuff needs to be brought in. Red circuits, steel beams, and rare metals. I'm just sort of hoping that one of those is going to be around here somewhere. I think it's fairly unlikely, though, having looked for them all. So there's steel beams, like all 4 of them. Rare metals are not here yet, which is unhelpful. Are they being unloaded from a? Yeah, there's a station that's unloading them, isn't there?
Yes.
Okay, so I can at least bring them in somehow. Okay, we'll bring the first 2 ingredients up here like this. Meh, pylon. We'll bring the first 2 ingredients up here like this. So that's steel beams which come out from here. Okay, well, yeah, so we'll break steel beams out from there. We'll bring the red circuits up here. I can't tell where the edges of the bus are because of reasons. So that's 4. Okay, so that goes through like that, but bring it a bit further back to here. So I've got plenty of space to play with. And then it must be from here. Yes, there we go. So I can now put in a splitter there, bring red circuits up like that. I didn't need to leave anything like that much space. That's a mistake, but never mind. Not a serious one. Then I need an underground like this. Then we can put in another splitter here. Get out some of those steel beams. Pass them up here. There we go. Yeah, this should actually have come up a bit further across, but I don't care. Right. Next is going to be the rare metals. So that's going to need to be the next bus thing. So it's going to be here. This is going to be rare metals. This is a long way down. I found water. We'll bring it up there because I don't think we're not going to bring all the ingredients this far back. So now we need to just finagle another belt through here, which is this. Okay. That one. This is all balanced, isn't it? So I don't need to actually bring both belts down. And then there's some water in the way once again. Let's come all the way down like this. This should probably be fine. Basically bring it down along with everything else, and then yeah, join in the general assembly of belts that's coming through down here like this. And probably further. Ooh. Where was it? Where did it come to? Okay, I got it. Got the other end to here. This is getting very spaghetti. Maybe at some point somebody will come in and tidy all of this up when nobody's looking, and it'll become a lot less hideous. Because at the moment, I suspect part of the problem is that there's no reason why the order we're dropping resources off here is going to be the same as the order they're being put on the bus. There's going to be at least a little bit of wiggling going on in there. How's our Roboport coverage? Insufficient, and also drastically insufficient along here. Okay, so I'm going to need to do a lot of this by hand. Sure, I can manage that. Okay, that bit is getting done, so I'll leave that alone. Try to not build the bits that aren't going to cause issues and undergrounds. Oh, I'm running out of cliff explosives as well. That's another thing I need to order in. Is that in here? No, let's just search for it. Cliff. That one. 20 should be good. So over here we now have a problem, and all of my bots are sitting there realizing we have a problem. So I'm going to have to fly up here now and just get a resupply in. And then once I've got the rare metals all the way over to here, I can then try and remember what on earth it was I wanted them for. Oh yeah, so making the radar 2s. That'll allow me to start. Yeah, I need to bring them up. No, not here. Where is it? Bring them up. Here? No. I've lost it. Lost the plot. No. Yeah, here. Yes, need to bring the rare metals up across here as well, and then I can feed both of those straight into the side of here, and we'll actually use some rare metals for something other than landfill. That'll make a change. Oh, so we're still trying to brick the entire world as well. That's nice. Okay, down here.
We shouldn't be because we're actually really short on stone.
Oh, we are?
Yeah.
We seem to be short on... We don't seem to be getting underground belts being brought out by the bots. Is that not a red chest or something? Or are we short of them?
Oh,
they've all been taken away to be turned in... Oh, someone stole them all to turn them into red belts.
Yep, a little bit.
Right, okay.
Do you want to put that buffer back?
Do we have enough resources, whatever the resources are? Thank you, Yellowfish. Thank you for the subscribe. Do we have the resources to basically start using red belts instead of yellow belts everywhere?
Yeah. I mean, they're not that much more expensive. The only thing is the red splitters require green circuits.
Okay. So it's just more iron, essentially, is it?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Yeah, we seem to have quite a lot of iron. So, okay. Yeah, in that case, I'm probably okay with that. It'd be good to have at least a bit of a buffer, but it doesn't have to be a full... it doesn't have to be thousands or even hundreds. It could probably be sort of 30, 40... Oh, I've run out. Speaking... That said...
Yeah, sure.
Come over and grab, like...
Which one do you need again, sorry?
Undergrounds. I don't need a huge number. Like, 10 will be plenty for now. But...
Okay.
I can just come in and grab a few of those. Like this. There we go. That should allow me to finish off this belt and get the oh, an enormous moth has found its way into my room again. This keeps happening. Usually, always the end of the stream, I look up and there's this massive moth lurking in the room, trying to giving me evils.
Mike, you could logistics connect the exerter of that chest to only exert if there's at least 10 in the logistics system.
True.
Or a number, just so that there's always a few around.
50 is probably a good number. I like.
Yeah.
It's capped at 1 stack, which is 50.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. Okay, back down the other end now, and I can shove in the extra belt and get it making those what do you call it? Big radars, and then we can upgrade them all, and then we don't need to put in quite so many in the future, which will be nice. So where have I got space? I've got space on the thing to put one in. Put that in there. Got that, and then even though we can't see where we're going, I might need some more underground belts. I forgot I was going to do I forgot I was playing with the bus. I've got. No, I have. Yeah, I'm gonna need one more, a couple more pairs of underground. Actually, maybe not. If I do that, then there isn't quite room to get it through. No, don't do that. Do that. There we go. There we go. Fixed. Okay, so now I can bring that through there like this. And this. And then put these in like that. There we go. Now, I was going to say I've now made radar 2s. That's not actually true. I've put in all the infrastructure, assuming I've got everything right in order to make radar 2s. But it's going to be little patches of brickwork all over the place. I've got in all of the got the infrastructure in place that will hopefully do that once the rare metals finally make it all the way down. Oh, nope, I
You
got it wrong.
noticing you didn't place all the belts up to the station?
No, I did place all the belts up to the station, but my dragging
Okay.
across the belts has missed out on an underground belt somehow. Maybe it's because I ran out. No, I don't think it can be because I ran out. I don't know. But I've got some bots bringing some more out to me now, so I'll nip over and fix that. This is why I tend to couch these things in sort of maybes and perhapses, and if I've got it right, and all that sort of provisos and uncertainties and things. There we go. Now it'll flow again. How's the next rocket doing? Let's go and have a look since people are curious in general. 77% now, so 3/4 of the way there. So it's
It
got.
was when I said earlier also at 77.
Oh, something's broken then. All right, let's go and have a look at that. Might be the maybe there's no because maybe it's a problem with the steel supply because we use steel to make the low density structures in order to make the rocket parts. Maybe it's. I don't think it's going to be the rocket fuel because that doesn't require any actual inputs, so it should just keep ticking over. Very slowly, granted, but keep ticking over. Maybe it's that the satellite machine has started stealing all of the rocket fuel, so it's... No, that hasn't got... The rocket fuel has stopped. Why has the rocket fuel stopped? Everything has stopped. We're busy saving. Oxygen, we've got some oxygen. We've got no...
You don't have hydrogen.
No hydrogen. Oh, have we... No, we haven't got filled up with oxygen. What? Why is that stopped? We've run out of water. We've run out of water. Oh, there's a broken underground pipe here. How did that happen?
I mean, there's a lake right there. Oh, it's supposed to be that way.
What? I don't understand. Thank you. I don't understand how that got broken. Oh, yes, I do. Yep, I remember. I dragged a deconstruction planner over that area in order to get rid of some trees and some rocks and things. I didn't realise there were some pipes hidden in there. That's the problem with using the underground pipes.
Or not using the
Not using a
trees
filter.
and rocks only.
Yeah, I know. But this one's so easy. You can just click on the box here and go bang and blow a load of stuff up. Whereas if you want to do more, then it's a little bit harder.
I don't have that box.
Oh, okay.
I've removed it because Alt D does the exact same thing.
Oh yeah. Not a shortcut I was familiar with. Because the buttons are right there. But yeah, Alt D is probably ever so slightly easier.
I find it easier, and it means I have more space for different buttons.
Yeah, I haven't run out of space.
Like, I have undo there, so.
Oh right, so do I actually. No, nothing port string. Never mind. Control Z is sufficiently in my muscle memory because it's a button in absolutely it's the thing in absolutely everything.
The nice thing is it does tell you what it will undo.
Okay, that is quite nice. Yeah, I could have a deconstructor bar on the tool. My toolbar, I was going to say my toolbar tends to be a bit full. At the moment, it's not full, but it does often tend to be a bit full. So
There are
apparently I'm being loud.
10 different toolbars.
Yeah, I know.
If you have different modes.
I know, but then you have to remember the buttons to switch between them and stuff like
Yeah.
that. And what's the chance of me remembering all of that?
No, basically.
No, it's basically if I can get it into my muscle memory, then it'll be fine. But until then, it's just not going to happen. Right, where was that point? Has the rare metal got to here yet? No. Has it got broken? Oh, it's no. It's very nearly here. Okay, I'll be here in a moment. Yeah, I probably should end the stream fairly soon, really. I mean, and it's been quite a good one, but you know, all good things must come to an end, and we'll be playing again next Monday, so at least some stuff to do for them. So yeah, let's start to gradually wind up a little bit. I hope everyone has enjoyed the stream, and make sure you've followed or subscribed depending on which platform you're on, or because I have noticed that that about two-thirds of my views come from people who aren't subscribed to the YouTube channel, and goodness knows what proportion of my Twitch views come from people who aren't following. So yeah, please make sure you've subscribed and or following, and because there will be more Factorio next Monday, and there'll be Dyson Sphere program on Wednesday, and videos coming out. Well, the weekend there's videos coming out with a sort of summary of what I've been up to during the streams during that week. So that's those are good ones because they'll. Is that coming from me? It is coming from me. Because they'll give you a bit of an idea of what anything you might have missed in the previous stream. So yeah, they're good to catch up on. And I try and get out some other videos during the week, maybe the Factorio tutorials that everyone's been talking about and that sort of thing. So please do make sure you're subscribed. Come along for those videos. This channel is sponsored by trefoil.be. They've been kind enough to host our server for us. So if you need a Factorio or a Minecraft or the handful of other games they do, if you need a server for one of those, make sure you check them out. Go to the link in the description, trefoil.be/LaurencePlays, and you'll get use the code LaurencePlays on checkout to get 20% off. And that makes everybody happy because they get business, you get a cheaper server, I get a kickback. Everybody's happy. That's the way these things work. So yeah, make sure you check them out. And as I say, lots of other stuff going on the channel, so make sure you're subscribed. I think that's pretty much all of the end sort of spiel. But let's have a look around and look at the things we've actually done this stream. So the biggest thing, obviously, was getting these rockets launching. We've managed to launch now 3.8 rockets, which has got us a bit of exploring done and told us about some of the extra places we've discovered another planetoid. I've been out. I've put in lots of filters on the belts. This one's gone wrong. Oh, okay. This is jammed up. I'm going to need to nip over there and sort that one out. In fact, I'm going to do that now because otherwise I will forget. So, for some reason, there was a little bit of ammunition on the wrong side of the belt. It's probably there beforehand, right at the beginning, and I didn't notice it. But I'm going to need to go over there and clear that out because otherwise it's going to jam everything up. But yeah, so I've gone out there. I put in the air filters. I put in these big copper mines. That was quite a big thing. With the air filters around them to stop the pollution going out and upsetting the biters. Added the filters in also on the walls over here on the east side and down on the southeast as well because they need to keep those areas clear. This is going to cause lots of problems. Why do they not have any ammunition? That's weird. There we go. So let's clear that out. Now the filters can start to flow through there. Because somebody wanted to use yellow belts, yellow inserters for everything, but they ran out of them apparently. So let's fix that. All right, there we go. So the problem with this is that we're now going to have an enormous quantity of the filters backed up along. Actually, maybe it's not quite as bad as it looks. We're going to get a lot of the filters blocking up along here. Eventually, they will all trickle through, but it might be worth putting some of them in here as they come round to try and make sure to basically try and prevent a train from coming in and just dumping even more in here before we need them. But that said, what have we got this set to? We've got this set to when there's less than 50 and there's still 100 left in here. So actually, it's not going to make any difference. We might as well just leave that blocking this up and just trickling through very slowly. I think that there's no real harm in that. So yeah, we've got the air scrubbers in there working very hard, which is why we've got no pollution over here anymore, and the same across the bottom here. So it's keeping this area clean. The air scrubbers around the mines are doing a pretty good job. This one is still struggling a little bit, but it's not. There's no sort of serious levels of pollution here. There's just a bit, but has spread out a bit around here. So maybe I should consider the wall of scrubbers all the way around the top of here. That's going to be quite a big undertaking though. So I don't know whether it's really worth it. We'll see how we feel. Is that everything I've been up to? Oh no, I built a green circuit factory as well, which is I mean, it's building the green circuits much faster than they're being used, I think, but but it is very, very limited by the lack of copper being brought in or the rate that the copper is being brought in. So over here, we've got the full sort of smeltery system here, but this is still all running on the steel furnaces, which is they're a bit slow, but we do have that's a good 2 belts probably coming out of it, ish. Actually, there's 4 belts going in, so that must be 3 belts coming out because it's a 75% recipe. That's coming around here. So I mean, the trains they're carrying the copper around, but it just doesn't seem to be quite enough. We might need to upgrade this. Maybe put maybe put red belts throughout here, and upgrade this to iron furnaces and get a bit more flowing through. I don't know. We'll see how that goes, and we may find that we have so many green circuits now that we might decide that actually this is creating them fast enough as it is because we're not using them up particularly quickly. We'll see. But then there we go. There's a copper drop happening, so that's going to be quite a lot of green circuits coming from that. Eventually, we'll probably productivity module all of this as well and get a lot more throughput from those. So that'll help a bit as well. Other people, what have other people been doing? Well, Marc has set up this giant processing facility over here to deal with the oil, because that's been something we've been wanting to do for a while. So he's bringing in oil in large quantities, also coal and iron for some reason. What's the coal for? Let's have a look. Oh, coal is for making plastic, of course it is. Yeah. So then we've got the basic oil processing going on here. We're turning oil and water into mostly petroleum gas by the looks of it, actually. But we've also got a line down here that's producing the other 2 types of oil as well. Presumably all of the. Oh, that's interesting. He's using the 3.
Most of the petroleum is just for power.
Oh, okay. That's very interesting. So you're using the petroleum heavy recipe, the light oil heavy recipe, and the heavy oil heavy recipes, and then presumably using balancing over here to keep them balanced. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Normally I've just gone for the one that produced the heavy oil and then done cracking to keep it balanced. But yeah, no, this makes a lot of sense. So we're then burning massive quantities of petrol in these power stations here, which is going to be absolutely horrible for the environment. So we're going to need to get some more cleanup going on in there, because that's awful. But then we're also able to make all the petroleum products in here, like the sulfur, the lube, the plastic, and the solid fuel that I was asking for. Excellent. So those are all being made in here, and rocket fuel as well, with massive quantities of oxygen gathering plants all the way along here to pump in enough oxygen in here to make the rocket fuel. But we now seem to have more rocket fuel than we know what to do with, so that's great. I mean, that's happened surprisingly quickly. So we can then now cart this over to the rocket, and we've got all the unloading stations over here. Also, big expansion to the unloading areas for putting all the resources onto the bus, so that's got quite a lot bigger, and then had some issues with the water, so that's going well, kind of well. What have you been up to, Mike, apart from the fighting? I know you were talking about power. Oh yes, you built a power station up here.
I finished up the smeltery.
Oh, okay. Oh yes, of course.
So that now does
silicon and stuff coming through as well, and glass and everything.
Yeah, so that got completed.
Excellent.
There was much killing of biters. Addition of this thing up here.
Oh yes, power station. Yep.
And then finally, causing absolute chaos by looking at this and going, whoever built the original one did not future-proof it.
That's very true. I didn't. I think I was expecting the recipes to get significantly harder than the vanilla ones, or perhaps because of I don't know. I can't remember why not. Personally, I'd probably rip the whole thing up and started again further down the bus, but sure.
I was tempted to, and then I thought, no.
Okay, nice.
Get it in somehow.
Yeah, why not? Cool. Right, so thank you very much everyone for watching. As I say, make sure you've subscribed to the channel so you can see more of this, and I hope to see you on Wednesday, and then back again next week for more Factorio, Space Exploration, and Krastorio². We'll see you then. Thanks for watching.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, the fourth rocket would have been nice, but we'll launch it at the beginning of the next stream. That's fine.
Summary of what the fourth person did would also have been nice.
I talked about the trains and stuff. Oh, sorry, Marc. Yes, I missed. No, I talked about Marc's.
No.
I talked about
You
trains.
didn't say what I did.
I talked about all the train stuff. Okay, all right. We'll go back in game. Okay, what have you been up to apart from these train things, then, Tristan?
So finishing off these
Yep.
whole of the stations there.
I did talk about that, although I might not have mentioned you by name.
Yeah, and all the stations over there and all the stations over there.
Lots more training, yes. Well
Yeah.
trained. Okay. Well, now I've definitely mentioned everybody by name now, and I'm pretty sure I definitely talked about the drop-off station. So again, thanks for watching. See you next time.